start the stream now.
Okay.
So you can jump over to the TikTok side
All
first,
right, and
perhaps.
I'm gonna
Even mute this one.
down the sound on this on the video,
Great.
or on my
Excellent.
laptop rather.
Good stuff. Okay, we are now streaming on YouTube. That all seems to be working nicely. And we're going to get the TikTok stream up and running. God. Debates. And TikTok is now running as well. Just setting up few little things here and there. Get it all going. Always these little bits of housekeeping to do as we go. Look who's already there, raring to go. And open up the guest box. We have some wonderful friends coming in on both sides already today. Already we've got Wise Man. Hey, Wise Man, my day was great. Hope yours was too. That's on the YouTube side. Righteous Kingdom says, John says his mom came from mutated even pond scuzz. No, she didn't. My mother came from her parents and they were nothing to do with pond anything. And we're going to bring in Sean. And over there. Okay, I think we are kind of up and running. This is good. Can you
Jelly,
hear me okay, Sean? There we go.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Jelly, if you disagree, you're welcome to come up and chat with us about it. A friendly discussion, nothing contentious.
Yeah, absolutely. Always up for that. Okay, just little bits of housekeeping as we get going. Bear with me. Okay, how are you doing, Sean?
You may
How are
want to
things?
doing well. Just a reminder, you may want to pin a comment on the YouTube side with the correct link.
Yeah, I will absolutely do that. Absolutely, we'll do that. So we have a very slightly different URL for getting involved on the YouTube side today. I'm going to put it into the YouTube chat. It's as it was before. It's JC Guest 2. But nice to see Tracy over there on the YouTube side. Tracy807. Really lovely to see you as always. And a few other familiar friends as well. Righteous Kingdom says, John, God told you to choose life or death. It's your choice, and it's not his will that any perish. That sounds great. I don't believe that for one moment, of course. And no one's going to go, well, I choose perish, are they? Because that's not a thing, clearly.
Right.
That's a little bit silly, isn't it? We'll get more into the details of this as we go along, of course. Okay, here we go. Right, so let's see who we've got. We've got some guests on the TikTok side already. So why don't we get going with that? We will start by bringing in Pressure. It's coming in right now. Hey, Pressure.
Oh my, what a incredible privilege and honor to be speaking to someone as distinguished as Jonathan Cohen himself. How are you doing, sir?
Well, that's very nice. I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm very good. I can't complain. I do understand that I am on an atheist panel. Is that correct?
You are indeed. Yeah, you're very welcome.
My goodness. 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I just needed to restart my TikTok there. So here's the thing. God doesn't exist, correct?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't make that. I'm not making the claim that God doesn't exist. I think we can be fairly confident that some conceptions of God don't exist. I mean, I'm fairly confident Zeus doesn't exist. And I'm reasonably confident that a whole bunch of kind of tribal ancestor gods probably don't exist. And I'm fairly confident that the God of the Bible doesn't exist. But there might be
Fairly
some...
confident that the God of God. Yep.
Yeah, fairly confident. But, I wouldn't be totally certain about it. But there might be some type of God that exists. I just don't know what it is, if it is.
I see. Now, John, if I'm not mistaken, you are an author. Is that correct?
I am.
And your book speaks about a God that you're fairly certain doesn't exist.
Actually, it doesn't really. The very first line of my book is, "This is not a book about whether God exists or not." My book isn't really about God. It's about the nature of belief.
Oh, okay. So what's the name of your book?
It's called Unconvinced: How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. It's not out yet. It's coming out on the 3rd of November.
Okay, so you're saying that one cannot come to believe in God. You either believe in God or you don't.
Well, I'm not saying one can't come to believe in God, because clearly many people do. It would be a silly thing to say. I'm saying that if you believe in God, it's because something's persuaded you or convinced you at some point, and that you can't just start believing in God because you would like to, or feel like it, or think it would be cool, or think it might be strategically advantageous for you in the future. You can only believe in something once you become convinced that it's true. That's what belief means.
I see. Now, would you say that people who believe in God are mistaken?
I think a lot of them definitionally have to be, right? Because you've got people who believe in different conceptions of God. So I can't remember what the last count for the number of Muslims in the world is. It's something like 1.8 billion or something like that. Well, if the Christian God is true and if Jesus is God, then all of those Muslims definitionally are wrong and believing in the wrong idea of God or the wrong conception of God. And if they're right, then all the people who believe in Jesus are wrong. So definitionally, at least 1 billion point something people are mistaken in their belief about God. I would presume you would agree with me about that.
I would agree to a certain extent, but this is what I will say. There seems to be a duality of conversations that is taking place. There's a conversation that is taking place amongst Christians and disbelievers like yourself, which is whether God exists, right? And then there's another conversation that is taking place amongst people who believe that there is a God, and they're not arguing whether God exists or not. They're arguing the nature of the God that they already believe exists, correct? That's a completely different conversation. And to me, in my humble opinion, a much more fruitful conversation. I love the conversations I have with Muslims. They've got interesting points that they bring up against my faith, and I have interesting points that I bring up against their faith. And the same can be said against the Hindus or anybody else who believes in a deity of any kind. We have these conversations, we thrash it out, and, it's a very rigorous, fruitful debate. But the problem that I have with atheism,
will do, right? Any God will do, as long as you believe in
not
God.
necessarily.
Many gods.
Or many
Hindus
gods.
believe in quite a few gods. So they're not arguing over the nature of God, capital G, singular. They actually believe in multiple gods.
But when you speak to a Hindu, they're not going to tell you that they believe in many gods. They're going to tell you that all of these gods ultimately equate to one, and they're also going to tell you that all systems of belief leads to the same point. So they would call the Christians correct, and they would call the Muslims correct, and they would call the Buddhists, I don't know the Buddhists, maybe that's a bad example, but they would call the Christians and the Muslims, they would call them correct. They would just say that that's a different path to, ultimate consciousness or whatever the case may be. We have fundamental disagreements. I would make the argument of all truth is exclusive. All truth claims are exclusive, so all of it can't be right at the same time. I'm not saying my position is right. I'm just saying that all of it can't be right at the same time. Either none of it is right, all of it is right, or only one of it is correct. Now, when I speak to an atheist, it seems to me that you guys have trouble getting off of the starting block, because here's the problem. In order for me to understand anything, obviously you can read and comprehend what is in the Bible, but I'm saying that in order for you to truly understand what is going on, you have to accept the first premise, the first line of the Bible. And I'm only here to defend Christianity, which is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. So number one,
why do I need to accept that that's true?
No, because everything else hinges off of that.
Doesn't.
Okay,
everything else hinges off of that assumptions.
Hold on. We got to be able to respond. I factually don't have to accept that premise because I factually do not accept it. If I
I
don't
know you
accept it,
don't.
that means I don't. Okay, but you said I have to.
No. I'm saying in order to understand biblical text, you have to believe that there's a God.
That's
Believe in God.
nonsense.
And let me land. Let
No,
me
hang on a
land. Let
second.
me land.
No, because your plane's about to crash, not land. Demonstrate that. Don't just say it. Why is it the case
Okay.
that there are people with multiple PhDs in biblical theology who understand the religion better than you do? They just don't share your belief. Why is believing it a requirement to understand it? That's ludicrous.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a prerequisite to understanding the Bible, and I will tell you why.
Demonstrate that.
Because here's the thing: if I don't believe in God, then I'm not going to believe in Deuteronomy, because there is no God that is being spoken about in Deuteronomy. And if I don't believe in God, then I'm not going to believe in Leviticus, and I'm not going to believe in the Proverbs. I'm not going to believe in anything like else, because God is at the center of all of that.
Do you know what you
remove
just did
God
then?
from
Did
that,
you
and
notice
the
what you
story
just
becomes
did
a
then?
fantasy.
Did you notice what you just did? You started out by saying, if you don't believe in God, you can't understand it. And when I said demonstrate that, you said, well, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in Deuteronomy, and you don't believe in Leviticus. You changed what you were defending from understanding to
When I
believe. Obviously, if you don't believe in God, you're not going to believe in Deuteronomy. That's obviously true.
Exactly,
But
and
you
that's
made
the
the
only point that I'm
claim.
making, John.
But that's not the only
The
point
Pressure.
you're
only point
making.
that I'm making
So
is
far,
that
you've made
if
two
you're trying to
points.
read the Bible, it's a waste of time. You're not gonna
So
believe it.
far,
You're not gonna accept it.
you've made 2 points.
Yeah, believe and understand are two different things. When I read a Spider-Man comic book, I understand everything I'm reading. It doesn't mean I believe Spider-Man actually exists, and I don't have to believe Spider-Man exists to get a feel for what the authors meant when they were writing the text.
However, to equate Spider-Man the comic, we can always go back to Stan Lee, and we would recognize that Stan Lee exists. This is not the same thing
I
as when we're
wasn't
speaking
making a
about
case.
a
I
God,
wasn't making a case against
right?
God. I was making it. Hold on, hold on. I wasn't making a case against God. I was making a case that you don't have to believe something's true to understand what's written.
Okay, so let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If I don't believe that a God exists, and I open up the book of Job, where he's speaking to
Mhm.
God and all of this other bits and pieces, and it's the devil and all of this other bits and pieces. If I don't believe that God exists, how am I going to even accept the book of Job?
You don't have, but accepting and
I can
understanding what's
understand it.
written
I
are
can
not the same thing.
and I
Well, thank
agree. I
you.
agree with you.
Thank you
I
for
agree
the
with you. You guys
concession.
can understand it, but you're never gonna
Right.
accept it.
Thank you for saying that, because you started off by saying you're not going to understand it, and now you just said you guys can understand it. So thank you
Okay,
for the concession. Now we can continue.
okay, yes, I do concede. You can
Okay.
understand what is being said,
Yeah,
Right.
but you're never going to accept what's being said, because it
correct.
centers around the belief that
Yeah.
there is a God.
Yeah.
That's the only
Right.
point I'm making.
That's
Which
true.
I can't. Which I can't just choose. I can't just choose to believe it.
So then, wouldn't that mean that reading the Bible would be a complete waste of time to
Well,
you?
No.
Because you're not going to accept anything, because there is no God.
Well, shall I answer this for you? So, first of all, we can read literature as literature. You can read Shakespeare without accepting that Macbeth exists. You can read any work of literature without necessarily
Well,
believing that the characters in it are historical
Macbeth
and
doesn't
exist.
center his entire existence around a belief in God in those stories, correct? God is
doesn't
not the
matter.
center of Macbeth,
That doesn't
and
matter.
God
Pressure. You
is
got to
not the
let him
center of
finish.
Yeah.
Pressure.
Spider-Man,
Let me make my
right?
point.
Pressure.
I'm going to
You
make
got.
my
You got to let him finish.
point to respond to what you've said. So you've made the case. You've said that if you're not going to believe something, what's the point in reading it? That's ludicrous, because we can appreciate literature, we can appreciate culture, we can appreciate the history of culture, and in order to do that, sometimes you have to refer to something like the Bible. Now, I look at the Bible as a book of myths, and I think it's pretty fascinating. I also think it's pretty horrible, but I'm fascinated by it. And the reason I'm interested in it is not because I believe that what it says is true. The reason I'm interested in it is because I perceive the effect it has on the culture around me, on the society around me, and on people. And one of the things it does is, for some people, it brings them great comfort and joy and meaning and purpose and beauty. I grant that. But another of the things it does is, for tens of millions of people, it brings worry, anxiety, shame, fear, and a sense of being not good enough, and a really disgusting morality wherein people are told that if they don't believe the right things, if they're not persuaded of these frankly ludicrous stories of talking snakes and parting oceans and sticks turning into animals and stuff like that, if they don't believe that stuff, and if they don't believe a man was nailed to a piece of wood to make up for some weird system that God put in place about needing blood to sacrificed in order to forgive people, if they don't believe those things, they deserve punishment for it. I think that's a despicable doctrine that causes an enormous amount of harm. And so for me to critique that doctrine effectively, I have to become familiar with it, don't I? And that's why I read the Bible, and I find parts of it interesting. I find parts of it maybe a little bit beautiful, some of them. But for the most part, I find it silly and rather ugly.
And I like that, and I appreciate that, and thank you for that very eloquent response. To that, I would actually say, when we are speaking about the Bible, we're not just speaking about some rink-a-dink book. We're not speaking about Macbeth, and we're not speaking about Othello. We're speaking about a book that has more books written about that book than, any other book on the face of the planet. You're writing a book, and that centers around, belief. You know what I mean? And what I'm saying is there seems to be something within that book, whether it be the claims, whether it be, speaking to the human condition, whatever it might be, that seems to ring true or seems to resonate with the culture at large. Now, my question to you is, you used a word, very interesting word. You said disgusting morality.
Yeah.
Now, when you talk about disgusting morality, I'm just wondering, what is this thing called morality that you speak of?
It's whether you approve of something or not, whether you think that it's how people ought to behave or not. That's what I mean by morality. Whether you think an idea is positive, whether it has a positive impact on things. You can define it in lots of different ways. I essentially think it means whether you like it or not. Is essentially what
okay, so
is.
anything that I don't like or I disagree with is immoral, and anything that I like is moral.
Is
that what you're saying?
In your view. So I don't think that when we call something moral or immoral, we're not making a factual claim. We like to pretend we are, but we're not. When you say something is moral, what you mean is you approve of it. You like it. It doesn't mean anything more than that.
I see. So obviously, if I were to wear your hat for a second, your agnostic, leaning towards atheism hat for a second,
I'm not leaning towards atheism. I'm comfortably within.
You're comfortably within atheism. Okay, so if I wear your hat for a second, you and I are both going to agree that morality doesn't exist. It's a social construct.
I didn't say it doesn't exist. I just said it's subjective.
Wait, hang on. The reason why I say that it doesn't exist, according to your worldview, like from an objective standpoint, not a subjective, but from an objective standpoint, there is no thing called morality. It's just what we like or what we don't like. It's personal preferences, pretty much.
There's still a thing called morality. It's just that morality is subjective. It derives from our minds.
Wait a minute.
Doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
How do we get morality from a purely naturalistic framework, meaning that nature is in the business of eases and it's not in the business of oughts?
I think you might be easing us gently and delicately towards a position of claiming that there's no morality without God. Might I be right about that?
I might be right about that?
Would I be right that you're easing us gently towards the position of no morality without God? Because I'm feeling quite excited if you are.
Yeah, I'm saying
is that your position?
That human beings have a tendency to behave in moral ways. However, if there is no basis, an objective reference point, for which we can actually measure true morality as opposed to fake morality, then we are just living in a subjective delusion.
And so that kind of means no morality without God, doesn't it?
That would mean no standard for morality.
That's not saying that you can't be moral. That is the first square on our believer bingo for tonight. We get no morality without God. Congratulations. That's the first square on believer bingo. We're always very happy when we get that. Congratulations, we got that. You're now playing for.
And why am I
By
wrong?
by the way, we do have standards. So John and I both are humanists, and our standard for behaviors is evaluating how behaviors affect the well-being of others. If they help the well-being of others, they're good. If they do harm to others, they're bad. So that's our standard.
Okay.
And so
Okay, so
you may
here's
have a different standard. You may have a different standard, which is obedience to what you believe the God you believe exists wants, or his nature, or however you want to word it. So you and I have a different moral compass. And what all you're doing is saying by decree, well, mine is objective, and so therefore I win. But it doesn't really help anything, because I genuinely don't give a fluck what the God of the Bible has to say about morality. I do care about the well-being of others.
Okay, here's my thing, right? Let's just say I grant you that there is no God and God doesn't exist, correct? So your definition would be the well-being of others, human beings, very noble.
Not definition.
That's fine.
Not definition. What I prefer as my moral compass. And
What you prefer as your moral compass would be the well-being of others. What I prefer as my moral compass would be the well-being of others, but only others that are important to me. So meaning that I can treat everybody else however I want to, provided that it ensures the well-being of those who I deem worthy, of that. So my question would be, why am I wrong?
You're not objectively wrong. You keep trying to back me into.
So there is no right or wrong, right?
Nope. I didn't say that, as there's no objective right or wrong. So you and I are both have subjective morality. You're just calling yours objective by decree. If two people have a different moral, hold on, let me finish. If two people have a different moral compass, then they have to have a conversation. For example, I'm not going to put it on you until you say it, you may tell me gay marriage is immoral because it's a sin. Well, I genuinely don't give a fuck if something is a sin in accordance with your religion. I do care about the well-being of gay people. So you and I would have to have that discussion. And if it turns out we have a different moral compass, there's nothing either of us can do about it.
Yeah, and I would agree. So my thing is this, it will bring us to a standstill if my position contradicts your position on morality.
Why? People have differences of opinion all the time. It doesn't
but then none of us are going to be right. None of us are going to be right, and none of us are going to be wrong.
The universe doesn't owe you being right or wrong. The universe has to accommodate the fact that people have differences of opinion. Now, I may decide to base my sense of right and wrong on the kind of value that Sean was just expressing about, like, minimizing harm, maximizing well-being. The guy
and I would say who gives a fuck.
Right.
And I would say who gives a fuck, right?
Might say
pressure. That's the world we live in.
And then we have to figure it out between us and come to some kind of accommodation. I'm sorry if that hurts your feels, but that's just how it goes.
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings. What if my position is might makes right? The one who has the biggest stick defines what morality is.
That's happened a lot, hasn't it, in history?
Pressure. What you're describing as if the consequence you're describing of subjective morality is the world we live in now. You are describing the world we actually live in. So that's actually
but the problem that
hold on, let me finish. You got to let me finish, dude. All right, so we're not arguing for which is better. We're arguing for what is. And you're saying, what if I have this morality and you have that morality? Guess what? That is the world we live in.
Now, this is the problem with that.
The world
and
we
I
live
agree.
in.
But I agree that this is the world that we live in. But the problem with that is that we are no longer going to have any basis to disagree on anything, because it's just opinion, right?
Sure.
So if you say, here's the thing, if you say that Christians are wrong for doing this or believing that, who cares? And if I say
we don't
that
have a
atheists
basis now.
Yeah, and no. If I say atheists are wrong for doing this and doing that, you can say who cares?
But dude,
and at the end of the day,
your proposed solution
cares?
to this, but your proposed solution to this doesn't actually solve the problem. Your proposed solution is to just outsource all of this to your imaginary friend and hope it all gets sorted out in the wash. How does that help? Because you can think that the solution to this is to say, well, all objective morality is grounded in a God. First of all, you have to decide which one, and your next door neighbor may prefer to ground it in a different God, and 100 other people may prefer to ground it in 100 different gods. What the solution that you think you're getting here doesn't move you anywhere closer to everyone being kumbaya and all agreeing with each other. And furthermore, you have a bigger problem, which is that the God that you're looking to ground your morality in is a moral monster.
But something that doesn't exist cannot be a moral monster, right?
But
And you don't believe that such a God exists.
But the morals.
That's the first thing.
But the
It's
morals.
an
The second
internal
thing
critique.
is,
But the morals that
yeah,
are
but the
put
problem.
forward. Listen, the morals.
Have you
are
got
put-
internal critique on your board? Have you got internal critique on your board? Because
I
that's
don't,
definitely one that would go on my board. I was
Well,
waiting for somebody to say internal
You're
critique.
welcome to start your own bingo, but in my life we run mine. So
Oh yeah, it's bingo. It's called
the-
bingo.
yeah, believer bingo. Well done. So the source that you're claiming for morality is actually a moral monster in many ways. Now, in my opinion, right? Now you can disagree with me about that,
And
you
I
can-
would just say, no, he's not. And
you
then
can
we're
say,
back
no,
to
he's
square
not.
one,
And
correct?
then we're going to look at Numbers 31 together, and you're going to tell me if this was good or not. Okay? So,
But this God doesn't exist according to your
Correct.
worldview.
Yeah,
This
but
God doesn't
I'm-
exist,
but
so
we're
he's
gonna
not
talk about the
responsible for any of the
morality-
things.
Dude,
Hang on.
You just said that the
We're
Bible
going
itself
to
is
talk
a.
about the
you gotta
morality
quit.
in
You
your
gotta
book.
quit talking over us.
Okay, so in Numbers 31, the Israelites have just conquered the Midianites. They're very cross with the Midianites because some Midianite women seduced some of the Israelite men. God got angry about this and punished Israel, and so now Israel want revenge against these Midianite women. So they go over there to conquer all of Midian and do them in, basically. And then having come back, Moses finds out that there were some survivors left after this conquest. He's very cross about this. And so his instructions are, now therefore kill every male. He's sending them back to finish the job because he heard that some of them were still alive. He says, now therefore kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. Not entirely sure how they would establish that, but that gets glossed over. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. Is this a moral preachment? This is endorsed by your God. Is this morality?
You have to unmute yourself.
This is endorsed by Moses because God doesn't exist, correct? So we're just reading the story for what it is.
That's a dodge.
I'm asking you.
No, it's not a dodge. God doesn't exist.
Look, there's two possibilities here. One is that you're not sophisticated enough to understand how one can critique the morality in the Bible without assuming that it's true. And the other one is that you do understand how you can do that and you're just pretending not to. Neither one is covering you in glory right now.
Unless we can find a way where some kind of a judgment like this is justified.
I'm asking you for your opinion about it. So is this good?
Can you read the verse before that? Can you read the verse before that and the verse after that and also include the verse that you just read as well?
Sure. They always want context, like the context is going to help. Trust me.
Oh, isn't that on the bingo card?
I think that it is on the bingo card. I think that it is on the bingo card, and therefore we have to go for read it in context. Thank you very much indeed. That was brilliant. Well spotted, Sean. You got that. Okay, so moving back to the business at hand with the verse before and the verse after, because it's going to make it so much morally edifying to include that. These women here, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord in the affair of
Who's
Peor.
Balaam? Who's Balaam?
I don't care. So that the plague the plague came upon the congregation of the Lord. After this,
who's Balaam?
After this, if you think who Balaam has got something to do with the army having sex with young girls, then you can make your case for that. In the meantime,
but who's Balaam?
I don't care. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him, but all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. Camp outside the camp 7 days. Whoever of you has killed any person or touched a corpse, purify yourselves, you and your captives, on the 3rd and on the 7th day. So there's your context. Now, I don't know who Balaam is, and I don't particularly care, because I don't think it affects the context of this. If you think that who Balaam is desperately important in order to create a case for soldiers fucking young children, please make the case now.
Yeah, so number one, I have to ask who Balaam is, that he made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord. And for me, I have to ask myself who this Lord is, and if he's real, and if he exists, and if he is real, and if he exists, then maybe my purpose in life is to make sure that I don't offend him.
Right.
Because some
And
people
thi- and-
believe he gives, and some believes he taketh away.
that's
And if
delightful.
he is the creator of, here's the thing: if he's the creator of life itself,
Yeah.
then he's also the taker of life,
Right.
at will,
Oh,
for
is
whatever
that-
reason.
Do you think
Correct.
that you
Is that how it
just
works?
did what I asked you to do? Because I asked you a very simple question. I asked you to make a
No,
case.
we put in the
I asked you-
foundations in place
I asked
before
you to
we
make
actually.
a case. I asked you to make a case for how who Balaam is justifies soldiers taking sexual slaves of young virgin girls. Do you think you did that?
Because in order for us to
be a yes or a no.
actually understand
That would be a yes or a
why
no.
God, in order for us to understand
No, that would be a yes or a no. I asked you a straightforward question.
the way that he did, we need to understand who this Balaam figure is.
I don't think you're really tracking this conversation. So I asked you a simple question, which is, I need you to make a case for whether or not you think your explanation about who Balaam is creates a moral case for soldiers having sex with young virgin girls. So the answer to that is either yes, you think you did answer that, or no, you didn't, but you're about to. We're all waiting for you to do that.
No, I didn't, but I'm about to.
Great. Go ahead.
Okay, so when we're looking at this time period, we understand that this is a time where cultures and societies are fighting with each other constantly. And if your culture gets conquered, the same thing is going to happen to your woman, right? And this is just a normal thing that happens in this culture, and I have no problem with it. It is what it is. It's the spoils of war.
You have no problem with soldiers raping young girls. And that is what happens when you look to the Bible for your objective morality. I think that's case done, isn't it? Let's move on. He has no problem with soldiers raping young children. Delightful. Objective morality, folks. It's a winner every time. Here we are. Okay, so for a palate cleanse, just going to read some super chats. Thank you very much for getting involved with these, friends. We have Gordon Loves Science says, I believe the opposite. I believe that to truly understand the Bible, one needs to not accept in the beginning. Yeah, I would agree with that, because if you dive in with a sort of literalist view, assuming that everything you read is correct and gospel and true, then arguably that interferes with your ability to understand the Bible. I completely agree with that. Well said.
And with the dogma that it's univocal and inerrant, because then you'll do the gymnastics it takes instead of just reading it honestly and interpreting it honestly.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And thank you very much for the contribution as well. Tracy, a favourite of the channel, Tracy, you're wonderful, says, when I was in church, all I could think about was hell. Now I'm happy. Well, big win for you, Tracy. I'm very, very happy to hear that you're not plagued by these torturous and horrible ideas anymore. And thank you very much for that as well. Philo, another good friend from the YouTube side, the problem with people that believe in objective morality is that none of them can agree on what it is. And isn't that just beautifully ironic that they throw around this word objective as if, I would almost take their arguments more seriously if they could all agree on something, just on something. But you find Bible-believing Christians on both sides of pretty much every moral question you can think about. Abortion, death penalty, assisted dying, same-sex marriage. You'll find Bible-believing Christians on both sides. So what good is this objective morality if no one can figure out what it is? That is rubbish objectivity. When I go for objective things, I like to know what they actually are. And Tuil Schmiel says, morality, a man who aped and illed kids his whole life, repents right before death and goes to heaven forever alongside his victims and their parents, right? A man who saved children all his life but doesn't believe in God burns forever. Absolutely right. What a ridiculous idea. What an absolutely ridiculous idea that you can live your life being a total moral monster and all you have to do is say the magic words at the end and everything is good. And then you get to move into the house next door to your victims up in the clouds in Happy Land. I mean, don't you think that might impact their experience of heaven if perhaps the person who put them there moves into the house next door? Disgusting and silly idea. Amon Ra says, I won at bingo. Here is your cut. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the contribution. And I hope we're all enjoying the Believer Bingo. We've got 2 squares down at the moment on the Believer Bingo. And we have another, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, another 9 left. So I'm sure we've got plenty more fun to come. It's a major achievement getting 2 squares on the first call, I have to say. I'm very excited about this. And Bethos, thank you very much for the contribution, says, finally, super chats. The caller is not really interested in defending his book. So sad. Well, I think he tried, but I think he got himself tied in a knot, because if you're going to make a case for objective morality and claim that your God distributes it, then you've got to stand by what the God commands, which is why I picked out one of the most disgusting verses that there is in the book, basically sanctifying raping children after a military conquest. That's what this is. And he's totally fine with it. So that's where objective morality gets you. Thank you very, very much for all of that. I really appreciate it. Okay, we shall move on. We've got a number of guests on the TikTok side. If you want to get involved in the conversation on the YouTube side, there was a bit of a weird technical snafu with that, and I had to rebuild the link for it. So it is very much like it was before. It's tinyurl.com/jcguest2, and that will bring you in, and you can come and say hi to Sean and to me and get involved in the conversation. We would love to talk to you. But we will move on the TikTok side in the meantime, and we will bring in Real Person 22. Hopefully it is a real person. Hey, Real.
Hey, John.
Hey.
Hey, Sean.
Sean might
Sorry, I
just
was on
be
mute there for
might be
I was
just
on
moving
mute,
over.
yeah.
Yeah. How
Yeah.
you doing?
All right. So, I wanted to say something about there's this thing that Christian and even some non-religious people, there's this thing they like to say where they say that, oh, because it was happening 2 million years ago, we can just wave it over and say, oh, it wasn't like the wrong things they were doing wasn't wrong because it was happening however billion years ago it was happening. And that's just not true.
Yeah, they
Even
say a
if
few
it happened
thousand,
2
but yeah.
trillion, even if it happened 2 trillion years ago, what is wrong is wrong. Even when
Yeah.
humans were not like, even when humans were still in the caves, the caveman who went to another person's cave and murdered somebody and took the person's food, that act is still wrong, even if it's for survival, and even if it was 2 million years ago.
Yeah.
That does not make the action better just because it happened 2 trillion years ago. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
the
the interesting thing is that that's actually called moral relativism. It is not objective morality. It's basically saying it's the position that you should make moral judgments relative to the time and the culture, etc. And some people are moral relativists, but the Christian moral objectivists will retreat into moral relativism when they're presented with heinous passages in the Bible.
Yeah. And in fact, on
and
that,
you know,
and just with respect to the last conversation we have, Bethos very kindly sent another super chat, and I just want to read it here because it pertains to what we're saying. The caller treated women as property, spoils of war. What a decent moral man. And this exactly ties into to what you're saying, Real, is like, that doesn't have a sell-by date. You can't just say, well, it was a long time ago, so it's all fine now. It doesn't go like that. It was bad then, it's bad now.
And the previous caller said, oh, that because people cultures were fighting against each other, then he's okay with it. And I'm like, cultures are still currently fighting against each other right now. How would you feel if something came up in the news that guys right now are doing? I know that they are doing it, but guys right now did what the people in his Bible did, that they are doing it right now. I wonder how he will feel, because it's still going on. It hasn't stopped. War hasn't stopped. Conquering hasn't stopped. So what changed? Oh, 2 million years ago. That's what. No, come on. The time doesn't make things better. People suffer. Real human beings suffered the consequences of this text.
Yeah.
We have to picture that these were real women, real men, real they are not just numbers. These were real people who were alive, that suffered because of this belief system.
Yeah.
I think even Jesus Christ suffered because of people's belief system. If Jesus was a real person that existed,
Yeah.
Jesus
Who
Christ
knows?
died because of people's bullshit.
Yeah.
So that's what people need to realize, that these are real women, real women were stoned to death because they didn't bleed on their wedding night. Picture that in your brain. How does it look to Christians? Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's
We
crazy.
completely agree with you, man. Thank you for pointing that out. It's a really good point.
All right.
A really good point. Thank you for coming in to share it with us. Thanks,
Take
buddy.
care.
All the best, man. Thanks. Okay, so we're going to move over to the YouTube side. Oh, we did have a YouTube guest, but it just dropped out, so we won't do that. We were going to speak to, was it Atum? If you want to come back and chat to us, very happy to, but just disappeared from the YouTube queue. So in that case, we'll stay on the TikTok side, and we will bring in Mastermind NJ from the TikTok queue. What's up, Mastermind?
Hey, what's going on, guy?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Welcome on with John and Sean. What would you like to say?
All right. Cool. Sure. Let me see which one. I think nobody chooses what they believe. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's our favorite subject around here. So basically, we tend to frame belief and think about belief like it's an action, like it's a thing you do. And this is a mistake. It's just a mistake. It's like a category error that we make. Believing something isn't an action that you do. It's something that happens to your mind. It's a little bit like becoming frightened. If something scares you, being scared isn't something you did. It's something that happened to you. And belief is exactly like that. So when something convinces you, when you're persuaded that something is true, when your mind has considered it, if you think it's true, if you find yourself convinced and persuaded, belief happens to you inevitably. You can't stop it. You have no choice. You're going to believe it. And if you're not persuaded, then belief is impossible. You cannot believe it if you're not persuaded that it's true or convinced that it's true. So the question then becomes, can you just decide to find something convincing? And if you think about it for just a second, you'll realize you can't. If you think about something now that you don't find convincing, and we can start with an extreme example, but it works for all examples. Something like the moon is made of chocolate. If you are not convinced that the moon is made of chocolate, you can't just decide to start finding it convincing. And this is the case for everything. So some people would say, well, yeah, that's obviously a silly example because we know it's not. But this is the case for everything. If you are not persuaded that a God exists, if you're not convinced a God exists, you can't just make a decision and then start being convinced. Something has to happen to create that conviction. Something has to happen to make a moment of persuasion happen to you such that you then are persuaded of it, and then the belief happens. But that's not something you can do just by will. So does that make any kind of sense to you?
Yeah. So do I believe in math?
Do you believe in maths? Are you asking me if I think you believe in maths?
Yeah.
I would say you probably do believe in maths because you've probably been convinced by the world around you that mathematics is a thing that in some sense exists. It exists in a slightly different way, but it is a concept, it's a thing. People use math every day, and you have become persuaded that it exists. Would be my guess.
Even though I don't understand math.
Even though you don't understand
it. I don't understand math.
Yeah, you don't understand it, but you know it's a thing that exists because you know there are mathematics professors. You have some understanding, even if you're not mathematical.
I never met one, though. I never met a mathematics professor.
But you understand that
them,
in order to build a bridge properly, you need to calculate what kind of loads
because I'm not into engineering.
Right, but are you
Master,
suggesting that you're totally ignorant
answer your own
about
question.
how everything in the world works?
Do you believe in math?
It just works.
Mathematics? Do you believe in mathematics, Master?
Do I
You're
believe
asking
in
us
mathematics?
Yeah, you asked us about your beliefs.
I believe
Okay,
mathematics
there you
is
go.
a thing. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So there's your answer.
So going back to the theory of belief.
Yeah.
Is to believe in math a thing, or is it something we were constructed to believe in?
Well, you become aware of mathematics as you start to become educated. You understand that things in the world have quantities and that we describe those quantities and the relationships between quantities. By the time you're 5 years old, you understand that 1 and 1 is 2, and 2 and 2 is
Is that?
4.
But that's not the truth around the
Right.
world, though. That is not a truth around the world.
It's
That's only
pretty.
here that we.
It's pretty much a truth around the world that most human beings without significant brain damage understand the concept of quantity on some level. Yeah, even some animals.
So do they understand? Oh yeah. So they understand calculus. They
I didn't say
understand
they
algebra
understand
1, algebra
calculus. No,
2.
that wasn't what I said. I didn't say they understand calculus. I
No,
said
no,
that
correct.
that
I'm just trying to
they
be more
understand.
broad in the
Yeah.
thought.
So they understand mathematics on a very basic kind of level. And then as they become older and more educated, if they're interested and able, then they may come to understand calculus as well. But all of that is by the by. The fact is that understanding that mathematics is a thing that exists is what creates the conviction that leads to the belief. And that's the case for absolutely everything.
Okay.
You could have said, do you believe in dogs? I would have given you the same answer. You see dogs. You
No,
have
no, no. We're not
evidence
talking
that.
about we're talking about stuff. Well, material things and
Oh,
what
you
is it
want to just
called?
talk about. You just want
Unmaterial
to talk
things, right?
about
Because math.
non-material. Well, you could have said, do you believe in
Correct.
rhyming? That words rhyme with each other. There's a non-material thing, right? And you
No,
understand
it's not in line to what I'm trying to say.
well, you understand that words can rhyme with each other, and that rhyming is a
I
thing.
understand that.
And so you have no
I
choice
don't
but
believe
to.
it, but I understand it.
Right.
I don't need to believe it. I understand it.
Okay. Well, what's the point you're trying to make? Are you trying to suggest that? Are you trying to argue that we do choose belief because we are able to believe in certain things which are immaterial? Because I think you're getting a little confused there.
No,
If that's
that we are taught to believe. That
taught to believe.
is healthy. Yeah, it's healthy when somebody teaches you how to believe and what to believe.
Right. And what does that have to do with the subject?
Everything. To
How so?
believe, right? You said everything, right? You said the rule of belief applies to everything.
Yeah. So it's the rule that applies to everything.
So do I learn math or I believe in
hang
math?
on. The rule that applies to everything is the idea that belief follows becoming convinced about something. That actually has nothing to do with whether you learn maths or whatever your other arm of that conditional was. There's nothing to do with it. You become aware that the mathematics exists as a thing, and then you believe in it because you've been persuaded. If you didn't,
let's say I'm a dumb person. I never was introduced to math.
well, then you wouldn't necessarily believe in mathematics. You wouldn't necessarily know about it, right?
Does it make it a false or not real because I don't believe in it?
It doesn't. Does it make what false or unreal?
Math.
Of course not. Your ignorance of
Okay.
mathematics wouldn't have any effect on its existence at all.
So how much math do I need to know to understand math completely?
Is that a serious question? No
I'm serious.
no one can understand maths completely because it's a highly broad
Okay.
subject, and there are people who just study number theory for decades and nothing else. So
And we continue to learn more.
Question is, and
Gotcha.
it's an expanding field with people doing research in
Gotcha.
mathematics, but it's not really anything to do with what we're talking about. This is actually not
Okay.
that deep.
So no.
Honestly, this is not that deep,
Okay.
Master. It's
It
pretty
is not
straightforward.
that deep. You think numbers are not that deep? You think
No,
numbers are not
I'm
that deep?
I'm not saying maths is not that deep. I'm saying the claim I'm making about belief is not that deep. It has profound ramifications when it comes to religious systems, but as a statement of human psychology, it's actually fairly
But
obvious.
hold on. Okay. So how long has the human being have been trying to erase or understand this idea about God?
How long has which human being been doing that?
The human being, the human race. So whatever you study, right? Because you
Right.
claim you're a scholar into the religion.
I don't think anyone knows how far back
I've never made the
God
claim that
belief
I'm a
goes.
scholar into religion. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from an anthropological point of view, cultures all over the world have been developing their own attempts to explain the world around them for as long as there have been people. So many tens of thousands
And
of years.
from those realities, from those beliefs, which one have you traveled to understand in the full capacity of their experience? Or you just read books?
Are you asking me, have I understood absolutely everything about the experience of people in every religion? Is that, or asking which ones I've
Pretty much so.
immersed myself in? I think I've learned.
That would be impossible.
The
Correct.
answer would
Thank
be
you.
none of them. The answer would be none of them. But I've learned enough about them to be able to talk about them
Well,
without necessarily
learn,
immersing
reading.
myself in them entirely.
I think reading is a section of right knowledge and information, but I don't think it's a full experience. And going back to my first premise about math, We could sit here, and this is my final point before I drop.
Okay.
My point to all this conversation was we could sit here and think that we know how to define a God, and I don't think we even reach that level of reasoning. That's my point.
We have a definition for what constitutes gods. We ask
We
each
do.
person.
Yes, we
Hold
do.
on, hold on. We ask each person individually what God they believe in, what their attributes are, etc., so that we can address their belief. There's not
Okay.
like one singular God concept, but
Okay. So, but it's that's not God though.
well, from your perspective, no. From someone else's perspective, maybe. It depends on which God concept you're talking about. There
Okay.
isn't a
But does it
singular
make
God
it? But
concept.
does that make it God? Just because I talk about space, do I really know space? What's out there in space?
I feel like this is going off
Yeah.
into a
It's
few different directions here.
it's a little confused, to be honest. I mean, I don't mean this with
Well, that's
any
the whole point
disrespect,
of.
but
Well,
but I
that's my
think
point.
but I think your point is kind of spread liberally around the map. I think you seem to be getting a little confused between the idea of believing in something and what makes you believe in it, which is the topic that you wanted to discuss, right? And then
Correct.
asking about whether we can gain a full understanding of people's religious experience just by reading about it. That's a totally different subject. It's fascinating and interesting as it
Correct.
is. It has zero to do with what we're actually talking about.
Well, why I'm speaking sporadically like that and touching different points because that's what the human experience is. Multiple experiences trying to understand something that we cannot narrow down.
Fair enough. But then I could tell you about the lovely sandwich I had for lunch, and that would enrich the
Well, who
conversation in a
cares?
different way, but not necessarily move us along towards a conclusion.
Well, what I'm trying to say that what I'm trying to say is right, just so you won't misinterpret what I'm saying, that we sit here on these lives claiming that we know how to define something that we really don't really understand, but we would think that we try. It's like the
Yeah.
dog barking on the moon every
What
night.
what does this have to do with belief being a choice?
Well, belief is a choice that is good to be taught something and to learn something that helps you see and understand things different. Belief is not a wrong thing. Even in religion, is not a wrong thing.
No one said
Yeah.
belief is a wrong thing.
Okay. Well, it sounds
Yeah.
like being a religious person is a wrong thing according to your approach.
No one's saying being a religious person is a wrong thing. I have lots of friends who are religious people and I love them and they're good people and I don't think they're doing a wrong thing. I think that certain religious ideas are very harmful, very damaging, and very toxic.
Which one
And
of those?
chief
Name
among
one
them
right now at this point.
Chief
One right
among
now at
them,
this modern world.
I'm about to. Chief among them is the idea that people should be held morally accountable for not being convinced of things. That to me is the most idiotic idea we've ever
You've
thought of.
been to you can you narrow it down, please, to an event or a situation or something more concrete?
I mean, have you
Going
read
to
the
hell.
have you read the Bible?
Ideology.
I beg your pardon?
It's ideology. Going to hell is ideology.
So
It's the
in the
dogma, it's not a biblical.
in the Bible, there's an idea, and in Islam as well, in the Quran as well, there's an idea that if you don't
Yes.
believe the right things, then you're going to be punished for that lack of belief. That lack of belief
There's no
creates a
that is not true.
well, you may say it's not true, but doctrinally, it absolutely is true that those books say that.
Doctrine, right? Doctrine, that's a dogma, that's a
Yeah.
teaching, right?
So when I say in the
But it's not
Bible, what
biblical.
I mean is I'm referring to the contents of the Bible. That's what what I mean
Okay,
by
read
that,
it, read it,
right?
read it dogmatically. Go read
Well,
it
it's not
clearly.
dogmatically, it's just what the text says. For example, those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God. So here you have a passage in the Bible, and this is not the only one. This is John 3:18, but Mark 16:16 adds to this the requirement to be baptized, and there are a number of other places as well
Okay,
where this idea
okay,
is put forward, right? That if you don't find yourself convinced of
gotcha.
the right things, that there's a punishment in store for you, and that's righteous, that's moral, that it's good, it's ethical, you kind of deserve it. And I think that's an idiotic idea because if you don't believe it, you don't believe it.
Agree.
And that's the only point. That's why I say nobody chooses what they believe on its own is a fairly kind of pointless statement. It doesn't really matter. Where it becomes
Okay,
important is when we then look at how much sense it makes to punish people or reward them based on what they believe. That's why it's
okay,
important.
okay.
That's
Now,
why I say
to
it.
my point to that, There's nowhere in that reference there is a mentioning of hell. And number two, that is interpretation. And number three, that was not written literally to none of us.
So here's Jesus talking about what happens to the non-believers.
To
Do
who?
not
To who that gospel was written?
to his followers. Do not fear who were worried about
Okay.
being persecuted. So he's saying they were worried about being persecuted by the authorities or being killed. And he says, don't fear those who kill the body, but can't kill the soul. Rather, fear the one who can destroy both body and soul in hell. Right? That's pretty disgusting, right? And here he is again
Yes,
in
yes, it
Book of
is.
Matthew talking about what happens to non-believers, and they will throw
Okay.
them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And this idea of
Okay.
fire and things is repeated a few times throughout in the Book of Matthew. The weeping and gnashing of teeth isn't referencing
Okay.
having a lovely time, is it? It's referencing
Not at
some
all.
sort of punishment, and that punishment is attached to non-belief, and that's the whole point
And
of
I'll
what
go
we're saying
back
here.
and I'll go back to my first point. That was not written to none of us.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it wasn't written to you or
Yes,
me.
it does matter because when you read a book, right? Do you care if if it's speaking to you or you just want to be informed of what they're
Right.
saying?
Well, then go out and speak to the 1.5 billion Christians in the world who are telling people that this
That,
pertains
well,
to
they
them.
choose to
Don't
believe
don't
that.
complain
That's
to
okay.
me. Well,
That
that's the
doesn't make it true.
point.
That doesn't make
They
it true,
don't.
though,
But hang on,
right?
we come right back to the beginning. You say if they choose to believe that, they don't choose to believe it. They become convinced of it by the people they trust
Okay,
to tell
but that
them.
doesn't make it. That doesn't
By
make
the
it true, though.
people they trust. I agree. It doesn't make it true, but they can become
Okay,
convinced of it by the people they trust to tell them how the universe works and what's real. Normally, their parents,
okay.
normally their primary caregivers, or the people entrusted to
Well,
educate
it's
them.
therefore, if you're still 30 or
Well,
40 some years old, still believing
well,
those
I'm sorry that.
erroneous teachings,
Well, the fact is, I have a slightly more compassionate view about
you
these things
don't
than it
stop acting
sounds.
like you're compassionate.
It sounds like you do. You're just saying, well, if they're stupid enough to believe it, then screw them. I take
No,
a
I didn't say
different
that. You're
view.
saying that.
Well, you said it's
No, you
their
don't
fault.
because you act like you're compassionate,
You
like you're
said
compa-
Dude, you got to stop talking over John.
it would be helpful if you could allow me to finish the sentence in my live stream. That'd be great. Thanks. So you said that it's their fault if they are going to choose to believe it, which is just full of mistakes because it doesn't take account of the fact that people are indoctrinated into beliefs. They don't choose to believe them. They're indoctrinated into them, and it doesn't take account of the amount of harm that these beliefs do when they're taught to children as facts. Children are told these things by their parents.
you're spreading lies.
Well, I'm not spreading lies. I'm just telling you how these things work.
No, I don't because I've been a believer all my life and it hasn't harmed me. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm not making a claim that it harms every believer. Obviously, that would be idiotic, which is why I've said before many times that for many people, religion is a really helpful thing. It's a fantastically helpful thing for some people. It gives them meaning, purpose, structure, comfort, solace. I get it. I've got no problem with that. If you're a believer and you're happy in your faith and it's giving you stuff in your life and helping you, good for you. I'm not interested in even taking that away from you. But the moment you start telling me that I deserve to go to hell for not believing your stories, then we have a problem.
And I have a problem with that too. And I agree with you on that.
Good. Well, then it sounds to me like you have a kinder theology than some of your fellow
Not a
believers.
kind of theology. I think the theology is there. It's just that we have not invested in clarifying the erroneous teachings that Western has implemented.
So you have the right interpretation.
I don't have the right one.
of,
No, I
of
don't
the
have the right
text.
interpretation. No, I didn't say that, please, because you act like you're the moral police of religion.
I'm not being the moral police. I'm pointing out the damage that these ideas do. And the damage is irrefutable.
And humanists have not been damaging too.
50 million Americans right now, at this moment, are suffering from PTSD like religious trauma. And 80
Who said
million.
that? And you believe that?
I've read it in reasonable survey data and academic research. Yeah.
Yep. I read that the Spider-Man is real too.
Well, you probably didn't read that somewhere very reliable.
I'm not really feeling here that you're trying to have a genuine exchange of ideas or a
I'm not really
genuine
feeling
conversation.
it either, because I think you're being a little obtuse,
Yeah.
if I may say.
Yeah.
Because I believe that you also being misinformed and spreading false claims.
What false
About
claims?
50 million Americans
what false
suffer from
claims?
PTSD. 50, you said 50 million?
It's tens of millions, yeah.
Tens of millions, now tens of millions.
Yeah.
I think your claim is false and
Go and look it
it's
up.
a lie. I don't need to look it up. You could look it up. I'm not the one
Yeah.
making the claim.
you think it's false just based on feels? Gotcha.
And
No,
if it
not
was and if
feels.
it
You
was
cannot
1
prove it. You
million,
cannot show me no fact, though.
let's say for argument's sake, I've got my numbers wrong. I don't think I have, because I did actually.
Oh, show me. Then show it. Go
research
like you
this
show the Bible
carefully.
verses. Go get the research and post it.
Okay, well, I will do that if you want. I'm not going to do it right now in the middle of talking to you, but
Because you're not going to find it.
I will post the data and a link to that data in this
No, you're not
live
going to
stream
find it.
later
Because
on.
you know, you're going to forget.
Let's say, for argument's sake, let's say I've got my figures wrong and it isn't tens of millions, it's only 1 million, or it's only 100. Does that make it right?
No, it doesn't, and it's a lie too.
So that's the point.
So nobody's been harmed by, like, had religious trauma or harmed by this very prevailing. Okay, all right.
I know a lot of people have been harmed.
Okay, so how many? Since tens of millions is a lie and 1 million is a lie, what's the number and what is your? Yeah,
let's say 30,000, 40,000, 50,000.
Oh, okay. So how'd you come up with that?
Just like you did, you made a number up.
And that's fine by you, right? I mean,
this
is such a ludicrous argument that you're saying.
I didn't say that was fine.
Well, then the number doesn't matter, does it? It's the principle that's important.
Matter.
Why does the number matter?
Because lies could be generated by false assumptions.
And the point of that is?
Or false information. That your false information could make it seem that there is millions, right? You said 50 millions of believers are suffering PTSD, and that is a false claim that you made up, making it, and your followers would take it like it's true. But you will never prove that or show those true numbers.
Right. Okay. I'm trying to find it for you right now. So it says...
If he does, will you apologize on the air? If he does, will you apologize?
I'm apologizing. Yes, I will apologize. Yes, I will. Why shouldn't I?
Okay. I'm trying to find the link for you right now, so I can put it here. Now, I'm slightly doing this on the fly, so it might be that what I'm finding is
okay. Please take your time.
Is not the thing, but I'm going to try and find it because I did a post on religious trauma.
You know what's 50 million people?
That is months ago.
Ludicrous, bro.
Okay, so this is an abstract from the journal. I'm trying to on religious trauma. It was a SHRM journal.
Will you apologize to me that you're falsifying information and sharing it like it's true?
Yeah, absolutely. So It says the sociological study aimed to ascertain the percentage of adults living in the United States who have experienced religious trauma and what percentage presently suffer from religious trauma. After compiling data, the study concludes it's likely that around 1/3 of US adults have experienced religious trauma. What's the population of adults in the United States?
I think the total population is like 300 something million.
What's a third of 300 million?
That third of 300 million?
Yeah.
Would be 100 million.
Okay. I think I rest my case, don't you?
Okay. I apologize for that.
Case. Okay.
Good. But next time, don't say 50 million.
I should have said
100.
You're right.
I was just being conservative with my figures. So there we are. I think that probably concludes our business.
So
we're going to move on to Mars.
Can you bring Mars up?
Yep. Yeah, we'll bring up Mars. And then we have Atum. I see you on the YouTube side. You've been in and out a bit. Hold where you are, and we'll get you after this one, Atum. So thank you very much for waiting. Okay, bringing in Mars. Howdy.
Hello.
Mars, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Sean. Doing great as always. Host and Sean, hope you guys doing well.
Hello.
Yeah. So if I could just introduce Mars real quick. You're on a second account right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Long story, but you'll be back on your old one. Mars is a content creator dealing with theology. He's a former Muslim. If you ever go into his lives, things can get a little chaotic sometimes. So Mars, when he interjects himself, I find him to be a very intelligent and insightful person. Awesome. And he likes to use the Socratic method, which I do as well. So I always enjoy listening to him.
Fantastic.
But
yeah, super welcome here, Mars.
Appreciate that so much. First I want to thank you for having me. I have been on this live, not obviously not on the panel, but I've watched a few. Sean always sends me, and I really admire what you guys are doing, like creating space for like curiosity and honest conversations rather than just hostility and this and that and disrespect and calling each other names and yada yada yada.
Thank you.
that
That's
makes
what
it
we.
possible to like explore these topics without, you know, hostility or judgment.
Yeah.
But ideally, I think what Sean was asking me yesterday was he made me dig into something that I've never actually like properly thought about, which is think about my journey and how I came to the conclusions and how I came to my belief and yada yada yada. And my journey to like to non-belief. I don't like identify myself as an atheist or like as a theist. I just believe
That's fine.
we don't truly know what is happening yet. Like the idea of existing, of why something exists at all, is just unbearably
Unknowable.
incoherent. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it just doesn't make any sense. But it was a very difficult process. Like I had to confront, and which I'm pretty sure a lot of people here would also kind of relate to that. You know, confronting that my worldview is just one of many. It's not the true worldview. It's not a base reality. It's just
Yeah.
one of many, and that nobody truly has the final answer. And humans naturally crave certainty. We want to be sure. We want to know where we come from. We want to know where we're going. We need a stable base reality. Every human here needs a stable base reality, and sometimes that base reality can be completely false, can be incoherent, can be inconsistent. You just need it to make sense to you, and that's it. That's all you really need. And religion kind of offers that. But I realize it can also create psychological dependence, even what you might call religious psychosis, for example, where belief is just held more for comfort rather than truth. And I've always like questioned foundations, and it's not just what do I believe, but also why do I believe it, or what counts as knowing anything at all. That's when you touch on epistemology and philosophy and yada yada yada. And applying that same standards of evidence and reasoning to like religion as I do to everything else, I realized I wasn't convinced anymore. And part of that realization hit hard when I thought about what we really have. All we have are just interpretations and subjective reasoning. The stories passed down through what generations. And I made a video, funny enough, yesterday. I stood in front of a graveyard with like real people who had lived and are no longer with us, none of whom came back to confirm religion or atheism. Everything else is just our interpretations, whether it's myths or like unfalsifiable metaphysical claims, such as a massive claim such as God, for example. And the assumptions that doesn't make it meaningless. It's normal to feel these kind of things. We're humans. But the main idea of that video was to say, we just don't know. The best thing to do is just be intellectually honest and be humble. Make room for like other worldviews. Make room for more understanding, for more knowledge. And if there's any atheist or like agnostic people here who are going to go through this journey or going through that journey or have already, you will go through this where people, for example, at some point would praise your intelligence, right? Now, I don't claim I'm intelligent at all. I believe the more you dig into these kind of things, the more you realize you don't actually know much, right? And people will praise you for your intelligence, but then the moment you go against their beliefs, they'll tell you you're lost. Oh, may God guide you. Saying things like, may God guide you. And like you'd be living around well-meaning people, right? They're not bad people who will politely question your beliefs and test your resilience. But that's an important stage that everybody needs to go through, especially when you're leaving beliefs, for example, when you're leaving religions and yada, yada, yada. That stage is going to come where people are constantly going to belittle you all the time. And it's important to go through that stage, you know, and think about life, meaning, morality, data, all these different things are just human construct. It's not guaranteed by a higher authority. And that's something that you only understand after you go through that stage. So don't take this as like an identity, you know, atheism or theism or agnosticism, whatever it may be. It's not Don't take it as an identity. Don't make it like this certain thing. You know, it's just a position that we arrive at after confronting the hardest questions and challenging assumptions that most people accept without a thought, without a single thought, just born into it, accepted it, and then just grew into it. And
Yeah.
we're all kind of still exploring, you know what I'm saying?
What I
I
would
still
add
care
to
about
that,
meaning, morality,
I think you're
humanity,
right.
and yeah,
You are right, and there's a lot more to it. I mean, Sam Harris a few years ago came out and said that he didn't think we should use the word atheism because we don't have special words for people who don't believe in astrology or special words for people who don't believe in fairies. But actually, I actually think he wasn't entirely right, because when we were living in a society or a culture where all around us we're being bombarded with these ideas about these sort of religious concepts and religious ideas, it can be quite useful to just have a shorthand to say, you know, a word to describe, a sort of flag to wave, to just say on these things, I don't buy it. Like it's not the totality of who you are. It doesn't define you. It doesn't say anything about your political views, about your, you know, values, about anything like that. It's just to say on this one issue, I don't buy it. And it's like a shorthand to say that. And that can aid in sort of being able to spot the other people who also don't buy the bullshit. And also, you know, in that sense, I think the term can be helpful. But I understand also what you're saying. Like there's a lot more to it than just labels and jumping onto sort of tribes.
absolutely. I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really all I had to say. I kind of lost my train of thought, but
Yeah.
yeah, I appreciate you guys having me. And
Yeah, great perspective, man, and I appreciate you coming up and introducing yourself and sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
always
appreciate
enjoy
that
them.
so
I'll
much.
come and check out. Your live as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, hope you guys have a nice day. And
Thanks, Miles.
yeah, I'll continue watching from the comments.
Thanks, Miles. All the best. Thanks, buddy.
Take care.
Okay, we
All right,
are
Miles.
going to head over to the YouTube side and bring in
Okay.
Atum, who's been trying to join, but hopefully be able to bring Atum in now. Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We got you. Just right. Welcome.
Nice, I'm back again. It's Atum. What I'd like to ask is, what's your interpretation on resurrection from the biblical side?
Well, in the cultural milieu against which we can look at this story, there were lots of resurrection stories. Resurrection wasn't unique to Jesus. Everyone was being resurrected all over the place. There are stories of Nero being resurrected. There's another character whose name I now forget. Justin always talks about him. It might come back to me. Aristeus was a chap who was apparently resurrected. Lots of witnesses to his resurrection written about a lot more contemporaneously than Jesus's resurrection. I think when people die, they die, and resurrection is not a thing. It's a made-up nonsense. Is my view. I see no reason to think that everything we currently understand about biology is false, and everything we currently understand about, you know, what happens to a person after they stop living is false under certain circumstances. I just don't see any reason to think that. So I look at resurrection stories kind of the same way I look at other, you know, miraculous claims. You know, the same, to me, it's the same thing as statues crying tears and things like that. It's kind of cute story. Like, yeah, cute story. But, you know, we're in the 21st century now. We've mapped genomes. We're looking out into the Hubble deep space field. We've got quantum computers. We don't need to be worrying about these kind of silly things. That's my view. What about you? What do you think about resurrections?
Well, myself, Atum, I believe in the creator, but with the resurrection, what I interpreted, because I'm a bit of, I take an interest in biology, and to my theory of resurrection on the science side is that before primordial tribal bloodlines had stronger genetics. So when they had children, the children basically look like copies of themselves, damn nearly copies because of the strong bloodlines. So they have similar facial symmetry, even behavioral traits. And when I mean by behavioral traits, even if you took one of their children and then you raise them on the other side of the world away from their parents, because they have such a genetic strong traits, they'll even have certain behavioral traits. Say when they're thinking, they rub their chin, or when they're stressed, they have a certain frequency of cry. So basically, my interpretation of resurrection is basically where your bloodline or your DNA brings up old traits of old bloodlines. So let's just say today there's children, and let's just say they look more like, say, their grandparents or great grandparents than their actual parents. That's because dormant DNA, basically out of probability and numbers, just happen to just come up, and literally they're like, oh, that person looks just like grandpa. And
Okay.
that's my interpretation of resurrection.
I see what you're saying. I mean, that doesn't account for someone dying as an adult and then apparently being seen, 2 weeks or a year or 2 years later. That would, the sort of children looking like their parents thing would only work if you allow enough time to go past for the child to grow up, right?
Well, what I was actually meaning is that, say, dormant DNA bringing up traits of more older people in the generation bloodline, or it's basically how it's less of a ghost ooky spooky resurrection. It's more of a how could I say logical scientific approach, as in it's basically just them just having very strong traits physically, biologically, and also behavioral, mental traits of bloodlines. That's all I see it is. It's just that now, because people are so mixed up with different tribes, people don't really have the same strength of DNA as it was back then. So then,
I'm not completely sure your strength of DNA is really a thing. I mean, I'm not a biologist.
yes, no, that's definitely 100% a thing, as in primordial bloodlines have more stronger genetics. It makes sense, because look at Africa. In Africa, say South Africa, you have certain people who are the Khoisan, and basically they look like they have the bone structures and facial structures of Asian people. And then you have people in Ethiopia, and they have very, how can I say, some of them have very strong Caucasian traits of smaller lips, straight nose. There's different traits of people where, when the primordial bloodline, it's fact, the primordial bloodline has more stronger genetics. It's a fact. So, primordial bloodlines have stronger genetics.
I'm still not sure what this has to do with our subject, though. So
yeah,
sorry if I went a bit off the subject, and I apologize. And
right.
Next time I come on, I won't do that again. Okay. Sorry about that.
No,
there's actually.
And I gotta say, I agree with most of the stuff you say before I come off. That's why I didn't really know what to ask. that's the only reason. I bloody believe most of the stuff you say anyway.
Fair enough, Atum. Well, thanks for coming to join.
Off. Let me let you do your thing.
To join, but yeah, thanks for coming in to speak to us anyway.
All right. Peace and abundance.
All the best. Thanks, my friend. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, I always feel slightly uncomfortable talking about things like strong bloodlines. It's just it's got a certain, not totally sure I'm comfortable with that, but who knows? Maybe I'm just the ignorant one. Okay, we are going to bring in user on the TikTok side, user 19173. And we'll bring Sean back in as well. Sean fell out for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Can I touch on something on the? And I agree with you about the whole DNA thing. That was a little touchy, but on an important note, because I see a lot of discussions about, if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, what's your alternative explanation? And there seems to be this inclination that if you don't accept that he rose from the dead, you have to have an alternative explanation and be able to explain it. And that's not how burden of proof works.
Yeah.
If they don't provide sufficient evidence for such a monumentous thing like someone actually rising from the dead, if they don't meet their burden of proof for that claim, I don't have to have an alternative explanation, and I don't, because I don't know enough about history.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, when they say an alternative explanation for what? What is it that they are suggesting needs
For
explaining? For the
some
fact
of
that
his
a cult
disciples,
blew up?
they saw him. Yeah. Well, so the explanation is supposed to be for this group of people swore they saw Jesus and thought they saw Jesus.
Yeah.
Liar, lunatic, or Lord.
Lord.
That whole
Yeah.
thing, which is a false trilemma. But
Silly.
anyway, yeah. But you don't have to be forced into, like, I either accept this or I have an alternative explanation. That's not how burden of proof works. But
Yeah,
anyway, sorry.
absolutely.
Did we lose someone?
No. Yes, we did actually. Yeah, we did. We did lose someone. That's a shame. I brought a guest in, but okay. And Sean, just let you know, you need to connect to the YouTube chat again because I've lost you in there.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
When you got a minute, just do that. In the meantime, we will bring Ace in, and then we'll see what happens after that. Hey, Ace.
Hello, John. How are you again?
Nice to speak to you again. How are you?
It's great to see you. So, I'm great. Firstly, I want to say something about the bloodline thing. Just one line on that.
Yeah.
The only technically objectively superior bloodline wouldn't even be a bloodline. It would be if you had Rh null blood, which is so rare that I think 40 people in the world have it. Just because of how it's compatible with everyone. Just a random fact for everyone.
Okay.
I don't have it. No one I know has it. It's almost impossible to have, but it's a genetic trait which actually, not genetic, but a blood trait which means that it works with any blood.
Fair enough. I know not of these things, so I can't speak about it.
Okay, sorry.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
So I disagree with obviously the first one.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because do you believe that that claim because you judged it true, or because you were causally forced to accept it regardless of its truth? So nobody chooses what they believe is the claim, right?
Yeah. So the claim, nobody chooses what they believe. I believe that claim because I'm persuaded by the evidence for it.
What's the evidence?
So the evidence comes from behavioral psychology and neuropsychology and neuroscience and philosophy to an extent, and most importantly, just like the lived experience of thinking about what it feels like to be unconvinced of something and how ridiculous it is that you could just say, now I'm going to decide to be convinced of it. That you just have to think about it for a moment. You realize you can't do that. That isn't how belief ever works. Nobody gets up in the morning and says, today I'm going to decide to start being convinced by this thing that I currently don't find convincing. It's just not possible to do that and be honest. You can do it in bullshit, but if you're being honest, that's just not how it works. Belief cannot work that way, because what we mean by belief is that your brain, your mind, has settled on an assumption about how things are. That's what it means to believe something, or how they are, or how they likely are. And that isn't something that you can just switch on and off, like a switch. So my main reason, even if I had no evidence from neuroscience on this, if I had not looked into any of these kind of one step away ways of looking at this, just my own experience is what would lead me to this conclusion. And in fact, that's what led me to it first, because I was involved in a debate online with someone, and he said to me, just choose to accept Jesus, just choose to believe that Jesus died for you. And I realized in that moment that it wasn't that I didn't want to, it was that I was unable to. I just wasn't able to, because I was like, well, I can't. I can't choose to be persuaded by this thing that I'm not persuaded of. And then I realized that applied to all my beliefs. And then I realized that applies to everyone's beliefs. So even without all the other evidence, I would still be persuaded that this is the case.
Okay. So there's a couple things there, right? Just to make it clear that I'm not conflating your argument, because I hate doing that, and sometimes I do it. I think everyone does it. That's a psychological feature. Your main point is that you're defining belief as a brain level predictive state, an assumption about how things are or are likely to be.
Yeah.
And And you're saying two things with this: you can't switch it on and off at will, and your own experience confirms that.
Yeah.
Now, I agree with the first point. Belief is not obviously a light switch you can turn on off to have light or not light, right? But, and obviously no serious theory can decide 2 plus 2 is 5, unless they believe it. So voluntarism in the crude sense obviously fails. But then when you experience changes, when you're encountering evidence, do your beliefs change? If
They
yes,
can. They don't
then your
always.
belief forming system is tracking reasons. It extends to stuff as evidence, coherence, prediction error, which isn't an arbitrary thing.
Yep.
So the fault which I see in your reasoning is you're moving from I can't directly toggle beliefs by sheer will to there's no meaningful epistemic agency.
Oh, I've never
I
said
don't
that.
see the
I never said
gap
there's no
in between
meaningful
that.
epistemic agency. I said that our brains are shaped specifically to try and figure out what is true and what isn't true, and there are evolutionary reasons for that. So we have cognitive apparatus in our brains which are specifically for trying to figure out what's true and what's not true, because it confers an obvious survival advantage to do that, right? If you can't tell the difference between the poisonous water and the good water, or a predator and prey, you're not going to do very well. So our brains were shaped by evolution to create a sort of mental map of reality which matches as closely as possible. Otherwise, you mistake a poisonous snake for a piece of fruit, you're not going to do great, right? So I didn't say that the process of becoming convinced of something else is, I don't want to misquote you, but I can't remember how you framed it, like arbitrary, or that we can't change our beliefs. We do. Our beliefs change when we become convinced of something.
Then aren't you choosing a new belief because evidence came about because of it, right? And another thing is right is
Can I address that point before we get
yeah, sure.
onto the other one? So you said, aren't you choosing a new belief because evidence came about? No, you're not choosing it, and this is where the semantics might be a little tricky, right? Choosing implies that you could have done something something different, right? I'm not arguing that your mind isn't the source of the change of belief. Of course it is, because you're the one doing the perception. You're the one doing the evaluation of what's true. What I am arguing is that process isn't something that you can control and shape the outcome of. You can control whether you do it or not, often, not always, but you can be closed-minded, right? You can be blind to evidence. You can try and, you can orient yourself towards new information, or you can block it off and not be accepting. But what you can't do is, having taken in new information, you can't decide how your mind is going to evaluate it. You can't decide whether you're going to find it convincing or not. That's the only part of the process that you can't control, because it's more like a perception. It's a little bit like looking at two objects, and one of them is obviously larger than the other one, and saying, well, did you decide to perceive the larger one as larger? No, you didn't decide to. You used your free will to look at the objects. You could have chosen not to, but you chose to look at them. So yeah, there's a choice that lives in there. But having looked at them, your brain is perceiving the difference in size, and it's letting you know that object A is bigger. That's how belief works too.
Okay, that's a very good point. And now I'm going to ask some rhetorical questions. So, as in, obviously, they're going to be, obviously, what I assume you would agree with, but they're not genuine questions to go deeper into. So, can you choose what evidence to look at?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you choose whether to reflect longer or stop?
Sure.
Can you choose whether to seek counter arguments or avoid them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Based on that, then you can shape the inputs to the belief forming process, and over time that shapes outcomes. The problem is with your argument is you're equating no direct control with no meaningful control at all.
I could say you're equating influencing the process with directing the output, right? I would make the same argument. So in my book about this, out November the 3rd, I keep on meaning to. I was my intention today to show the book cover, and I wasn't able to do it because I had massive technical problems, which is why we started the stream late. In my book, I have a chapter called "The Edges of Control," which is about exactly what you're talking about. It's about what does it mean to say and to reflect on the fact that you can make all of these choices about how you seek information, about how open-minded you are, about whether you look for contrary, all the points you said, spot on. That's the zone, right? That's all the stuff you can do, and that's why I've never made the claim that there's nothing you can do to influence the likelihood of your beliefs changing. You can absolutely do that. Just the one thing you can't do, and the thing that isn't equivalent to, is direct the output of that process of consideration. All you can do is look at the information that's there and allow your brain to do its thing. And understanding that our brains are deeply flawed. We're not perfect moral agents. We are not, reasonable agents, logical. We make mistakes. We have motivated reasoning. We have emotions that push us towards erroneous conclusions all the time. We're much more emotion driven than logic and reason driven. So knowing all of that, we're these kind of slightly imperfect, a little bit broken reasoning machines that get it right a fair amount of the time and get it wrong a fair amount of the time. But the actual process of whether you find yourself convinced by something is something you discover about yourself. It's not something you choose.
I'll say one thing, right? This is probably one of the higher level debates I've had on this specific subject, at least. But one thing I'd say, right, and this is obviously where the semantics comes into it, because of course, like one thing I'd say, right, is what would directing outputs even mean in the context of belief?
Well, if you could direct the outputs, you could literally just make a decision to make yourself convinced of something. And if we could do things like that, no one would ever worry, because the moment you felt yourself feeling anxious or worried about something, you could just make the decision to not believe that was a significant risk, and then you wouldn't be worried anymore. And people suffer a lot from worrying, and there's evidence right there that you can't just turn it off. You can't just say, I'm just going to decide to believe something else. It would be great in a way if you could. It would also be a little dangerous, because the inability to choose your beliefs actually is adaptive in a certain way of looking at things, because it forces you to confront reality. And there are situations where a pleasing delusion actually might put you in danger. You might want to think that someone is safe, for example, or someone is no threat to you. But if there's evidence there that they are a threat to you, if you're lucky, your mind will perceive that correctly and show this person's a threat. If you could just choose all the time to think whatever you wanted, then we may not be able to track reality reliably, and we don't anyway. But it would be even worse, I think. Did you want to say something, Sean? It sounded like you were going to come in on something there.
Oh no, it's covered already. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Is that all right, Ace?
I
I think have I reasonably responded to your points?
I think you're reasonably responding, and I think it's mainly a semantics thing, because I think we are interpreting nobody chooses what they believe differently.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think we all agree. It's just what we would label choosing, that's where the disagreement lies. So like you can certainly choose the process, as we've all described, what your information diet is or what have you, but what we can't do is just decide the outcome of my inquiry is going to be this, and then it is so, because either you'll expose yourself to convincing information or you will not.
I was going to make a joke about Kant there, but I don't know if the chat would understand that, because Kant did just that. He was there like, I have this conclusion, and I need to make my belief match this conclusion. It was kind of a weird thing, but that's away from the subject, right?
Yeah.
So
well, dude,
I think. Oh, sorry.
Did you have anything else, or we might move on unless you've got another point?
I do have. We can continue this debate really for hours. In my view, but like if you do want to move on, you can move on. But the final thing I'd say would be, obviously, if outcomes were completely unshapable, then education, debate, therapy, scientific training would have no systematic effect.
Yeah, which is why I say that the outcomes aren't unshapable. They're just not directly choosable. So, for example, when you go to therapy, the idea of going into therapy is to enter a process by which your beliefs, say about yourself, could change. If someone thinks they're not worthy, or they have a very low sense of their own value, or whatever it might be, the idea of going to therapy is to challenge those beliefs and try to change them. But the way you change them isn't just by going, well, I'm going to decide to think something else then, and then ping, it's all done. The reason why it takes a long time to affect those kind of changes, and this is evidence for my position, is that they only happen when that person's genuine convictions about themselves change. And that's hard, because the person needs to be persuaded about that change rather than just choose it. And persuading someone that long-held assumptions about themselves are perhaps not right, it can take a long time. It can take a long time to tip that person into being persuaded by new things, and sometimes it doesn't work. Some therapeutic projects don't have the desired outcome, and this is another data point for the fact that beliefs can't just be chosen. Because if they could, you could just go in and say, well, I'm hung up on this issue, I'm just going to choose not to be, and it would all go away, and that would be it. But it doesn't work like that, because it takes a lot. It can take a lot anyway to change beliefs, but it can be done through persuasion.
So,
dude, we're going to move it on, but thank you for coming.
Final statement I'll say, though. I think you've mainly conceded my main point, which was basically beliefs are shapeable. That was my whole point.
Yeah.
Because the way I've debated people when they say nobody chooses it is their beliefs, they normally have a pure deterministic outlook.
Right.
Which would mean arguments are useless.
Yeah, that's not where I'm coming from at all. And I
Okay,
have explicitly not made I've explicitly made the point many times that I don't take the position that beliefs are not shapeable and that these things can't be changed. It's just that they're changed through persuasion, they're not changed through volition.
Which obviously we agree. I think we just disagree on the language.
Sounds that way.
Which is obviously just a linguistic thing.
Nice to talk to you as always.
It's nice to talk to you as always, Sean. Have a great life, yeah? I'm going to send some gifts later.
Thanks, Ace. All the best.
Thank you. Great day.
Thanks. Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? When you're going to talk about these things, sometimes the semantics can be important. And I don't like to get hung up on semantics, but you can end up agreeing by mistake or disagreeing by mistake. We just had Brian in the YouTube queue, who then just vanished. Brian, if you want to join us on the YouTube side, on the link, just come up again. I'll get you straight in. You were the front of the YouTube queue, and in fact, you were the only YouTube queue. So I was just about to bring you in, Brian, on the YouTube side. But failing that, we will dip into the TikTok queue again, and we just have to quickly bring in our good friend of the channel, Screaming Silence, aka Richie. How are you, my friend? Oh, TikTok. There we go. Hey, how are you?
Good. Good to see you guys. How you doing?
And you, great.
Doing well, thank you.
You talking about the whole belief thing. It's interesting. Something just came to my mind. I've went to, I want to say it's like 4 different churches I was a part of in my lifetime, and one pastor that I had when I was a teenager, he used to say from the pulpit that he firmly believed that there was going to be people in heaven by accident. And what he meant by that was at some point in their life, they had heard the story of Jesus and they understood it and they believed it in that moment, but then they never did anything with it and they moved on with their life, and they never practiced as a Christian. They never had it affect their life in any way. But because
once
in that
saved,
moment,
always saved.
Yes.
They might have become a serial murderer. They might have, right. Yeah. It's such a ludicrous idea.
Yeah. And what's so crazy is like, he would say this because he was trying to get people to always share the gospel, because he would be like, you never know that someone might understand it and believe it in that moment, and you could have just saved them from eternal hell. And I remember thinking to myself, how horrible that you could have someone that was by all means lived the life of a saint and helped people and took care of people and sacrificed and just spent their whole life doing right and helping people, but because they never actually had that belief that they were going to end up in hell, but this other person accidentally ended up there, was just insane to me.
Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. I don't know how they thought this crap up. Honestly, it's so ludicrous. You know,
I this was before social media and TikTok and stuff, and I think a lot of looking back, humans don't really change, and I think that just like with TikTok, how in order to get a lot of followers and order to get a lot of views, you sometimes have to say things that are kind of outside the norm.
yeah,
So I do think that sometimes these preachers and these pastors, have these radical ideas because it gets a whole new group interested, and, oh, what else?
could
What
be.
else do they?
Yeah, could be that. Yeah, it is totally crazy. I was going to say something, but it just popped out of my head. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, it's madness. Um, yeah. Is that it, Rich? Have you got anything else, or was that the point you wanted to make?
It was that, and then also I have been, just because honestly right now it's been really helping me deconstruct and stuff. I've been watching a lot of lives of the same nature, and it's really unfortunate, and I know it always does come down to, and I know this is why you give people a lot of leeway, because they are truly saying these things most of the time because they believe it. But when these Christians say, you can't have any sort of moral structure or understanding because you don't believe in God, it's just very disingenuous, and it does make me a little sad, because it, it's like a superiority complex. And I do think that is a problem with religion, because they're telling people that they're choosing their beliefs. So in a way, they're more righteous because they decided to be so. So it
Yeah,
automatically frames this mindset of, I'm better than you.
it is.
And even though, I'm sorry,
No,
even
I
though
agree.
a lot of them will say that's not the Christian belief and that's not what, how we feel, I think deep down they do feel that way, because that's kind of the claim that they're making is, I chose this and you didn't. And then they make up the reasons why.
Yeah,
A
it's
pet peeve of mine is when we're told you act like you believe in God because you don't go around schmurdering and graping people and stuff.
Hmm.
That because I'm against those things, I'm borrowing from Christianity.
Hmm.
Like
right. Yeah,
I'm stealing from their culture.
yeah.
And it's so ludicrous, but I can't tell you how many times I've been told that. Like, you actually think that that's like a novel thing that Christianity came up with?
Hmm.
Or even that I have to borrow from Christianity to like have empathy and not want to do horrible things to people?
It's also just so ignorant, just from a kind of anthropological point of view. I mean, Christianity
Hmm.
sprung up like 2,000 years ago. Homo sapiens has been on the ground operating quite successfully for, I don't know, 150, 200,000 years. Do they think that
Hmm.
Yeah,
it
two to
hadn't
200, 300.
maybe through 200, 300, right? Hundreds of thousands of
Yeah.
years of figuring out that we do better when we cooperate than when we're on our own, or just trying to kind of eat each other's kids. It's like it's. Do they think they invented that? How do they think people managed before? Like it's such an idiotic idea that they're saying
Right.
did all of those Australopithecines borrow from Christian culture that hadn't come about and was not going to come about for a quarter of a million years still? Were they borrowing from the
Right.
future? It's so
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
so stupid. It is such a stupid line of arguing.
Well, and the other thing too is, if you do a little, I'm sure you know this, but if you look into this, there are some different claims out there, but generally speaking, um, statistically, atheists actually commit less crimes, and there's less amount of them like in prison than people who have some sort of religious structure. That's not to say that one thing's causing the other,
Yeah,
but there is some evidence to say that religion doesn't really change the moral uh, like
Yeah,
hierarchy
yeah.
of different societies.
You're right. You can't make the claim that being religious is likely to make you a better person. That's a claim that doesn't stand up against the evidence
Well, and
No,
my
no, it doesn't at all.
Yeah.
yeah, and my sister was talking to me over Christmas when I saw her. She, she's concerned for me because I don't, I'm not a Christian anymore or practicing. And I was kind of telling her like, well, what do I gain from it? And one of the things that she kind of brought up was this whole moral argument. And I said to her, I was like, well, I became honestly a better person since I stopped being involved in the faith. And she was looked at me like, what? Like, and she's like, how so? Like, she's like, this is interesting. I was like, well, I said, the Christian faith teaches you that everybody is born a sinner. They're destined basically to failure and to do bad things, and they're inclined to be selfish and harmful, and just basically all the things that Christianity teaches you, and that they basically no good in them outside of God. So
Yeah.
at least for me, having that system kind of made me less empathetic towards people. But since I was out of it,
Interesting.
yeah, since I was out of it, I look at people differently where I'm like, man, like everyone's just trying to figure everything out. And a lot of them are operating with a lot of past trauma and hurt and being told they're not good enough. So when I look at people now, I kind of look at them as their experiences that they've probably gone through that's shaping their actions, and not necessarily like they were born destined to be evil or bad, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
It does.
Right.
Yeah. It does. Well, on that subject, before we move on, my system for tracking the super chats and being able to display them on screen is being a little bit quirky, but I did capture this one. I'll just have to read it to you. Thank you so much, Moustache Mac, for sending a super chat and $20. I really appreciate that. And the point is absolutely appropriate to what we're talking about now. Emotivism is a subjective theory which argues that moral judgments are merely expressions of emotion rather than having a truth value, like subjectivism or objectivism. Theft is wrong is not true or false thoughts. I absolutely agree with this. And the first time I came across this was in A.J. Ayer's book, Language, Truth and Logic. And I always liked how he describes it. He basically says, if you say something's right, it's basically the same as saying, giving to charity, hooray. And if you say something's wrong, hurting children, boo. That's basically what it means. And I think this really does, it tracks, I think. I think there's something to this. Because what else does it mean? We're talking about, well, you could say, well, what really it means how we ought to behave to each other. Yeah, but what does how we ought to behave to each other means? It really means doing this thing, hooray, doing this other thing, boo.
Yeah.
And so I personally find that this idea, there are smarter people than me who disagree on this, and they're moral, they're moral realists. I think Sam Harris probably would not necessarily buy into this view, but to me, it makes sense.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, I disagree with Sam Harris. When I took I took a few JC classes and wrote a paper on morality, and I actually quoted Sam Harris and addressed him in my paper.
From The Moral Landscape?
Excerpts that I haven't read the entire book because I was like working in late nights, but excerpts from his book.
It's a good book.
Yeah,
but,
I heard it's good. Yeah.
I just don't quite follow him all the way there, because I do ultimately think that this I think it's non-cognitivism, I think is the other way of describing it. Basically, that's what we're saying. And the mistake that people make is they say, well, if you're going to do that, you can't ever say that anything's right or wrong. No, that's such a complete misunderstanding of what it means.
It's like saying, well, then morality doesn't exist. Okay, but they'll never say something like beauty doesn't exist, right?
Right.
Like,
right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Well,
exactly.
and I think that it's very dangerous to kind of just have this view that things are just black and white. Most things in life, I think, are kind of gray. So if you tell someone stealing is objectively wrong, it's like, okay, but let's give some examples. If your family is starving and your 3-year-old is about to die, I would kind of think it's a good thing for you to go and steal some bread and milk so that your child doesn't die.
If that's what
almost
it is.
every Yep, almost every moral, almost. I can't think of any for certain things, but the most things that we consider wrong, even things like unaliving someone, I
Mm,
can come up with scenarios where it's the absolute most moral thing you could do at that time. Um, so when we say ought, I cannot for the life of me. I've done a lot of thinking about this. I cannot get an ought without some kind of goal or reason behind the ought.
yep.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
ought to do this thing in order to achieve this desired outcome or this desired end state. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and so there's just it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being a human is very complex, and I think the more we um, just understand that and not try to just nail down everything. This is why I don't like labels, particularly for myself. You know, people want to ask, "Are you Republican? Are you Democrat? Are you an atheist? Are you like all these things?" And I just always say, "Give me a subject, and I'll tell you how I feel about it."
Yeah.
Because they're automatically going to presume something about me that may or may not be true.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm me. There's only one of me that will ever exist. And once I kind of realized that, again, I think that just made me understand other people as well, which is, you know, for me, it was something that was great.
yeah. And I'm always perfectly happy when atheists don't want to identify as such, call themselves
Hmm.
agnostic, or
Hmm.
so famously, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I've seen him say this a few times in interviews. He says he is not an atheist, but the thing
Yeah.
is he meets the very definition of atheist.
Yep.
Um, but he has sort of a negative impression of certain prominent atheists that are out there
Yeah.
about the way they go about things, and he doesn't want to be associated with that,
Yeah.
so he just declines the label. But positions are what matters. I don't insist, and in some places it's dangerous to label yourself an atheist. So
Yeah.
Oh
we
yeah,
just got to,
definitely.
yeah. So how you label yourself and who you share your thoughts with and your personal beliefs is an entirely a personal thing. No obligation whatsoever.
Yeah.
Mm.
Dude, we're going to move it on, but thank you as always for coming in. We love having you around. You always have smart, insightful things to say, and we're so
I
happy that
appreciate you guys.
you're part of our little crew. So we appreciate it, Richie. All the
Same to
best.
you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm excited for this. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. All the best. Okie dokie. Okay, well, we are going to go with Silver Cat Witcher because aside from anything else, that's an awesome name.
It's an there we go.
Hello, sir.
Hey, how are you?
How you
Hello,
doing?
sir. Good morning or good afternoon because time here is different here in the Philippines.
You're in the Philippines. Okay.
Oh, hello,
All right.
Poe.
So I have two topics here. One is personal, and the other one I choose. Hell is ridiculous.
Yeah. So
I believe that hell is ridiculous because if it's like my question as I keep always asking myself when I was a kid, why do people go to hell when they have good intentions? Like they do bad things for the good reason, or they do morally questionable stuff for the good reason, and then yet somehow Jesus Christ or Christianity itself or even Catholics send people to hell. I just don't understand that. Why a religion that is supposed to be so-called religion of peace, loving, and understanding would send people to hell?
yeah, that's
It
it.
Yes.
just
That's it. You've
it just makes me
encapsulated
sick.
our position, and it's particularly ludicrous when you consider the first point that you believe isn't a choice. So you're convicting people of a crime that they can't help committing. This in any other context would be seen as morally idiotic, which is why I call it out for
Yeah.
being so. So yeah, I'm
Yes.
glad you agree with us. How's it over there in the
I
Philippines? Is
agree.
everything good there?
Everything is good other than the political corruption and everything. Everything is fine.
Yeah, there were people taken to the streets there a while back. I don't know if that's still going on regarding
It's still
political
going on.
corruption. Okay,
It's still going on, but there were some arrests now, so that's a good thing.
good. Yeah, I
Cool.
hope
So,
things get better there. Go ahead.
oh, we will. Our, ano, the country's getting a little bit better because Manila's getting a little bit better. The provinces are, well, slightly getting better.
Good. And was there another topic here that you wanted to pick up on?
All right, the one that this is my personal belief. this work collides with my Islam belief and how I view the Greek world. Because if you think about it, when I did my history research, most of the Islam, when they teach about, the algebra, science, medicine, they all stem from from two worlds, the Greek and the Babylonian. The Babylonians were the first to lay out the first science, the foundation of humanity, and then the Greek, like Anaxagoras, Socrates, and the other philosophers in Athens, perfected that. And then we Muslims kind of preserve that and then try to crack the code, make it better. And by the time by the Mongolians came into Baghdad and they burned the library, most of us fled to Europe, and the Christian fled Europe. And then yeah, I just believe that the Islamic golden age is what led to the modern world of science and understanding of our world. It's just that the Christians like to take everything, like 80% of the credit.
Well, I think it could be said that wherever you are in history, you're always standing on the shoulders of the people who came before you, and they are doing the same. So we're now at a point in history where you only have to go back a relatively short period of time, say 150 years, where everyone was basically religious. The idea of people not being religious is a very new invention in human history. So, given that that's the case, it's obvious, isn't it, that the major
It is.
innovations that we can look at as shaping the way our world is put together now would have come from people who were religious because everyone was. But I don't think that that says anything about the religions themselves. I don't think we can say, well, it's the religions that gave us that. It's just that people happened to be from those cultures that happened to be religious. I mean, Newton is arguably one of the greatest scientific minds ever, and he was full of all sorts of nonsense ideas, but that was just the culture he was in. And other people similarly, Descartes also, and lots of other great minds, because of where they were in history, they were going to be from that place. And so I think it's a mistake to say, well, Islam gave us this, Christianity gave us that. No, we just had people who were in those cultures who did good work, despite the fact that there was so much nonsense in the cultures that they were living in. That's my view on it.
In my view, I just believe that religion is just, well, a human interpretation of what they believed in. Like, whenever they believe that God is somewhere, God is a human, God is a titan, or anything, it's just human interpretation of what things that they cannot real or what cannot realize or what they cannot cope. And even worse, I admit that my own religion would even use the words of God, or even my own God, Allah himself, would, they use the words of the God, the wisdom and everything, just to twist them for their views, weaponize, or even gain a little political gain. I just grow cynical with it. But
Yeah, there's a
even
lot
I
to
don't
be
express
there's a
it
lot
much
to be
because I
cynical
live in.
about. A lot to be cynical about in religion, and it's amazing how freeing it is when you just unshackle yourself from superstitious thinking, and it all looks the same. It's all just people making up stories to try and explain the world, and then to control other people or impose their own moral predilections on other people, and try and stop other people doing the things that they personally don't like. And I think we'd be much better off without it. That's my view,
True,
anyway.
but I wouldn't say that religion is all bad. I just don't truly think that religion should be the solving for everything of the everyday human crisis.
Yeah, it's not all bad. I agree that it's not all bad, and I wouldn't want to oversimplify things. I know people whose lives have been significantly turned around by it. But what I say is, of those people, the thing that's actually turned their lives around is not the content of the religion, even if they might think it is. I'm looking at it from the outside, and I can see that the things that have turned their life around has been an easy source of fellowship, community, support of others, feeling part of something, a sense of meaning, a sense of purpose. All of these things are great, but they're nothing to do with the actual content of the religion. They're nothing to do with Jesus dying for someone's sins, or they're nothing to do with Muhammad being the final messenger of God. Like, those are sort of bolt-ons as far as I can see. They're the kind of, I don't know, they're sort of like the signal in the carrier or something. But I never said that religion is all bad, but I think on balance does a lot of bad. I
It
mean,
must be balance.
yeah, there's a lot of dangerous thinking, and the moment you start telling people that they deserve punishment for not being convinced of things, you're in a morally terrible place. And I'll never stop saying it. I know I get a bit repetitive, but it needs to be said, and I want more people saying it, because so much of the sort of atheist movement, if you like, in as much as there is such a thing, but sort of the atheist cultural mood tends to be about demolishing the arguments for theism. And there are people who do it really, really well. And in most cases, in pretty much all cases, the arguments for theism are fairly easy to demolish because they're pretty crap. But where
Yes.
I'm coming from is to say, don't even necessarily worry about that too much. Let's look at dealing with the actual sort of social and moral implications of what people are saying. So even if theism is true, it's still immoral to punish people for non-belief. Even if Jesus did die for my sins, it would still be immoral to punish me for not being convinced of that, given the evidence available to me. So in a way, it's like another line of attack, if you want, if you'll forgive me for using the phrase. It's another line of attack that I think we need to lean into more, because it's separate from just arguing against the traditional arguments for God. So I think it's a good thing, and that's why I'm on here shouting about it a few times a week.
Yes, and also, sir, there's also another thing that I want to discuss. That since I mentioned that I'm a Muslim, there's also another issue. Have you ever seen these comments? They're saying that the have you seen the comments? They're saying that my Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, let's say that they calling him a pedophile or a PDF, which kind
Yeah,
of bugs me because
to be fair, he did marry
think
a
about it,
6-year-old. He did marry a
because
6-year-old.
he did, but there is a reason for it because it's not exclusive. Because let's say ancient Arabia and ancient Europe also done the same with like child marriage and such. So I wouldn't say it's exclusive to Arabians because
That
Christianity or literally any civilization from the early age also done the same thing.
Well, I would say that's a
So
bit
they're
of a
applying
non-argument. That's a
a
non-argument because the fact that other people were doing morally horrendous, horrible stuff doesn't mean that we should be forgiving of him doing it. I mean, do you agree with me that that's a terrible thing to do, to marry a 6-year-old and consummate a marriage at 9, for
morally,
example?
yes.
You do. Well, I'm relieved that you do. I can remove the red flag now. But yeah, I mean, I think this is not a person to look up to. This is not a person to venerate. In the same way that we can't venerate Moses. Moses was a morally terrible person too. I mean, just the commandment in Numbers alone to send the army back to go and finish off all the male babies of the Midianites and keep the young girls for themselves eliminates Moses from any consideration of being a morally acceptable person. And I would say the same about any man who marries a child and consummates the marriage when she's 9 years old. That's not okay. So
I think it's I think it's analogous to if we look at Yahtzee Germany, in the 1930s or what have you. I totally understand how people were born and raised into a certain culture, were sort of programmed into certain beliefs that were harmful, and they ended up doing harmful things. So I'm understanding that they are products of their environment, but that doesn't alleviate the harm that they did when they did certain actions.
right,
So
especially if they
I
choose,
can see both sides of it.
especially if they're claiming to be channeling the the preferences of the divine
True.
creator of the entire universe and the seat of all morality.
Yes.
So that's a big problem. But I appreciate your call. Thanks for calling in from the Philippines.
Yeah,
And
so yeah, right now, as I'm already, but I realized this that when I started questioning my own religion and even Christianity, the weird fact is I started questioning it at 8 years old when my dad told me that if I don't believe enough, I might go to hell or something. Like if
Yeah.
that's the case,
that's terrible.
then why?
Yeah.
Like I have good intentions. Like even I'm not the most religious person, I have good faith in my heart. I never betrayed my own God and I never betrayed my own religion. So why would I be sent to hell just because I don't believe enough? So yeah, that's got me thinking for a very long time.
Yeah.
And now even now look at me. I'm already 21 years old. 21-year-old man is already critical in religion. Not really critical for the sake of critical, but questioning
You're
everything,
thinking
even
for
if it needs to be
yourself. You're
uncomfortable.
thinking for yourself. And if I can give you one piece of advice, it's don't ever stop doing that. Don't ever, if you feel yourself not going down an avenue of thought because you think it might be bad, go down it even more. Because
True. I
you know,
mean,
the
I
alternative to
do
that is mental
things.
slavery, and you deserve better than that.
Yeah, and now right now I'm still a Muslim, but I'm pretty much driven by belief that I'm just driven by belief by moral good, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the morally gray. That's who I am right now. I'm just
Fair.
trying to be honest with myself in a world that wants me to pretend that there is a God.
Well, good for you, and good for you. And you don't have to pretend anything. And if there is a God, God will know what you think and believe anyway. So pretense would be a waste of time. Obviously, keep yourself safe. Sean often talks about this too. There's no obligation if you are in a situation where you have doubts about a religion. There's no obligation to be honest about that with people. The most important thing is to protect your physical well-being, your social standing, whatever it is you need to do. Those things are first, and then after that, if you know you're safe, then you can consider the kinds of conversations you decide to have, and how open you want to be about your doubts and stuff like that. But intellectual honesty is a wonderful thing, and not having to constantly sort of pressure yourself into holding views that your mind can't hold, it's exhausting to try to do that. So give yourself permission not to. It sounds like you have anyway. It sounds like you're on the right track. It really does. I think I
I've
think
been on
I
the
think you're
right
gonna
track
you're
since I
gonna
was
you're
eight
gonna
years
call
old.
us back. It sounds that way. I think you're gonna call us back soon and say, you know, you're on our side now. That's what I think might happen. And if it doesn't, as long as you're fine and you're honest with yourself and you're not having to fight and you're not, spreading horrible ideas, it sounds to me like you probably aren't.
True.
Good for you.
I mean, before I leave, I mean, before you disconnect me, I did say to myself once when I was a kid, like, that no matter what happens, what I believed in, I'll just, I'll just stick what I truly believed in because I don't want to be a byproduct of something that once failed. That's not who I am, and that's not humanity.
Good for you. Good for you. I really admire that. And keep on. It's amazing that you had that insight so young. Hold on to it. That's the way you live an authentic life. So good. Good for
Well,
you.
you
Keep on
should
going.
really blame the Greeks because I literally studied Greek, specifically Athens. So yeah, I like to
Right.
question my own religion and everything.
Yeah, you keep that Socratic flame burning. I love that.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right,
All
that will
right,
be
buddy.
all.
All
Thank
the
you.
best, and thanks for having an excellent username, Silver Catwitcher, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a load of friends in the queue. Before we dive into our friends, we're just going to bring in Megumi from the TikTok side. And how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
How you
Um,
doing?
I'm fine. Okay.
Good.
Good.
My topic would be hell is ridiculous.
Sure. Do you agree with the statement, or do you
Yes, I agree
not?
with the statement.
You do agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you for agreeing with us. And what's your view then? Perhaps you could explain
My
what led you to this conclusion.
I don't know how to say. First of all, my religion, first of all, doesn't support the saying that other factions of Christianity have, that, oh, if you sin, you go to hell. And so my religion doesn't support that. But then I just decided to do some thinking of myself. Okay, let me think with my human brain. If hell is real, God also gave us I say God through Jesus Christ also gave us the option where no matter how many times we've sinned, if we're truly repentant, we can, be forgiven for our sins and then given a fresh slate to start over again.
what if we're
So I
not
just
true? What if we're not? Forgive me for interrupting you, but what if we're? Because I'm going to just push back a little bit on this framing. So what if we're not truly repentant? Like I'm not repentant. What then?
so what if we're not truly repentant?
Yeah. Then what?
So so yeah, if we're not truly repentant, then you don't get the chance to live in paradise forever. You just remain dead. You don't go to hell. There's no
Right.
life after hell.
So are you? So what you're describing is essentially a situation where after you die, you can either
Hmm.
get some continued extra sort of existence for some period of time or eternity or something, or you
Yes.
get like extinguished, like sort of essentially you get the kind of
Yeah.
cosmic death penalty. And the cosmic death
Yes.
penalty is delivered to who? Who gets the cosmic death penalty?
So people are who did not recognize their sin and repent,
Right. So
or and the people who were given the chance to know God but decided to be ignorant.
right. So there's that now we have a bit of a problem. Because what about the people who just honestly found themselves unconvinced about this stuff, right? So they're not rejecting God's love, they're not turning their back, they're not rebelling. They're just like the people who listen to, say, your religious claims, and I
Hmm.
hear them exactly the same way that I hear the religious claims of the Muslims or Scientologists or Hindus or Sikhs or Jains or anything else, right? To me, they're just religious stories, and I don't find myself persuaded by any of them. Why should I be executed for that?
Well, if you for some reason don't believe, it's just like this is just the same thing as, okay, for some reason you don't believe, you're not convinced.
Yeah.
I take that as you didn't get the opportunity to know God. You
What
not
if
being
I?
convinced.
Well, isn't it God's job to give me that opportunity? I mean,
No, it's not. It's okay. So what do you mean by isn't it God's job to give you the
well, if
opportunity?
I get hit by a bus tomorrow, let's imagine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we all like to live life on the assumption that we've got lots of it left to live, but some of us unfortunately don't. So today could be my last day. It's possible,
Mm-hmm.
right? Tomorrow morning I leave the
Mm-hmm.
house and I get hit by a bus and I pass away. Well, at that point, I'm going to face some kind of judgment, right, for where I've come to in life. And according to the scheme you're describing,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be basically face the death penalty as a punishment of sorts.
No, because you didn't truly get the chance to know God. Hence, the second chance at life, where you get to live for 1,000 years under the rule of Jesus Christ. And then in this second chance at life, you are then given the chance to get to know God. And if for some reason you decide to use your free will, okay, no, I'm gonna ignore this and I'm gonna do something else, then you face the second death.
I
The
mean,
second and
no one's going to go. I'll queue up for the annihilation and the you know no one's going to choose that willingly, are they? That would be a bit silly. Why not just I don't know what. In that case, why preach the gospel on earth? Because if everyone's going to get a chance, I mean, at the moment, here we are. God plays hide and seek, right? He's hiding. He doesn't make himself known. Apparently, he does to a few
he makes
people,
himself known through preachers who knock on your door on this
but they don't
Sunday
do a very good
morning.
job, do they? Because they're amazingly unpersuasive, right? So, and he would know that they're going to be inept, and he would also know that preachers knocking on the door is not, even if they're good preachers, even if they're really
Hmm.
skilled, that's not going to be an acceptable level of evidence for many people because they might have had an Islamic preacher knocking on the door the day before, and they might have had the Jehovah's Witnesses on another day, and these are all just sort of fun bedtime stories for lots of people. So if God wants
Well,
us to know him, he could let us know now. But what you're saying is whether we know him now or not doesn't even matter. Those preachers might as well stay home, because when we die, we're going to get 1,000 years to get to know God. And only after then is the judgment going to happen. So what's the point of anyone preaching now?
The reason why you don't get the thousand year of living for a second time is not because I decided that you don't get the second chance. It's because God decided that he looked through you and decided that, oh, you were given the chance to know him, but for some reason you decided to be ignorant, and then hence you not getting the
That's a bit
second
silly,
chance to
isn't it,
live.
though? But that's a bit
So
silly.
the wording there,
Look,
deciding to hold on, Meg, deciding to be ignorant. I'm very deliberate in my efforts to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. I am not deciding to be ignorant. Now, I've heard many arguments for many different gods, and I just don't find any of them persuasive. So I'm not making a decision to be ignorant. I make great efforts not to be ignorant. It's just I can't control what things are persuasive to me and what things are not.
well, okay. So have you been approached by JW before?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know. It's up to you to believe what you believe, but I'd like to see from your standpoint why you weren't convinced by what they told you.
Are you a JW?
Yes, I'm a JW.
Okay.
Yeah, so no God claim has been persuasive to me because it's an extraordinary claim, and what I have are testimonies written down in a book or personal experience, or basically no argument for any God's existence has, in my mind, met their burden of proof.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna admit that I'm not up to your level of using such high level of words. So
It
I
just
don't
means
understand.
the evidence we've seen hasn't been convincing.
Okay. So the reason I believe is because the reference we JW use is the Bible, and the Bible has already, even before scientists proved certain things in the world, the Bible has already told us it is. The Bible already told us the Earth is round even before
The
scientists
Bible
went
actually
to space.
tells you that the Earth is shaped like a disc. It says it's like clay under a seal. It says in the book of Job.
Job
Clay under
what?
seal is a round flat disc. The Bible doesn't say that the Earth is an oblate
Round?
spheroid. It says that it's round, like a circle, like a coin. They thought the world
Ye-
was shaped like a coin with an edge.
No, my Bible says the Earth is round and
Yeah,
it's suspended on nothing.
yeah, but they thought that the Earth was, in the book of Job. It says formed like clay under a seal. Clay under a seal is like a piece of clay which is pushed down by a ring or a tube, and
Right.
flattened to make like a seal, like you would seal a letter closed. That's what that is. They thought it was flat, dude.
No,
Round is
no,
not the same thing as a sphere. They thought it was shaped like a coin.
no. It's just the Earth is.
If you minimize your app, we can't hear you.
Just a quick note
You
to
might be looking at like an online
T in
Bible or
the
something.
YouTube queue. We will be with you shortly. T. Thank you
I'm
for
so sorry.
your
So I
patience.
was trying to look for where in Job it says the Earth is shaped like a coin.
It doesn't say like a coin. It says it's formed like clay under a seal.
Like clay under a seal. Okay.
You know how in the old times you would seal a letter with clay and then press it down with a ring
Yeah,
or have.
I have a image of what you're talking about. Like those, it kind of has a red color, right? And then you just stamp it on like the front of the
Yeah.
envelope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'll find it for you.
What?
Find
Okay.
it for you.
38, Job
38,
38:14.
14. Yep. I'm getting it up right here. Okay. We're going to do it like this.
Job 38.
There you go. It is changed like clay under the seal, and it's dyed like a garment. Don't know about that.
Where is it? Job what?
38:14. It's on the screen. See it? It's on my screen. On our screen.
In fact, most flat earthers, I think, I'm trying to remember if I've talked to a flat earther who wasn't a Christian. I'm not saying I haven't. I just can't remember if I have.
Yeah.
Based on the Bible. That doesn't mean necessarily the interpretation is correct, but like we're not way out in left field interpreting it this way. Many flat earthers do, which is why they're flat earthers.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's read. Okay, read down from 38, 13, and 14. Let's see what it says.
What, you want to read other verses as well? Is that what you're saying?
No, from the same verse, but like
Okay.
from 38, 13, and 14. Because I understand it as the end of the earth is shaped like a clay under the seal, which is still round.
It talks about the skirts of the earth. The skirts of the earth are like the edges.
Yeah, the edges.
Yeah. Does the earth have? Let me deal with this. Sorry. There you go. Does the earth have edges?
Well, what will be if the earth is spherical? What would you imagine the edges look like?
Well, that's the point. If the earth is spherical, it doesn't have edges. If they had known that the earth was spherical, they would have known that spheres don't have edges, and they wouldn't have used this term.
Well, when scientists are going up to space to take a look at the earth, are they viewing the earth? Are they when they are looking at the earth, are they seeing the all the sides of the sphere of the earth, or they're seeing one side, and then if they move, they see another side, and then they move, they see the other side. So the edges will be shaped like a circle. Then, if it's a sphere, if it's spherical, it will be shaped.
You're not making that argument seriously, are you?
Well, I don't see how I'm wrong. I don't know.
Because spheres don't have edges.
To me.
Spheres don't have edges.
Every portion of the exterior of a sphere is just like every other portion. It's uniformly
round, right?
shaped. Yes,
it's round.
Like a ball. Like a ball. Yeah.
Like the seal. The seal is round.
Yeah.
What does the corner of the seal look like? Is it round, or does it have an edge? Does it have like a?
A seal has an edge, but a seal has an edge because it's flat.
I think you might be arguing against your own position by mistake. It kind of sounds a little bit like you might be doing that, because an edge is something that only shapes that aren't spheres have. Spheres don't have edges. Yeah. They don't have skirts. Okay. They don't have edges.
Okay, let me give you another point right now. Do you believe that the Bible speak most of the time in Proverbs?
I think it's a mix. It's a mix of poetic language, claimed historical accounts, mythological narratives, all sorts of things. I wouldn't even go. I'd
say the Bible is made up mostly of Proverbs.
I think it makes various claims, and then it's up to the interpretation of whoever's reading it to decide how much of that stuff is true. Now, I'm going to ask you a question about something that we know quite a lot about as a species. How old do you think the world is?
I think I don't know the exact, but I think the world has existed for billions of years.
Okay. And when were the first human beings on the Earth?
I've not done my research on that.
Okay.
No, do not lie.
So
But I would believe um the humans, if I'm not wrong, if I'm taking how I read my Bibles, I would believe humans existed not quite long after the earth was created.
okay, well, you're right in that sense, but that's not what the Watchtower is going to tell you. So just be careful who you say that to, because you might end up getting shunned, and that would be really bad. We wouldn't want that for you. Because I think you'll find, and I don't know this for sure, but the JWs I've spoken to before holds to a young Earth, where the Earth and all the life on it are only a few thousand years old, which is an error equivalent to thinking that a football pitch is the width of a human hair. That's how ridiculous that is. So I'm glad that you seem to have a better informed opinion about that. But this is the problem with dogmatic belief systems that kind of tell people what to think, is that they miseducate people. So I'm glad that you don't hold those views.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. So because I was kind of like, when do you guys mention 2000 years? I was just immediately, my mind just went to, oh, because we've been taught that Jesus died 2000 years ago.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so,
I sort of
yeah,
feel, if you forgive me, I feel we've sort of drifted down river a little bit.
yeah.
But
So from the topic,
I'm
yeah.
glad that you don't believe in hell, and I'm glad that you think that people shouldn't be punished for not believing things. Big shout out to Niddy in the YouTube chat. Hey, my friend, lovely to see you.
Thank you guys for waiting for me. I'm still learning, so don't be angry.
No one's angry with you. Thank you for coming in to talk to us. I'm going to just give you a piece of advice, which is
Mm-hmm.
keep an open mind, learn about science, learn about this stuff from science. If somebody starts giving you information about scientific matters from a religious perspective, don't trust them, because quite often there's an agenda there. Learn about scientific stuff from scientific sources, from people who actually know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to say this, but do your research. Like, it's such a terrible, toxic phrase, but do your research and be led by evidence if you can.
True.
All right, friend.
Well,
Thank you for coming in to talk to us.
thank you for
All
having
the
me.
best. Take it easy. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we did have T in the YouTube queue, but T has dropped out of the YouTube queue. So we're still in TikTok land. TikTok is putting YouTube to shame. On the YouTube side, if you do want to get
I wonder if
involved,
it has to do with the address change.
it shouldn't do, because it's only one thing different. And I did put a link in the description of the live as well. So if you're watching on TikTok
Okay.
and you want to get involved, if you look in the description, there's a link there. Otherwise, it's really simple. It's just tinyurl.com/JCGuest2. I had to put the number 2 now, which is a fascinating innovation. Okay, well, we're going to move on the TikTok side. I think we need to bring in Baku, because we've been at this for a couple of hours, and it's definitely Baku time. For anyone who doesn't know, Baku is a regular, and he's kind of one of us, but he always thinks of intelligent questions to ask. So we get him in to give us some questions from there. How you doing, Baku?
How are you both?
Yeah, we're good, thanks.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Just a quick announcement. The question on the YouTube side, Real Jiffy Cones. Anyone is welcome to pop in to say hi. The queue is not only for people who want to come up and debate and have arguments. This is a space where people who have cast off the shackles of religious bullshit are very welcome, and we celebrate them. So if somebody wants to come in to say hello, but not necessarily a debate. We might keep those calls a little shorter to just keep things moving, but we're very happy to speak to new people. So yeah, anyone is welcome to use the link and come and say hi. We're very happy to do that. Sorry, Baku, how you doing, man?
It's all right. Doing good. My questions are a bit long-winded, I guess. I've written them maybe too long, but I hope they won't be too bad. I guess how many questions would you like?
Give us a couple, and then we'll see, because we've got 4 in the queue as well, some old
Yeah.
friends in the queue as well. So we want to keep it moving along. We've
Yeah.
got a couple of people in the chat on the TikTok side saying, back with new content is TV is saying you skipped over me multiple times. If that's an allusion to a comment in the chat, then obviously that's nothing to do with us. But if you're wanting to join the conversation here, you haven't been skipped over. You're just not in the queue. So just hit the request up and you'll be in the queue and we'll bring you in.
I saw him in the queue earlier. He might have got impatient and left.
Oh, okay. And similarly with Manos G saying, put me in. Well, you're not in the queue at the moment. So it just takes a little bit of patience. I promise you we'll get to everyone who is in the queue. We're here. We've got another 3 hours, something like that. So if you want to come up and talk, we're very, very happy to speak to you. It just might require a bit of patience. But if you get in the queue, I promise you we'll get you in. We want to hear what you have to say.
And I'll be right back. I have to take a call. So,
Sure.
Baku, thank you. I'll be back.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, fire away.
Okay. These are for the first topic. Do people choose their standards for evidence? If standards are chosen or shaped, isn't belief partially shaped by agency to the rules we accept?
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So to rephrase your question, I say we're not choosing belief, but you're asking, do we choose the standards for evidence? And I would say yes and no. Yes, in that we can choose to become a bit more educated about standards of evidence, and again, as with belief, there's a role that you have to play to learn about that stuff and to develop your standards. But if you think about it, the standard that you're going to find convincing, or the standard that you're going to think is a reasonable standard, is also a belief that you have that you don't directly choose. So in other words, you may become persuaded that a particular, I always think about standards of evidence like a high jump bar, like a bar that the thing has to get over. You might become persuaded that a particular height for that bar is sufficient to justify belief. Well, that process of becoming persuaded is a belief that you didn't choose. That is in itself something you became persuaded of. So there's a bit of an interplay there, because there's an amount of being deliberate about learning about things like standards of evidence and caring about it and wanting to have them. There's a certain degree of control you have there, but your judgment about what constitutes a reasonable one is a belief that you come to by being convinced about it.
Sean, did you manage to catch any? Oh no, you said you.
No, I was on the other line.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, my second question is, if beliefs are involuntary, why do beliefs cluster so strongly around identity, tribe, and my dyslexia, incentives? Does that suggest belief is less like passive perception and more like psychologically managed system?
Okay, so without being too overblown, let's just concentrate on the first thing, because you asked a really good question, which is, if beliefs are involuntary, why do they cluster around identity and tribe? I mean, that is on its own a great question.
Yeah.
And the answer can be found in the need to belong quite often. So quite often the need to belong can create very powerful psychological incentives to accept something. And then your motivated reasoning kicks in. So people often feel that what persuades them is not always logical. Some of it is emotional, and the emotional fear of being cast out of the group you're in is very real. Like in our ancestors, that was a survival thing, right? If you are cast out of your small social group, you would probably not survive. So we have very strong instincts to cohere to the social group, to cohere to the tribe around us. And quite often that means strong emotional incentives to have certain beliefs and to believe certain things. So while that might look like choosing them, it just means that our brains are set up that the sort of emotional motivated reasoning can affect things. And then of course the other thing you'd find is that in a tribe there's going to be a fair degree of homogeneity of belief, because tribes tend to pass on their beliefs, sideways amongst the people who are living in that tribe at that point, and then downwards in terms of down to the kids, right? So they move horizontally across a culture and vertically down from one generation to the next. And you would expect there to be commonality of belief in a social situation like that, because kids very often inherit their beliefs from their parents. So it's not surprising in a way that would be the case. Sean, have you got anything on that?
No, I think you covered it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, on that, Baku, we're going to dive back into the queue again, and if you hang out there, we may well get you back in later.
All right.
Thanks, buddy. That was a good question. That was a really good question.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, Louis or Luis. We may have spoken before, actually, because we spoke to a Luis recently, and he was lovely. I wonder if it's the same one. On the YouTube side, we see you there. Just hold fire, and we will get you in after this one TikTok, which is back with new content, Stroke TV, who wanted to know why we had missed them before. You're in right now.
Oh, how you doing, my friends?
We're good. How are you?
Good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was here for quite a while, and I heard all the conversations and everything. I guess the one that multiple things that brought my attention is it's the when he said that it's good to steal, right? Because your kid is hungry and they're on the verge of unaliving, so that could be considered good to save your child, right?
Yeah, it's more the idea that for any sort of moral rule, there may be circumstances, they may be real edge cases, but there may be circumstances where that moral rule doesn't really apply, and or isn't necessarily the most moral thing. That you can find situations, for example, where taking a life is the only moral thing to do if it's going to save others, for example, or in a situation of war or something like that. There might be instances where taking a life is not the wrong thing to do. It's the only thing to do. And certainly things like lying, right? The idea that lying is always bad is an idiotic idea. It's trivially easy to imagine circumstances where telling a lie is the only ethical thing to do in a situation where telling the truth would be a terribly immoral thing to do. And so really the point was not to say stealing food is always good or anything silly like that. It was more just to illustrate the idea that there are often exceptions to these rules. And so having a morality based on rules is a little bit inflexible and not very sophisticated, but having a morality based on desired outcomes gives you the room for situational ethics, which is a bit more flexible.
Yeah. I think stealing is always wrong, because if everybody felt that way, that they needed to feed their child, right? The person that spent all his life building that business, right, will go out of business because people want to feed their child because they're in a virtual. How about call for help? How about call the police? How about go to a church? How about go to a place where they give out food instead of stealing?
Can I give
See,
you a scenario?
that's the thing I'm saying about atheists don't have no empathy. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have empathy. I got you. No, let me give you a scenario. The reason I disagree with you on this is because I
Mm-hmm.
have empathy. So
Mm-hmm.
let's say a hurricane came through, like what happened in Louisiana, and everything's flooded out. People are stranded. Emergency services can't come in. There's a child. There's a mother with her children, and they haven't eaten in 3 days. They've been stuck in this. They've been stuck in the flood, waiting for help. And one of the stores that, by the way, is abandoned because everything is flooded. but there's still food inside, and there's canned foods, there's things like that. And her children haven't eaten in 3 days. And by the way, the store itself is also destroyed. Now, if she goes in and gets food out of the store to feed her children, technically it's stealing, even though pretty much everything there is a loss anyways, but it's still stealing. Should she let her children starve, or should she go into this store that is abandoned from the flood and feed her children?
Yeah, you atheists love to do this, man. You guys love to paint pictures to
Great.
suit
Can you
your
answer that?
worldview.
Great.
Yeah,
Can you answer the question, please? Thank you.
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's an abandoned building. I mean, it's obvious that a hurricane hit the place and things like that. I mean, um, yeah. I mean, it's an
Okay.
abandoned building and it's
So
destroyed.
stealing. So stealing isn't always wrong. Thank you. I appreciate your
Well,
contribution.
well, that's an abandoned building in the midst of a chaos of
But that was
catastrophic
Correct.
event,
that was the
right?
edge case. Remember, I said to you that there
But
are
how?
edge cases. There are edge cases. That is such an edge case. Sean wasn't suggesting
Right,
that it's morally right just because your kids are hungry
right.
to go and
No
hold up the local mom and pop grocery store. That wasn't what he was saying. I think
Is
you
it
went
is
there.
it morally wrong? Is it morally wrong to lie back?
Yeah, it is, but I didn't finish my point though, right? Because
Okay. Go ahead.
I
Go
hear
ahead.
what you I heard what you said, but then we see instances on TV, right, where there were looting, right? There were looting when this
Mhm.
catastrophe happened, and some of them were caught on camera, right?
Well, we
And
would
Yeah.
what
condemn
happened to
that.
some of those people? Okay, hold on, my friend. So what happened to those people that did get caught on camera? Is what I'm asking.
What difference does it make? We're making a
So what it
moral
said,
argument.
no, okay. So what I'm saying is this, right? That just because circumstances presents itself doesn't mean that it's good, right? Doesn't mean that it's
Did
right.
did
Because
did
so
did we never said stealing is always right? We said it's situational
it's never
dependent.
right.
It's usually you just agreed in the scenario I outlined that it's okay to steal in that circumstance.
Yep.
No, it's abandoned building, right? And
It's
in the midst of
still owned.
yeah, in the midst of a weather catastrophe or whatever,
Yep.
we've seen this happen multiple times, sir. I mean, we saw even caught it on camera. We even see police officers stealing out of the store. So
Then
with
you
that being with
admit
that,
that under certain
so that's
circumstances,
stealing. It doesn't matter. Stealing is stealing.
right?
But you just said
because
it's okay
because
under the circumstance I outlined. It's
I
either
s- no, I said,
always.
I said, no, I said under the circumstances, it's an abandoned under the weather conditions, right? Even
Yeah.
though, even though that's the case, right? Getting caught on camera doing it, right? It refutes what you're saying.
How does it
I mean,
refute what I
if you
said?
get
You agreed
okay,
with what I said.
You've already granted
okay,
it.
let's say you in a version of unaliving, right? And you in this weather phenomenon, whatever the stores and all, you looting outside the store, and it happened to be a camera watching, but you doing this to survive, right? But the camera saw you, so
And
the authorities gonna be like, wait a minute, all right, who's this person right here looting out the store? It
okay.
happens.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
happened. Literally
Yeah. So
happened.
how does
So what are you
how,
saying?
how does that address? So I gave you a scenario where you conceded it is okay to steal in that scenario. At the same time, you continue to double down that it's always
I never said it was
wrong to
okay.
steal.
Oh, so
But you literally
I,
did.
she
We
should
heard
let
I
her
that.
kids
said,
starve then.
Yeah.
She should
I
let her
said,
kids starve. Is that right?
I said, no, I said in the weather phenomenal things. I mean, yeah, of course you got to steal to try to survive in that
Right.
moment,
Is it
right?
okay to do
But
so?
but
Is
then
it?
guess what? I hear you guys. I said it's yeah, that's going to happen. But if you get caught doing it,
If you get
What the
who's
caught
law
going to
doing it,
get you,
decides
has
on
got
that?
absolutely
my
nothing to
friend?
Yeah.
do.
Yes,
Absolutely
okay.
nothing to do with whether
Sir,
it's
if
moral.
you're going inside an abandoned store that's not yours, whether the authorities think that, oh, well, your kids about to online, they don't care about that. Ma'am, is that your building?
I think.
Okay. So what's
So,
legal? What's legal and what's
yeah, I mean,
moral?
it doesn't matter, man.
What's legal is independent from what's
No,
moral.
because they're basing it off morals. They're basing it off morals. So if they
Well,
see this woman,
okay. So you disagree with the law then? So the moral thing is to let her
so
children
wait a minute.
starve or to
So the law,
go in and get
okay,
food. Which one?
okay, the audience. So they're saying, right, because you're on a verge of starving, right? The authorities going to let you, it's because it's a weather phenomenon. They're going to let you go ahead into the stores and grab all the food out of there, even though you can
They
get
might.
permission.
If I'm a DA, I'm not going to
Yeah,
prosecute
man.
that. There's, but the
That's
law
why
is
atheists
irrelevant.
shouldn't be. That's why I don't believe atheists should be in any type of doing any laws or anything like that. Because your mindset is crazy, right? Because if I spend
You
my
agreed
entire
with my
life,
mindset. You agreed with my
if I spent
mindset.
my entire life, right, building this business, right, and I feel sorry for this person, but
Okay.
at the end of the day,
Okay.
it's my livelihood. It's my
Okay. So,
livelihood,
okay, got you. So, all right. So,
right?
go back to the scenario.
Uh,
Which, so
I like the
choice,
smile,
choice,
man.
choice, choice, choice A. She goes
Mm-hmm.
into the abandoned store and gets food for her children. Or
Mm-hmm.
choice B, she lets her children starve. Which one? What is the moral thing to
I,
do
I, I,
here?
I can't pick for what this person's going to do, but I know my store. I
No,
know that
Do you have
I
children? Do you have children?
yes, I have a daughter. Uh-huh.
Okay. If your daughter hadn't eaten for 5 days and you were in the situation Sean outlined, would you say, "Sorry, honey, I know there's bread on the shelves in that abandoned store over there, but you have to carry on starving because the Bible said I can't take it." Would that be the right thing to do?
yes or no?
No, that would be the right thing to not take it. That would be the right thing to do. But
You'd let
we're
you'd let
not
the
going to do that. You know
you'd,
why?
you'd
We're
let
not
you'd
going
let
to
the
do that.
child
But
you'd let your
but
child
that will
starve.
be the right thing. So listen to me. That will be the right thing to do by not stealing, right? But in those circumstances, human beings in their sins, we're gonna do what we want to do. So even if I did it, if I get caught doing it, it's my point.
That's
If I get
crazy.
caught doing it,
An
sir.
irrelevant point. Yeah.
Okay,
So
this is what's crazy. Wait, hold on, sir.
we have empathy,
So,
which you
so
said we
hold on, sir.
don't. My
So you don't
empathy.
actually.
Okay. We just agree, but I can read my own mind. But my empathy is what makes me say yes. You should go in and steal the food to feed your children because I see children starving to death as a greater harm than an abandoned store that is pretty much a loss anyways with a lot of insurance money and they lose like $20 worth of food. I consider the starving children a greater harm. I'm not dogmatically sticking to like a commandment from the Bible. I'm actually caring about children. And you're saying that's because I lack empathy.
It's crazy work right there. Crazy. And this fixation on being caught and the authorities and camera is a galactic
Irrelevant.
missing of the point.
I've
Honestly, it's
I've never
quite
seen you guys
prodigious.
mute anybody.
It's quite
No, you know
it's
what's
quite prodigious. I mean
what's
that you would
disturbing?
miss the point so badly to fixate on whether the cameras see you. The issue is about what's right. And the example is given as an edge case to say obviously in most scenarios stealing is not the right thing to do. But when you have a rules-based morality, you have no flexibility. Like this is why I brought up the example of lying. Lying is in some ways an even better one because do you think it's always wrong to lie?
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
So when the Nazis knocked on the door and said, "Are you hiding any Jews in the attic?" the people should have said, "Yeah, they're up there. It's the second landing on the left." They should have just invited them in. Or would the right thing to be to have lied to them and said, "No, we're not"? What was the right thing to do?
Well, of
Think
course you're
about
not
your
gonna.
answer very
Of course, no,
very
right. Of
carefully.
course, of course, you're not gonna endanger yourself and things like that.
Not talking about
But
endangering
it will be
yourself.
still. But the point, it will still be a lie.
Okay.
It still will be a lie.
I'm not
Because I
he
know.
should tell.
Okay, this is my. Okay, let me answer the question. Can I answer the question?
Please
So
do.
I know that I know that I'm lying when I'm saying this. It's my point. You're still lying,
And you think
whether
that's
you
wrong.
save a life or not.
You think that's wrong.
But yes, lying is wrong.
You
Yes.
think that
Okay, so you would
the
tell
ethical thing
the,
to do would be to tell the truth. Just
I
think
said,
about it. What you're saying here.
sir, did I?
is the
But
ethical thing
I'm
to
getting
do
two.
to
I'm
tell
getting
them
two
the truth?
questions
Yes or
asked.
no?
I'm
No, it's
getting
the
two
same
questions
question.
asked, man. Okay, so
Just
who am I
yes or
talking
no.
to?
He's reiterating
Go
the
ahead.
same question I asked you, and would
Okay,
love
I
an
heard you the
answer.
first time.
Okay, so
Yeah, I heard
answer
you the
it,
first
please.
time.
Answer it,
Right.
please.
So, like I just told you, even though, right, even though you're saving lives or you're not, lying is my point. Lying is my point. So you got to make the decision based on the circumstances in that situation. But at the end of the day, you're still lying.
Okay,
That's
so
my
the
point. I'm not saying
okay,
that it's,
so
I'm not saying that it's
Continuing to
good,
miss the
I
point.
want to
but
steel
you're
man.
just doing it to.
I want to steel man your position. So your position is the right thing to do is to say Yes, SS officers, the Jews are upstairs in my attic. That's the moral thing to do from your position, yes or no?
Based on that situation, that person at that time, they're gonna do what they gotta do at that time. But they
That's
know
not an
when they're
answer.
doing it, but they don't.
That's just
I
words and
they,
noise. That's not an
listen,
answer.
man,
No,
listen,
he
man.
asked
Yes
you a
or no?
They
question,
know.
and we all want
Listen,
an answer.
when they lying, right, to save the people upstairs, or if they're not saving anybody, the point that I'm making is that the lie is still stands.
We know
Okay,
that.
What,
No
that
one's
wasn't my
that's my
disputing
question.
that
point.
it's a lie. We weren't asking you whether
Okay,
it's a
man.
lie or not. We've already agreed that it's a lie. The question is the
Oh, that's right. It's wrong
moral
to lie. Yes, yeah.
moral
It's
thing
morally
to
wrong.
do?
Yeah,
Is the
yeah, yeah.
moral thing to
What's
do to
morally
tell the truth?
Right, right, right. It's morally wrong to lie. Yes.
So the moral thing
okay?
to
So
do in that particular
you would turn in
situation,
Anne Frank. Okay, got
yeah,
you.
that's
All
crazy.
right. I mean that's cool, but we lack empathy. He would turn in Anne
Yeah,
Frank to dogmatically follow a commandment from the
yeah.
Bible,
I think
I
but
just told you.
we're the ones who lack
See, I
empathy.
see. I
yeah.
just told you, right? Knowing that what I'm doing in that moment, I know that I'm lying, right? The point is that I'm lying still. I mean,
That adds
if you're gonna say
zero
the people, if you're gonna
information,
say,
to the conversation to say when
okay,
you're
so,
lying, you know you're lying.
but your
That's not what we're
conscience, you know
talking
what?
about.
I don't even have to argue with you because the conscience tells you that you're lying. So that's
The
okay.
conscience would
So
tell me
yeah, it
that
tells you that
anyone
you're
who
lying.
did the conscience would tell me that
Yeah,
anyone who didn't lie in that situation
yeah, but it's
was a moral failure.
yeah, but it will still tell you that you lied.
No
Okay,
one's
so let me
disputing
ask you
Yes,
that.
something.
No
and I
Okay,
one's
would
no
be
problem.
disputing that.
proud of the fact that I lied. I would be proud
Hey,
that I
hey,
lied and said, no, I have no Jews in my attic and I saved their lives. I would be so proud of that
What a
lie.
I mean, you could say
crazy
I would
you
tell
could
my
do
position to
whatever
take.
you want.
grandkids about it.
You could tell whatever you could say whatever you want in that situation, sir. But you still be lying. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Yes,
It's no matter.
yes,
absolutely.
but
All right.
this is the
Okay.
point.
So
The point of this conversation is to demonstrate the fact that there are instances wherein lying is the only ethical thing to do, thereby putting to flames the idiotic idea that lying is always wrong, which is what happens to you if you get your morals from a book.
right. But if you was to follow the Ten Commandments, right, you won't have to lie in the first place. Now, would you?
What?
I'm
What's that
asking
got
you.
to do with anything?
No. I'm asking you a question. It does got to do with this.
The Ten
If you was to
Commandments are like,
follow,
don't make
sir, listen.
graven
Okay. So,
images
so it
and
said,
don't
yeah, and then
hurt
also
God's
said, thou shalt not
feelings.
lie. It also said, thou shalt
Right.
not lie. Thou shalt not bear false
Yeah.
witness. And
Yep.
also,
Following the
come on, man,
Ten
you're talking over
Commandments
me,
would
man.
Go
Sir,
ahead.
come on, man.
Go ahead.
I mean, you want
You've
to
been
talk
doing
some
that a
more?
lot, but go ahead.
Do you want to talk some more?
Yeah,
No,
Okay, so
go
I
ahead.
do.
okay,
I
so
actually
when
do want to say
so
something. The Ten Commandments don't have anything to do with this, right? Because the issue here is whether an instruction manual for how to live, whether a list of rules like the Ten Commandments says, do this, don't do that, do this, don't do that, it's an incredibly simplistic and unsophisticated way to approach ethics. Just a list of rules like respect your parents. What if your parents are shit parents and they're not worthy of respect because they're terrible people, which happens sometimes? Some parents aren't deserving of being respected. So that's an idiotic commandment. That commandment could immediately be improved by respect your parents if they earn it. Don't lie, don't bear false witness is an idiotic
it's a
commandment,
bottle of water by the kitchen, man.
which could easily be improved by saying, don't tell the truth. Sorry, don't
Like
lie.
right in the corner.
Don't lie unless lying would be a greater harm than telling the truth. But they didn't do that. Rather, they just made this silly list of don't make graven images, don't pray to other gods, all of this silly stuff. Most of the Ten Commandments, or a good chunk of it,
All right,
has
man.
got nothing to do with
Okay.
how to live well. It's got to
I
do
don't,
with
I don't want to forget my
not
thoughts, sir.
not hurting Yahweh's feelings. So the Ten
Okay, I
Commandments
don't.
don't help you here.
It does because okay, when you said that, what if your parents are shit? Because even the Bible said, "Do not provoke your kids." See, that's what I'm saying. So, do not provoke the kids, right? And then honor your father and thy mother. That's what I'm saying. So, and then not only the Ten Commandments say, also say, "Thou shalt not unalive, thou shalt not steal," and all these things. Now, if the Nazis was to follow these Ten Commandments, there won't be no lying if there's people upstairs. Another thing too, if you was to follow the Sermon of the Mount, we won't be in the situation that we have today. But let me read you in Romans 1:20, right?
Oh, please
Romans
don't.
1:20 says, "For
It's the
for the
worst.
invisible things."
We know what it says. It's one of our favorite
Okay,
verses round here.
I know, right, no problem. Relax, man. No problem. Okay, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen,
Yep.
being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse.
Yep.
Now, if you read,
That is a
now if you read
horrific,
further, hey,
horrific
host,
verse.
host. But if you read further, host, would you say that aligned with you? Okay, so because that when
How?
they knew God, right? Okay, hold on. Say if that's not true or not, because that when they knew
No,
God,
it's not true. It's not
they
true.
glorify Him not as God. Neither were thankful, but became vain in
Okay.
their
Okay. We're not
imaginations.
having a
I
sermon
know.
here. We're
Okay,
not having
okay,
a
okay,
sermon
Yeah.
here.
okay. So this is the imagination that we're talking about. This is the imagination. So
All right.
Genesis 1:20.
No.
Hold on,
Well,
hold on. So
one thing at a time, dude. You're preaching, but one thing at
I'm
a
not
time.
preaching.
So
I'm not preaching. I'm trying to show
okay.
you the imagination.
No, I got you. We know about this verse. So what can be known about God is plain to them. So I know for a fact that that is a false. That verse is false, factually false, not opinion. And you know
Hmm.
how I know that? Because I
Right.
have this amazing ability to read my own mind,
No
and I
problem.
know it's
Read
plain to
22.
me.
Read verse 22 then.
Oh, what is that? Suppressing the truth and
It's
unrighteousness or
no, no.
some
It said, no,
BS?
no. It said professing
Or is
themselves
that
to be
18?
wise. No, no. Hold on. I'll read it to you.
All right.
Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools.
Yeah.
Oh, another thing. So,
Oh
so
no, the
Genesis 1.
Bible
Okay,
called me a name. So are you going to address that 19 is factually wrong?
sir. I'm reading verse 22 to you, and you feel
Uh-huh.
some type of way. You feel triggered. I understand why.
No one's
Because
No.
triggered.
Genesis,
We're just laughing because it's
I,
sir.
I'm not
it's
trying. I'm
ludicrous.
laughing because you're pivoting. So
Yeah.
it's not. So all right. Bible says what can be known about God is plain to me. I know for a fact that's false because I can read my own mind. What do you have to say to that? I don't want to pivot on to the next verse already.
Right. So verse 24. Man, come on, man. This is all you guys. Okay, wherefore God also gave them up to
Hang
their
on.
own
Are we going to make
uncleanness
our
through
way
their
through the
lust.
whole Bible with you going verse by
No,
verse?
does it hurt
Sean's
you?
trying to get you to speak about the one that you read out
I
first.
I know.
Before choosing another one, let's agree
Okay.
to look at it. So he
22.
asked you a
Okay, so
question.
professing
It would be
themselves to be
great
wise.
if you could answer it.
Which one?
Can you repeat back the question Sean asked you?
I didn't. What's the question, man?
Yeah, I didn't think you
Okay.
What's
could.
the question?
Yeah.
It's all right,
So
man. It's
so
okay.
in Romans it said what can be known about God is plain to them, meaning it's obvious. We see it, right? That is factually wrong, and I know this because, like everybody, I can read my own mind. So that means, if so long as I'm telling you the truth, that I know for a fact that that verse is wrong. Correct?
No, it's not wrong because see, that's what I'm saying. It brings me back to 22, professing themselves to be wise, but they became fools. And this is what I mean by that.
The
I
mind
didn't
Genesis
reading
1,
profess that I'm
begins.
wise. I,
sir. I mean, you guys talk like you have the absolute answers of everything, and you don't.
I
And let me
do.
tell you,
I do have the
but
answer to the
sir, let me land
contents
my
of my
plane.
mind.
But let me land my plane, sir. Okay, no problem. Let's
Yeah,
test that mind then.
plane's about to
Genesis
crash hard.
1:29. Genesis, I'm good, man. I'm good. Genesis 1:29 states, right, that God created plant life, tree seeds, right, bearing seeds. And your evolutionary explanation,
Genesis what now?
Before the sun
Genesis
Before
existed.
chapter
this.
1, verse
Oh yeah, yeah.
29. Sir.
Okay,
Before.
got you. That was
And, and,
before
and,
the
and
sun.
hold on.
Before
Yeah,
the sun was created,
and
right?
keep in mind verse 22,
Hang
Romans
on.
so
Hang on a
keep in mind when
second.
he
Have
answers
you
Hang on a
heard
this.
of?
second. We're actually going to take a pause here because this pivot is completely wild. Okay, literally, you're all over the map.
I'm
What?
connecting something. I'm
Well,
connecting 22 right now. You got to
you're
see
gonna
what I mean.
you're going to
You should
explain.
listen as much as you talk.
You're going to explain how we don't understand our own beliefs because of something it says in Genesis. Is that really what you're proposing to
Right,
do now?
right, right. But
Okay.
then it's going to bring you back to 22.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Uh, Watch that smile disappears once we get to it.
I'm terrified.
So Genesis 129, right? Genesis chapter 129, chapter 129. What does it say? If you want me to read it, I can read it. It's cool.
I can get it up if you want. Genesis 129.
Oh, so I thought the guy said he had it already. So I'll read it then.
Got it here.
I didn't. I wasn't in Genesis. I can pull it up.
I can read
Okay.
it for you. It says,
King
God
King
said,
James Version.
"See, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is upon the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food." How does that mean we don't understand our own beliefs?
Okay, good. I'm glad you asked that question. Can you explain to me, right? Yeah, no problem. Watch this. Watch this. Glasses get fogged up. Can you explain to me in your evolutionary explanations how we get seeds on Earth?
This is a wild pivot.
That's
This is wild.
ridiculous.
I'm asking you.
That's a
I'm
mega
asking
pivot.
you.
That's
No
just you
problem.
saying. This is
Dude,
just
my
you
neck
saying.
hurts
you.
from that pivot.
This is just you
See,
saying.
they
I
never
don't
want to
understand.
defend their
Hang on a second.
worldview.
Hang on a second.
No, it's like whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
get stuck on one mole, and
Exactly.
then you put you say, look over here, and then I shut that down, and then you're like, but what about this other thing? And we never make linear progress
This is you
in the
saying
conversation.
you don't
Just to address my
understand
point.
you don't understand biology, therefore a verse in Romans is correct. Is that a serious argument?
I understand it very well. That's why I'm here.
Well,
That's
it
why I'm
sounds
talking
like
about
you
it. That's why I
understand
asked you the question.
nothing about it. We understand exactly why there are
Okay.
seeds.
No problem. Explain it to us.
Okay. Well, various life forms evolved on Earth to spread their genetic
Life
information
forms.
in different
From where?
ways.
From
Some do
where?
it by sexual
From where?
reproduction, and others do it
Sir,
by spreading seeds. Seeds is one of the things
listen.
that's evolved
You
along
got
a
to let him
particular
talk, dude.
pathway for
We have to
reproducing,
go one at a time because he's
whereby the
lying.
genetic material of the organism is spread by creating substances that are edible or distributable in another
What are
way,
you doing, Malia?
which move the seeds or move the genetic
You're about to
material
take a
to
shot
other
in a minute, okay?
places. And we understand exactly how this has happened. Do you really not
Sir,
understand anything about how plant life has evolved? This is like
thank you.
basic
Okay.
school
So,
biology.
all right. Okay.
Zach, do you know
Listen.
about
See,
photosynthesis?
man, come on, bro. Come on. Can I address the man?
Go ahead.
Thank you, man. Like, listen, sir. Everything that you just said it's pure story.
I
And this is how I
think,
know it's a pure story. Okay, sir, I'll just let you speak, right?
yeah, but
Sir,
I
first
think
you
we
started you
might, but
first you
this might
started.
Barely.
be hang on, this is
Oh
important
man, you
because
see?
this might
You
be a
see?
variation on Look at the Trees. Do we agree that thinking about plant life is kind of, is this a variation on Look at the Trees? Because if it is, you know what time it is. What do you think? I need some input from the chat on whether this is
Like, you look nervous, man.
technically a variation on Look at the Trees. I think it might be.
All right.
It's time for Believer Bingo, and we get Look at the Trees. That is an absolutely awesome hit on the Believer Bingo. We're doing very well.
Oh
That's
man.
3 squares down.
All these little
Not the one. Thank you for taking us to
notice
Look
they're
at
not
the Trees.
addressing. They're not letting me address him.
You're
You see
playing for
that?
the
They're
salad
playing
set
games.
now. So
Okay.
there we are.
All right. Copy. Okay, got you. I hit it. Okay, good. All right. Now, you started out with life already. You said that these organisms, whatever. What organism? Okay, first of all, okay, so we know that these asteroids and these meteors, right? Do you believe they have these amino acid and building blocks in them?
Well, we know for a fact some of
I'm
them
asking the
do.
host. I'm asking the host.
I know, and I'm answering because I'm the co-host. But we know for a fact that recently, for example, we're not saying that that's how life originally started necessarily, but they do. The amino acids, the nucleotides that make up our DNA, all those things are found on asteroids, and many
Thank
of
you.
them were found on an asteroid recently.
Thank you. Okay,
However,
great.
we are not claiming asteroids created life on Earth necessarily. We
Okay,
don't know
okay.
how abiogenesis happened.
Thank you. Okay. So wait, remember when he was explaining how seeds got here? That's the story. Okay. So what I want to say is this, right? Okay. So the asteroids, right? He's talking about, right? So now the Earth, right? The Earth formed. Let's say that the Earth formed
The
or
pivots
whatever.
are
The
From an
wild.
water.
accretion disk.
This is like
Listen,
I've been on karma roller
listen,
coasters.
sir. Come
Are
on,
we still
man.
on
Are we
Romans, by the
dissecting
way?
this?
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
this was supposed to tie us back
yeah,
into
professing
Romans.
themselves to be wise. They're fools. So I'm about to
No,
show
I'm
you
talking.
something.
No,
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
listen.
about the contents of my mind, where when you claimed the Bible claims what can be known about God is
Man,
plain to
sir,
me. You
right. I'm
pivoted to
showing you. I'm about to show you.
Europe. We went from we went from
They're
the
nervous,
Bible
bro.
claiming that we went from the Bible claiming
They're
what can be
nervous.
known about God. Okay, great. Then you don't need. The great news is you don't need to talk over me as a defense mechanism. If I'm so nervous, all right.
Yeah.
So we started with the Bible claims what can be known about God is plain to me. And I know for a fact it's not because of the contents of my mind. Oh, but look at this other verse that says you're a fool. And we're like, hey, why are you pivoting to that? And now we're in Genesis talking about trees and asteroids and shit. Can we get back to the part where I know the contents of my mind and the Bible is factually wrong?
Thank you, man. Okay, so back to the bacteria. All right, so what I'm saying is this, right?
Back to the
So what I'm
argument for
saying,
personal incredulity
see,
and the lack of basic
what they
knowledge
don't
of
like,
biology.
what atheists don't like to do, they don't like to defend their worldview because it's unexplainable. They can't explain it. Okay, so now that the Earth is formed, right? Now you said that these bacteria, whatever, did not come from meters. Okay, cool. So
I didn't
water,
know.
right? So
That's not
water.
what I said. Straw
That
man,
isn't what he
stop.
said.
You straw man me. That's
Yeah.
not what
Okay,
I
so
said.
they did. What I mean, so you say bacteria did come from meters?
I told tell me what I said. I want to hear this. Steel man, what I said.
You said that it doesn't necessarily means that life came from meters and asteroids. What you said.
I said what I said is we don't know how a life initially started. That's field
Right,
of
started
study is
from
called.
where?
So let's
Uh-huh.
stop. We don't know how abiogenesis happened. We don't know the
Okay.
conditions. We don't know
Hmm.
if it came from material from an asteroid or not.
Hmm.
But you had asked the question if amino acids, and I added also nucleotides that make up our DNA and RNA and stuff,
Hmm.
are on asteroids. And yes, look up Bennu, Bennu, asteroid Bennu. We found amazing discoveries on it. Cool, separate topic. But anyway, we don't know how abiogenesis happened. That's my position.
Okay, thank you. So
Okay.
after the Earth formed, right, the water, right. So do you believe that it rained down meteors for thousands of years to create the world's oceans, or it just started raining after the Earth
I
cooled
would have
down?
to read up. I would have to read up on that before I have an opinion on it.
Right. So you guys have a lot. You guys know a lot about the Bible, but nothing about your worldview. Okay. So
No, I don't. I just don't
okay, hold on.
claim. I don't
Okay,
claim shit. I don't claim shit that I don't know. I don't.
no
If I
problem.
don't know something, I don't just make
I'm
shit
here to
up.
help.
Go-
So after the Earth was a ball of lava, right?
I'm
It
glad he's
cooled
helping.
down. Right. So after the Earth was a ball of lava, it cooled down, right? And then the meteors started hitting Earth, and then you start getting water for whatever reason, right? So the water brought the rest of the ingredients to the meteors that formed the primordial soup in the single cell organism.
What was my answer to that question about how life
Oh, you
started?
don't know.
Correct. And I'm not.
You
And I'm
don't
not going to
know.
trust your scientific knowledge either.
Okay.
I'm going to
You
read
don't
it
know.
on
So
like a
hold on.
scientific
But you know.
science
But you
journal
do
or
know.
something. Go ahead.
But you do know for a fact, right, that evolution happened.
Oh, for evolution, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you know for a fact that evolution happened, but you don't know, right, if this rain and this meteor brought these elements together and formed the primordial soup, which
I
became this bacteria. You don't know these things, but you just
Yes,
believe
I
it
know. I
still.
know. I know evolution is a phenomenon that
Mm-hmm.
happens with
Mm-hmm.
existing life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Mm-hmm.
know the under what conditions or how abiogenesis, which is the
Mm-hmm.
start of life, I don't know how that happened
Mm-hmm.
because scientists are
Explain,
still studying that.
explain to me the tree seeds that produce apples, please. The seed alone. How did that form?
Do you know there were
I
books for
don't know.
10-year-olds about this stuff? They teach this in school. Have you actually been to school?
Yeah, you know what they told us? Spores. I know everything.
You
Spores,
know
right?
You know
everything.
Algae,
everything.
algae. I know your worldview really good.
Do you do
You got
you
to say spores. You got to
do,
say algae. Let me know if I'm wrong.
well,
I could keep going.
you appear not to understand anything about the evolution of
Yeah.
plant life.
Okay. So are you talking about spores?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So how did the seeds get here then?
So all life on
Here we
Earth
go.
has evolved in different
Talking about the
pathways
seeds, sir.
for
Seeds. I don't care
reproduction
about everything else.
for
Seeds.
reproduction. Right. So there would have been different ways of distributing genetic material, and distributing it by creating seeds would have been one of the ways.
Could have been. I don't want to hear could have been.
Would have been.
This is something you want
Would
me
have
to you
been.
want me to believe in your worldview so bad.
It's not a
I don't want to
worldview.
believe it could have
It's not
been.
well. It's basic biology.
I don't want to rely on it could have been.
Just go onto Amazon and look up biology books for 8-year-olds, and
I
you'll find
did.
something that will explain it to you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I found. Okay, this is what I found. I found that there is no way on this planet that you could come up with tree seeds from meteors or any elements that you're talking about. Because if
Who
that was the
said?
case, if that was the case, you would be able to do it now.
I agree. There's no way we'll find tree seeds on meteors. We are in total agreement. We found something we
Then
agree
how
on.
they get here? Then
They evolved. Oh my God.
they evolved from.
This is
That's what I'm
classic
saying.
argument from
Evolved from
personal
what?
incredulity.
No. I'm
Yeah.
asking you. Evolved from because the Bible's making a claim. It said that God did it. Now I'm asking you. There's got to be another explanation for this.
Yeah,
So if your
you just
explanation
like
sounds
magic.
better,
The
then I'll go
first
with that.
organism.
If your
The
explanation sounds better, I will
Okay,
go
so
with. I
you
will
know
drop
what?
the
You know
Bible
what?
and I will go
Let's
with
do
that.
this. Let's do this. Let's say, for argument's sake, we said we have no idea. Would that be evidence for
I
your
can't go
magic?
with that, man.
Would that be evidence for your
I can't put my soul. I can't put my soul on that.
for your magic
can't
book?
say I don't know. That's
I
your
can't bet my
problem.
soul. I can't bet my soul on that.
Okay. Would that be evidence for your magic book?
Let's say my magic book, right? But you believe in magic rocks.
Would that be evidence for your God? If we
Your
said, well,
magic rocks say that you came from the rocks.
Nobody is
Nothing
saying that.
They came from meteors. That's what you guys believe.
We literally corrected you on this.
We have
I will
to.
prove to
Everything
you.
we
We
say
have to
just beats.
draw a line.
I will
While
prove
this,
to you that I'm telling the truth.
fascinating
Let me
discussion
finish.
has been
I'm gonna prove to you that I'm telling the
on.
truth. In
Okay.
order for you to
While
be,
this fascinating discussion has been going on, I have actually put 2 polls out to the YouTube side and the TikTok side to say we're at the half-hour mark. We're 33 minutes in. Would they like us to
okay, baby, we'll take a shot in a
continue?
minute. Okay.
Would they like to continue this fascinating dialogue, or would they like us to move on to another guest? And 83% of
running.
people, it's not running, it's asking my audience what they
We
like.
can't keep up with your brilliance.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Okay. One more thing.
So 83% of the audience on the
Can I get one more?
side,
Can I get one more, please?
no, you
Can I
can't.
get one more? Just one
No, you
more,
can't.
and I'll drop.
I've had enough nonsense from you. I have to please my audience, and that was becoming insufferable. I mean, the pivots there were so wild. I think I felt like I needed a seatbelt. That was crazy. We started on morality, then we went to Romans.
By the way,
and then we went.
It's on record. He would let his children starve to avoid stealing.
Right.
And he would turn in Anne Frank. He would say, "Yep, she's right up there in my attic."
Yeah.
He literally said it.
Yeah.
My God.
We should really have ended the call there, to be fair. And then we went from handing in Jews to Nazis to straight from there we went to Romans, and you don't actually know what you believe yourself, which is a preposterous claim. Right. And he did not answer your question about that whatsoever. And then his attempt to answer it was to look at verses in Genesis where it says that plants formed before we had a sun.
No, before that, go later in Romans. You are a fool.
Oh yeah.
So
the book says we're
you
fools.
don't know the contents of your own mind, and so I tried to address that. Then you're a fool. Then go to Genesis, and what about the seeds?
I'm personally delighted though, because that did give us a win on the look at the trees on the bingo card. So I'm very happy about that. We're 3 squares into the bingo. We've still got some real winners on there, so we might still get some tonight. I'm very excited. So we now have 2 callers on the YouTube side. For our friends on the TikTok side, again, thank you for your continued patience. We are going to go to Luis, and then after that we have T. This is on the YouTube side. So bringing in Luis now. Hey Luis, how are you?
Hey John, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
I'm good. How about you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Have we spoken before? Because I spoke to a Luis last week, and I wasn't sure if it was you.
Yes, we did. You were like deep into the night. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, nice to speak to you again. Welcome back.
Oh, likewise. Man, that was rough. That previous call was something. I stopped listening after a couple of minutes. To be honest.
I don't blame you. And the thing is, when things are going like that, and then I put the poll to the room, because I just figure, look, we're here to serve an audience, right? And if the audience are saying, no, we've had enough of this, is boring and nonsense, then it's time to move on. They always go, oh, you're running away. My arguments were so devastating, you can't face them anymore. I'd have been quite happy to keep on going with him because it was hilarious, but it was quite hard to listen to as well. So I don't blame either room for either chat for going, nah, enough. There's only so much stupid you can take in a night. Anyway, how are you, Luis? What's going on?
Oh no, I'm good. And honestly, I would even dare to say that the second it went into the whole trees thing, which is kind of like when I peeked into the YouTube, there was a delay, so I wasn't following. I was just following literally your dialogue. Couldn't even hear Sean, but I just like, I don't know what's going on. I know at some point they were talking about lies, and yeah, I was like, I don't even want to know at this point. He was going full speed. I was like, oh, I mean, respect. I mean, you have such patience, honestly.
Well, we try. We try. The Gish Gallop was real on that one.
Not for real.
Yeah. Well, what have you got? Have you got a particular thing you wanted to bring up or discuss?
Yes. So I actually did. I did get to see the bingo there that you had. I didn't get to see all of it, but I did come across 2 things that I genuinely believe, and it actually completes your row. So I'm debating whether to continue our conversation about nobody believes or completing the bingo for you.
Oh, I'm going to be properly happy if we continue. If we can complete a row.
Okay.
Just because I'm a child, and it's going to make me happy to do that.
I mean, honestly, I want to hear the sound. I mean, I'm not following the YouTube anymore, but I love to hear the sound of the row being completed.
It's
So,
going to be special, trust me.
oh
Yeah.
man, I can't wait.
So you know the argument you need to make? Do you need me to display it for you? Because that can be kind of cheating.
Oh well, it's not completing the row that you have almost completed. It's literally one where you only have. I didn't get to see all of it, but
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well-
no, I there's some things there, by the way, that I don't think they're entirely encompassing to like the entire Christianity, but I digress.
Okay, well, why don't you make whatever points you want to make, and if we complete the bingo row, I'll be very happy, and if we don't, then that's also okay.
Okay. Do you want me to just make the statements to complete the row?
You could do if you want. I wouldn't argue.
Okay. Pertaining to the Bible, I do believe it is historically accurate.
That the bar. Oh well, it just so happens we're not going to complete a row, but we do get the Bible is historically accurate,
and I do believe in the fine tuning of the universe.
Oh my goodness me!
That was
huge. Woo! Amazing.
Oh man, I can't hear the sound. I just saw the yellow thing.
Oh, you'll have to get it back on the replay. But yeah, that's fire. I mean, we're in good shape now. Our Believer Bingo is looking very, very good indeed. We still haven't had a proper crash out, which would be magical, and we haven't had That's the Old Testament, or I'll Pray for You, or You Send Yourself to Hell, or Nothing Comes from Nothing. That we came close to that, I think, on the last call. I think we could have steered that direction fairly easily. Or we haven't had It's a Relationship, Not a Religion. That's one of my favorites. And of course, God Works in Mysterious Ways. So I'm feeling fairly confident that we might just get one of these later tonight, and I'm going to be super happy if we do. But I'm feeling very happy now that we've got a row completed and another one and 5 squares. Luis, what can I say, man? You've given us a proper leg up on the Believer Bingo tonight. I never repay you enough.
Oh man.
Hi, buddy. Speak soon.
Take care. Yeah, you atheist. Yeah.
Speak soon. Take care, man. Okie dokie. We are going to bring in T, who has also been waiting patiently on the YouTube side. Hey, T, how are you? Are you there? T, you are in. Nope. Looks like T's not happening. That's a real shame. Okay. Well, that's not happening. T, if you can hear me and you want to join, then follow the link again, and I'll see you coming again, and we'll try and get you back in again. That just didn't work for some reason. And while that's happening, we will go back to TikTok world, and we will bring in... we're going to bring in Kay Penny, who we have spoken to before and is a friend of the channel. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. That was insane.
It's pretty nuts, wasn't it? It's a human zoo here sometimes. We get all sorts.
Wow. Well, I've talked to you guys one time.
I remember you very well.
Well, good. So you said to come back and tell you how it's going.
Yes.
Still deconstructing. I'm
for you.
definitely more on the deconstructed side than the deconstructing, if that makes sense.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's hard when you think about it, because I mean, like, you literally have it's a form of brainwashing, and it's really hard to change your mindset. I mean, like, my husband and I, even eating, we're like, thank you, just to be grateful, but not to like any certain thing.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard. But one thing I heard last night that kind of, I told my husband today, I was like, it kind of puts the nail in the coffin for me is, I will say, the book is so big. And when you try to remember things that are in different places, it's really hard to see. Like, oh, I've read that somewhere, or I've read something like that. And so and I think that's probably on purpose, because you just don't make the connections. And somebody made a connection last night that I just was like blown away. So it's in Matthew and Mark, and it's talking about when the stars will not give their light, the moon will go dark, and the sun will go dark, right?
Oh, yeah, we're talking about when
Yeah.
the Son of Man comes in his kingdom and all the things that are going to
Yes,
happen.
yes.
Yeah.
So I
yeah.
go and I look at that, Isaiah 13, and it's literally telling you that the Christians, the followers, are the ones that are going to be literally destroying the sinners. Not the God,
Yeah.
the people following.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there going, okay, putting myself in this position. I mean, it's extremely graphic. Extremely. I mean, it says you will not spare children.
Yeah.
You will dash their heads. And I'm going, putting myself in that position, I have a hard time getting rid of a mouse. And I'm like, so at this point, that would literally mean, like, like to my parents, that would be saying, okay, so I guess you're going to be responsible for taking me and my children off the earth. Can you do it?
Yeah.
Because I can tell you right now, if a God stood in front of me and said, murder, however you say it, this baby, it's not happening.
Yeah, right.
None.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah. Good for you.
Which means I fall into the category of lukewarm and proceed straight to hell anyway. Which, and don't
to be
really
fair,
know
that's where all the
me.
cool people will be.
Right? So I'm like sitting here going, I guess I'm more approaching the dark side than.
Well, good for you, Kay. I mean,
But
I had a feeling when we spoke before that this is a person who is on the right track, and you know you can't put that stuff back in the bottle once it's come out, and you know you're definitely on the right track, and I'm really happy for it, and you know even if it's a bit bumpy sometimes, and even if it's hard, and it is very, you know, I don't want to underplay how painful it can be sometimes to leave stuff behind when it's been a big part of your life. Just the fact that you don't have to carry the burden of having to continually force yourself to accept things that your mind can't really accept when you're honest with yourself. Your life gets so much better. It's so much less psychologically exhausting.
Absolutely. You know, and I told you about the friend who went to seminary, and
Yeah.
like I keep throwing these questions at her, and she's just like, but he created this and is worthy of our praise. And I'm going, okay, but did you see this? But did you see this? And she was like, but we can't judge that. Like, we can't judge him. And I'm like,
yeah, watch me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I actually sent her this Isaiah 13 thing. Not heard from her.
And you know what? She might.
Because I literally put her in that position, and I said, so your grandchildren, just asking for a friend.
Oh, it's harsh. You went there.
Yeah, and she has not responded.
I'd be interested to know if you get a response, whether the response is a sort of apologetic dodge, or whether it's a leaning in and a like, well, God knows what's best. And I mean, it's crazy. You know, have you listened to Deconstruction Zone, to Justin?
I have.
So you know
a few things.
He has his baby paste thing, right? And it's such a clever thing because he gets people to just say, yeah, I would do this thing. I would, you know, chuck babies into the meat grinder and, you know, make lunch snacks out of them if I was told to. And it's horrific. And the justification is, yeah, well, you know, God is good. If God says to do it, it must be the right thing to do, which is just an obscene way to look at things. Horrendous.
I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of stolen the baby paste thing from Justin and used it myself.
I have not seen that. I'll have to go look for that.
Yeah, he often does.
It's grim. It's really
very
grim.
clever. He does a really good job of it. It's just, you know, a way of basically illustrating the logical endpoint of accepting divine command, which is, you know, anything God says must be good. So he says, well, if God told you to, you know, go to the local orphanage and take out all the children and chuck them in a grinder and, you know, make patties out of them, would that be the right thing to do? And it's very clever because the alternative is to say disobeying God would be the right thing to do. Those are the only options, right? And so it's a very
Right.
sort of Socratic way of using a kind of crowbar to prise that idea open and have a look what really lies inside it. And it's ugly. It's craziness.
Right. And unfortunately, from the not the last guest, but the one that was crashing out, I think with people with that mindset would literally say, okay.
Yeah, he would.
And in the Bible, it's story after story after story after story that this has already been done. And so that is the plan. The religious people take out the sinners. And I literally, like I said to my friend, I said, if the God was standing in front of me and said that, I would literally say, then kill me, because I am not going to do it.
Me too. And you know what else I say that about? I say that about the sacrifice of Jesus. So I've often said this. I put a video out about this a couple of months ago. If I'm guilty of a crime, if I genuinely am, let's take Christianity at face value and say, I've offended God. I'm a sinner and I'm guilty of this crime of sin. And if that's the case, then I would like to do my punishment myself. I would like to take whatever punishment I'm due myself. If you offer to find me an innocent person who's going to be killed on my behalf or take a punishment on my behalf because I'm guilty, truly, justly guilty of a crime, then I do not consent to that. I would rather be punished myself and not have an innocent person suffer on my behalf. I think it is an absolutely disgusting preachment, a horrible idea, horrible. And I'm supposed to be pleased about this. This is good news, apparently. No.
Right.
No,
it's just insane. The more I read, and it's sad that these things had to be brought to my attention from people who are considered, people are like, oh, that's the worst. And the whole, oh, don't cast your pearls, blah, 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 all that stuff.
Before
And
the
it's like,
swine.
I have learned more about the Bible from atheists than I have from Christians.
Yeah. Well,
that's insane.
They don't often tell you the verses, like, you don't find Numbers 31 on the side of an inspirational mug. I'm thinking about creating some merch, and I'm going to do a calendar and some things like mugs and stuff that have got all the worst horrible shit in there. I think it'd be quite
That's
funny.
not a bad idea.
I've got an idea for you.
That's
and
brilliant.
I can do the research for you. I'm actually, I don't have a problem with speaking. I'm actually an international speaker for photography, and so I don't have a problem with it. But you do it so well. I'm like in the process of making a list of sermons you don't hear.
Right.
I'm like, well, that's not a sermon you hear about. And that, being a pastor's kid, I'm making this list because I am going to eventually present it to my dad and say, I would just love to have these questions that I have answered because I'm confused.
Good for you.
A little bit.
Good for you.
So yeah,
interesting to see.
Brother-in-law and my dad. My dad's a retired pastor. My brother-in-law is a pastor.
Wow.
And I used to be married to a pastor, so there's that.
Well, Kay, it's wonderful to hear from you again. Thank you so much for coming back to give us an update. I'm thrilled that you're doing well and you're in a good place with stuff. And I always mean it when I say to people, come back and come back and see us again. Let us know how you're getting on. I mean it from my heart because I love to hear these things. I love to see how people are getting on, and delighted to speak to you again and come back again. Stay in touch with us. We love having you as part of our community. So thank you so much, Kay.
Thank you.
All right. All the best. Take it easy.
You too.
Okay. Yeah. I remember speaking to her. It was a few weeks ago, and I remember thinking she's awesome, and I really hope that she comes back to see us again. So what a treat. That's fantastic. Okay. We are going to go to no comment brackets Lily and see what's happening here. Hey, no comment. Oh, just dropped out. You were in for like half a second. If you didn't mean to do that, request up immediately again, and I'll bring you straight back in. Otherwise, if not, we'll move on. It looks like maybe that was a no. Oh, we got people coming in from the Bible guy. That's awesome. He's wonderful too.
Oh, the
Guy's
Bible
great.
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah, he runs.
if
I
anyone doesn't
follow him.
if anyone doesn't follow him on YouTube, he's often on with Justin. He's wonderful. Give the Bible guy a follow. Okay, well, it looks like that's not happening, so we're going to go with Bailey. Bailey next. Hi, Bailey.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. Okay. So just pick a topic.
Sure.
Nobody chooses what they believe.
Mm-hmm. So, do you think you can choose what you believe?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Well, you say of course, but let's have a look at that. So, would you agree with me that if you become convinced of something, if something convinces you or persuades you, you can't help but believe?
Right. If the evidence stands true, yes.
Whether it's true or not, it could be false. But if it persuades you, if it seems true to you, if it convinces you, once you're convinced, the belief just happens to you, doesn't it?
No, that's not how I work. I work with evidence, and I go
Yeah.
by the evidence that
Yeah.
persuades me.
Exactly. So if the evidence persuades you, once you've looked at the evidence, I agree with you. I've worked that way too, and good on you. So you look at the evidence, and the evidence persuades you. Once you're persuaded by the evidence, you would agree with me that the belief happens automatically, correct?
Yes, because it refutes what I've been lied about all these years, which is that life came from nothing.
Yeah, well, that's a separate subject. We won't do any wild pivots for the moment. So once you're persuaded by something, the belief happens. Would you also agree with me that if you're not persuaded, if the evidence doesn't persuade you, belief is impossible, right? Because your mind is refusing to accept that it's true. Agreed?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that sounds like an atheist. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. So then the question is, what determines whether you find the evidence persuasive or not? Is it just what you want? Can you just decide to find it persuasive? Or is it something else?
It's something else. It's basically something miraculous that is basically a miracle.
I don't think it's
A
a
miracle when
miracle.
you are convinced by
Yeah.
something.
I think it's just how
Yes,
brains
a
work, isn't it?
miracle.
I don't think it's a miracle. I think it's just how brains
Well,
work. If you're
no,
persuaded
it's
by
not
the
that.
evidence, then you believe, right?
No, it's not that.
Like
It's
if
not
I
just
say if
that,
I
right?
say to you it's raining outside, and you go to the window and you look outside and you see the rain falling down, and you now agree with my claim that it's raining outside, is that a miracle or is that just how brains work?
It's just it's a miracle.
Really?
Yeah, the way
What?
everything's set up for us to have this type of weather conditions and
Oh
things
no,
like that,
I'm not
it's
talking about
amazing
whether
because
the
you don't
rain
get it
is
on
a
other
miracle.
planets.
Hang on. I'm not talking about whether the rain is a miracle. I'm talking about whether the fact that you have been able to confirm my claim of rain by looking outside the window, is that miraculous? The fact that I said it's raining outside and you looked out and went, oh yeah, it is. Is that a miracle? Or is it just how brains work?
Oh, I see. We both think different because I just don't look at what you just claimed, right? I look at, well, why is it so? I go beyond what you're thinking. It sounds to me like you one-sided, like you just one. It's basic, basically. Your mindset's kind of basic. So when you say, oh, look, outside it's raining. Okay, I see that it's raining, but
Right.
how
Well,
is,
He's
I mean,
I'm deeply
he's
sorry for
just
having
talking
a
about belief
basic
state.
mindset. Yeah, we're just talking about, we
Yeah,
actually are talking about
he's
something
only
quite
addressed.
basic.
Yeah,
Sure, sure.
he's not talking about what causes it to rain or why we have weather. We're just
but why not
narrowly
question that?
Hold on, listen. We're narrowly focusing on beliefs and how beliefs form right now. That's it.
Because
We're not talking about
that was the
anything
topic
else.
you chose. We don't have to do this one,
Okay,
but this is the
no
one you
problem, sir.
chose.
Okay,
So
let me ask you something. Would you say you have belief too?
of course everyone has beliefs.
Okay, right. So when you believe in your worldview, right, which is things that just come out from nothing, that non-living things,
We don't
why do
believe
you
that.
believe that?
We don't believe that. I've never heard an atheist say that something comes from nothing. I've only very, very many times hear
Mm,
Christians claim that we believe something came from nothing, but I don't
mm,
know.
mm.
I've never met a single atheist who thinks that. It's a
The
straw man.
biogenesis, it's a biogenesis. The definition of biogenesis is something. It's non-living materials.
It's called abiogenesis,
No
and
problem.
abiogenesis is not something coming from nothing.
Really
What
not.
is it?
I don't know how it formed, but it's basically natural processes, like physical things that
Mm-hmm.
came together in a way to create the first simple forms of life. We don't know how it happened, but yeah, but it's
So,
not. It's not. If it did happen that way, it's not something coming from nothing. It's physical
so,
things coming together and forming the original life.
well, sounds to me like you just making it up because, um, because
I
you can't explain you can't explain how these things were even able to even do this. You just because you have already a mindset, a belief
actually,
system. You
actually, I
go by
can.
whatever the scientist tells you.
Yeah, I go when it comes to matters involving science. I go with
Hmm.
the consensus of scientists because
Hmm.
I'm not a scientist. Just like if I have a problem with my transmission and I don't know jack s about transmissions, I go to a transmission specialist, or I go to a doctor because I'm not a doctor when I'm sick to get medicine or diagnose what's wrong with me. That's how nobody can be an expert in all these fields that require expertise. So we have to rely on the experts for some things.
Right. So with that logic, right? So I can take my vehicle and the mechanic can tell me something, and I could always research my vehicle because if you Google your vehicle, you can get information from your vehicle and find out what's really. I've done it plenty
Yeah,
of times.
yeah,
So
you
when you
can.
find out when I did these things, I found out wait a minute, I don't need new brakes.
Right,
It's
right.
just my
So
it's just my rotors.
no, I got you. So there's certain
Right.
things that are simple that are not very intensive that you can look up on YouTube. However, you could also go to 12 years of school and get a PhD in physics. I mean, you could do that yourself, or you can just listen to what the physicist, or a PhD in biology or what have you. You can physically do that, but I don't have like 10, 12 years to spare.
But the problem is that
There are
these
people
experts.
currently doing research into abiogenesis who have spent
Right.
30 years gaining education in the life sciences. They haven't just gone on Google. They haven't just gone to the library and taken a book out. I don't think you should be too quick to just dismiss the work of hundreds of thousands or millions of man hours of time spent working in research in the life sciences because you may not like the ramifications of what they're researching.
Okay, so that's the problem though. These people that spend thousands of hours with this the this topic, right? They don't even know.
Actually, I can.
They don't even know. They don't know.
Bailey, I can actually prove to you, like prove deductively, that
Hmm.
abiogenesis happened.
Hmm.
So
Show me.
abiogenesis, a
Hmm.
without biological genesis beginning. All that's saying is that there. So first of all, would you agree that at one point on Earth there was no biological life, and now we have biological life? Do you
Yes.
agree with that premise? Okay, cool. That means biological life had to have a beginning, and that means the beginning could not have been biological life, because if biological life cannot predate biological life in order to start itself, right? So something that is not biological life had to be the genesis of life on Earth, whether that's God magic or a chemical reaction somewhere or something, but factually abiogenesis happened. Even if God made the first simple organisms, that would still be abiogenesis, because God is not biological life. So the
No.
question is, how did it happen? I don't know yet, but if you say it's God magic, I just want your evidence.
No.
Yeah.
But see, what Christ said that I am the truth, I am the way, I am the life. So that is a life source. So
Right.
that's you're wrong. So
Okay.
another thing too.
Uncle
So what
Uncle
I'm
Ben said, "With great power comes great responsibility," but I don't believe Spider-Man exists.
well, I believe what Christ said, that he's the life. That's why he was able to
Okay.
create cells, things that human beings can't create. See,
I'd,
God should be able
I'd
to.
like to address something you said before we move on to talking about how wonderful Jesus is. I'd like to address something else. So your objection is that people working in the life sciences don't have all the answers yet. You said they don't
They will
know.
never.
Do you
Mhm.
understand that the way science works is it works at the boundary between what we know and what we don't know? This is why we don't do research we don't do deep research now into things that we completely understand and know already, because we understand and know them already. The interesting research happens at the edge of what we know and what we don't know, the edge of the boundaries of our knowledge. And that's how we expand our knowledge. We research there and we work there and we investigate and we create models and we test them and we work hard to push the boundaries of our knowledge. So there were times not that long ago where we didn't understand how electromagnetism works. And you could have said, these scientists working in electromagnetism don't have all the answers, which is essentially what you're saying now about the life sciences. And you'd have been right.
Not.
It's exactly the same, because you would have been pointing out an area where there's a lack of complete understanding. But now, guess what? We do know how electromagnetism works. We do understand
Real quick,
the connection.
admin note, sorry.
Yeah.
We have Dr. Dig in the queue. He says he has a PhD in molecular genetics.
Oh, fantastic.
I don't know if you want to bring...
For sure. Let's
yeah, I would love to ask him some questions.
Bring him in. Because I think that people who dedicate their lives to this might take umbrage at you dismissing their work with a wave of your uneducated hand, if you don't mind me saying.
Okay, so,
Dr. Dig, welcome.
Said, sir.
Hello.
Okay.
Thank
Hi.
you for having me.
You're very welcome.
And I'm sorry for referring to you as he. I didn't know you're... Anyways, go ahead.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so sometimes in these conversations, Justin brings me up, and sometimes I can explain these concepts a little bit better. So that's why I kind of volunteered. So abiogenesis, I think, is often confused with the belief that something comes from nothing, but that's not what it is. It's that life came from non-living pieces, which isn't that difficult to understand or conceptualize, because that happens now anyway. I mean, we wouldn't classify like an egg and a sperm as living independent organisms. So what abiogenesis has, and they confirmed it a long time ago in the, I always forget the second guy's name, but it's the Uri something experiments, where
I know about that experiment. He failed.
it didn't fail, actually, and it's been replicated multiple times.
I love that.
What it
I know about
showed
this.
was
it failed.
Yeah, it didn't fail.
I'm gonna explain to you why it failed, because it was it was not able to self-replicate, man. It was a failed experiment.
That actually
All they did was
wasn't the
just use
purpose
what
of the
already
experiment. That
existed.
actually wasn't.
Bailey,
That wasn't the.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
That wasn't the purpose of the experiment. Self-replication wasn't the purpose of the experiment. The purpose of the experiment was, if we put the ingredients as we understand them for life into a soup, into a environment that replicates our understanding of way, way, way early Earth, can you get the building blocks of life? And we did. So you think that it's the purpose is something else, but that actually wasn't the purpose of that particular experiment. Now, if you are going to say that that is not a concrete or good enough proof of concept for our understanding of how life started, then I would implore you to look more into it, because we now have experiments that have proved that self-replication is possible in things like RNA molecules. So these are different questions that are being asked, but we do indeed have answers for them. It's just that that particular experiment doesn't have the answer you're looking for. Yes,
Right,
please.
man. So basically, you're assuming what the Earth condition was a billion years ago, because you don't know.
We're
Okay,
not
so another
assuming
thing
it.
too, man. We
We're
do
not
not
assuming.
know. There's no way you could go back in time and know what the weather conditions were.
Do you
Okay.
have to go back in time to know that
Okay, let me ask
dinosaurs
you something.
existed?
No, let her speak.
Do you have to go
ask your
back in
question.
time when polio was prevalent to know that polio is a thing? Did you have to go back in time for when the Black Plague happened and know what it was? Because the Black Plague still exists in the United States.
mean, again, the weather condition is an assumption. Another thing too, and not only that, the people that were conducting this experiment, they put these conditions based on their worldview because they wanted it to work so bad, and it still didn't.
Well,
So what I
it's
want
not
to
a
say,
worldview. It's not a
what,
thing like I like people that have red hair, so I'm only going to do an experiment with people that have red hair. It's very different than that. This isn't a preference for what we wanted the world to be. This is based on geometric data and like they, we we have readings in geology that indicate to us what the 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 world was like at that time.
Yeah, we have
So
ways of
And
we're not
investigating
pulling
the past without having to get in a time machine.
man,
yeah,
listen,
right.
man,
Bailey, do you think there was a singular weather condition back in the early days of the Earth? It's like asking, what is the weather condition like on Earth right now? Well, what time of year, when, what region of Earth? It's like you have a very simplistic way of thinking about these things.
man,
Or
let me ask you
is it,
something.
I could ask you, hold on, I could ask you, can you exactly
Listen,
replicate the weather conditions that you experienced yesterday?
yesterday that we know of, yes, that's what we know of.
You can exactly replicate
Oh, so you saying it's not
the weather
possible?
conditions yesterday. No, what
Let's
I'm saying is,
see.
what your argument is, if you can't go back and exactly replicate that or close enough, well, then you didn't experience yesterday
Okay,
and you popped out of nowhere, and I
okay,
don't trust anything that you say.
man. Can we predict? Can we simulate the weather conditions yesterday?
Can we? You seem to
I'm
think that
asking
we
you.
can't.
I'm asking you.
Of course we can.
We're in a pickle.
Can we simulate weather? Yes, we can simulate weather in small systems. Yes.
From yesterday.
Sure.
Okay, great,
Where would
great.
you like to do
Because,
that?
but right, the
Temperature,
reason
pressure,
I
humidity,
got you.
like
What
that seems trivial.
I got it, man. The reason you will know that is because right, um, you know what the data said yesterday because it's what it said yesterday. All right, but during Abraham Lincoln days, right? Can you prove what day it was when he was unalive?
That's about
What the weather
historical
was?
records. That's about what someone wrote down.
Right, I know, but I'm talking about that weather that day, that weather, the condition that day when he unalive. Do you know what was it sunny? Was it what was it?
Why would I know what the weather if the sun was out when Abraham Lincoln died?
You know, so you don't know. You wouldn't know what weather condition it was when he unalive that day.
No, but there's no expectation for me to know
Copy
that.
that.
What I
Copy that.
know is the molecular genetics that led to life as we know it. If you'd like to ask me about what the conditions were when the ingredients for life happened, I can explain that. I'm not a historian and I'm not a weather historian. So, what I'm not going to be able to do is explain to you the weather on any given day. I don't know the weather when Genghis Khan died. I
It
don't know
may
the
also be
weather on the day
irrelevant.
when you were born. I don't there are things that people just I wouldn't know that. So
Right, man. Okay, so you could be a weather expert. You will not know what weather condition it was when Abraham Lincoln was unalive. You wouldn't. There was no technology to know any of those things to know that. Okay, so I want to know why do you think, right? Because they use early Earth conditions, and that would be proof of biogenesis. When there's no way for you to date that.
no, the conditions of the early earth
You have to
aren't
believe this thing,
proof
man.
of a biogenesis. It we simulated the conditions to the best of our knowledge and we put
Okay,
the
so it's not
ingredients that
accurate,
we know.
ma'am. Can you be honest and say it's not
Uh,
accurate?
No, it was plausible.
Bailey,
It was plausible.
yeah.
I'm
Science
asking
doesn't
her.
have to science doesn't have to act to work with certainties.
Mhm.
That there are data points that would have allowed us to create plausible scenarios for what the atmospheric and environmental conditions might have been. We don't have zero knowledge about the past. We're not completely
Right.
stupid and ignorant about everything in the past just because we're not there. We can infer things.
Yeah, but what she was saying is that because early Earth condition, we were able to
Yeah,
come up with these elements. The thing is that she's just making things up because
she's not making
no
things up.
one will know what the reason is. I said this because no one will know what the conditions were back in those
How
days.
do
So
you
in the
know that?
sense of
How do you know that,
it's a
Bailey?
story. It's a
Bailey,
story
how do you know
because
that?
you don't.
How do you know what scientists could know about the past?
Yeah, you,
Have you
This
studied how much science have you studied? Like, have you ever read a science book or a scientific journal or anything on your own? You're making pronouncements about what scientists can know and cannot know, but you know nothing about their field.
and it's
I
also
know
incredibly
that the things. Ask me a
presumptuous.
question.
It's also incredibly presumptuous for you to assume that people working in science diligently trying to push back those barriers, those boundaries of our knowledge, are just making up stories. Is that what you think people do? Is that what you think people study and research, for years and years and years to do, to just go in a lab and make shit up? Is that really what you think? Do you think so little of people who dedicate their life to knowledge production that that's what you think
Let me see.
happens in universities and in research labs?
I'm gonna let you answer that for me because do you actually think, right, if we can't even know the weather condition when Abraham Lincoln unalived, what makes you think we're gonna know the weather condition
Because you
There
don't have
wouldn't
to
be a
know it
billion?
exactly. You have to have an idea of the approximate parameters
Where
and
did you
a
get the
plausible within plausible parameters that you can estimate, which is why they're not making claims of absolute certainty. They're just saying that it's
right?
plausible.
And
No, it's
also
not
there could
plausible. It's not
also it
because
might
Because you
hold
know
on,
that.
Bailey. It might first of all there's not one singular weather condition that things that we experience different weather conditions and weather cycles on a regular basis. It might be irrelevant to abiogenesis. I'm not saying it is, out of my field of expertise. But what I'm saying is you have declared that there must be a specific weather condition, and we don't know if there was that weather condition, and that abiogenesis would have had to have happened in an instance in a certain weather condition. Things take time when it comes to chemical processes, and it likely experience a variety of different weathers. And unless there's something really extreme, it might not even matter what weather conditions it was exposed to.
Thank
yeah,
you,
it does
Sean.
And
matter.
Because,
It does.
by the way,
Dr.
this
Dick, I
isn't.
want to ask you something before you leave.
I'm not leaving. I was
Okay, good.
trying to address
You're a
Nick's
geneticist.
comment.
Go ahead.
go ahead, Dr.
So
Dick.
it's actually not about weather. It's about the makeup of what was on the planet.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it's not about
so
whether it was a
we
sunny day.
have exactly. It could be a sunny day, it could be a rainy day. What we were looking at is the conditions of what was on the planet, which we get evidence for all the time because we found the bases and the pieces of amino acids on asteroids that come and hit our planet. So this isn't like a thing that we pulled out of thin air to say this was here and it was sunny and the amino acids for methionine were there and then it made an enzyme. Like, that's not what we're doing. And I just like to point out, if what it took was to just make things up, then I went to college at 16. I was there for 12 years, and then I did a fellowship in a medical school, about 15 years altogether. So if I just had to make things up, I can guarantee you I wouldn't have spent that much time
Yeah, think about
in
all the
in
time you could have
school.
saved. Just make shit up and
Yeah,
get to
Yeah,
the same result.
yeah.
there would be so many other things that I could have done with my time.
It's
So,
idiotic.
yeah,
It's also
go ahead. I'm not
offensive.
leaving, but
It's offensive to
Yeah, it
people
really is.
like you who've dedicated your life to knowledge production and to pushing back the boundaries of our understanding. For people to just wave that effort aside, wave all that cooperation, wave all that teamwork, wave all of that diligence, that experimental design, all the steps you take to try to identify sources of bias, to identify vulnerabilities in the methods, to subject your work to peer review, all of that stuff waved away as if it's nothing, and to say they make it up, like, that is just
yeah.
idiotic. I'm sorry, I don't mean that as a personal attack on you, Bailey, but it shows a very naive level of understanding of how science is actually done, and I feel
Okay.
offended on
All
behalf of
right.
the people who do that.
Okay. I haven't said anything for
And
the past 5 minutes. Okay. So,
it's also,
uh,
hold on, I'd just like to say one more thing. It's also something that if you have the capacity to say, you've made it up, you're lying, I know better than you because I've read the Bible and I Googled. Well, guess what? I've done both of those things too. I've read the Bible and I've Googled. And if it took that to be recognized as an expert, to be given a doctorate, among other, it's not the only degree I have, by the way. I have a bunch of others. So, like, to be told that you, someone who has no formal education in genetics or biology, and that I am lying and I've made it up because I've taken the easier path to disillude people is,
It's
I'm
crazy.
never going to come to terms with it.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
it, yeah.
crazy. I'm offended on your behalf. I just have to read this. Tim Davidson, thank you so much for the donation and the message, Tim. Says, caller, there is nothing you know about science that the people doing it don't know. Miller Urey was to show it's
okay.
possible,
I haven't I haven't said anything in the past 10 minutes, man.
not this is it. But this is an opportunity for you
All
to
right.
learn something rather than just preach.
About the
Do you
okay.
take on board Tim's
Okay. So
point here?
I heard what I heard what she said.
No, what actually what Dr. Digg said was very valid, and I'd like you to address that. But I'd also like you to hear what Tim is saying, is that the Miller-Urey experiment wasn't declaring this is it. It was designed to show that under certain conditions, these processes can happen. That was it. So even if the conditions were slightly different, even if they didn't know if it was a sunny day that day or if it was a little bit cloudy, the fact is that within the kinds of parameters that they could be confident the early Earth would have had, something within that range, to show that those kind of processes, all it would have needed was a little bit of input of energy, some lightning or something like that, would be all that was needed.
Man, okay. This are all assumptions again. You're just assuming things. You know what I mean? Okay, so now, Dr. Dig, let me ask you something, right? So the RNA, right? Shucks. So RNA is the primary molecule that carries the genetic information from the DNA. Can you explain to me how does the
No,
RNA?
sorry, that's actually not true. It's it.
I'm reading from. What do you mean?
Well,
I'm
what I'm
reading
saying.
this thing here.
Yeah. Don't read,
So it's
ask.
the only molecule
Wait
that
a minute. Are you
generates
saying
information from DNA. So it's called central dogma. It's DNA into RNA into protein. You said it's what, the most important or something? It's the only molecule that can do that. There's a process. It's called the central dogma. Maybe you can look that up next.
man, it says right here, RNA is the primary molecule that carries genetic information from the DNA to the ribosomes, where proteins are synthesized.
Ribosomes, yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. So, in your worldview, man, I mean, to explain this, where you believe that the Earth designed you, do you believe that the Earth waited for the right conditions to start creating DNA in primordial soups and it came up with this
No, I
RNA?
don't think that Earth has a consciousness that was waiting for
Hmm.
certain conditions to be like,
Hmm.
yes, I, the Earth,
Hmm.
have decided now it's time. I don't think that that's what happened because I know that evolution exists and I've done multiple experiments where I observe evolution. I actually got my
Give me that
molecular
example. Give
genetic.
me that. Give me an example that you say you observed this.
Yeah, do you know what sawflies are?
Soft what?
Sawflies.
No, I don't know. I always hear like
Okay, do you know what
bacteria
C.
and
elegans are?
I always hear like bacteria. The fairy I like to use is like bacteria and they're able to
There are
build immune
lots of
systems.
things that can prove the theory. So you don't know what C. elegans is?
Mm-mm, no, I don't.
Okay. So do you know what E. coli are?
Yeah, I could. Hmm.
Do you know what yeast is?
we could stick with E. coli. What about E. coli?
Okay, so I've done
I
experiments in my
take E. coli
class.
for 10. Go ahead.
E. coli for 10. So I took a class called Recombinant DNA Technologies. It was one of the
Hmm.
first classes I took as a graduate student. And we worked 3 times a week in the lab to forcibly um, cause evolution and different species to learn different DNA technologies. So we did an experiment with E. coli where we started them. There were colonies of E. coli that were not drug resistant. We um, repeatedly exposed them to at the beginning it was very low degrees of a certain, it was tetracycline, a very low dose of tetracycline, and then increased it and increased it and increased it, and we selected every time the colony that was performing the best. So we would expose the bacteria to an antibiotic, we would let it grow out on a plate. Then on that plate, we would select a colony that was still living after the antibiotic exposure. We would then plate that again onto a new plate, give him or give that plate more antibiotic, then let this process continue. But the point was at the end was that we could put in, they're called like gene switch systems, where based on the presence of an antibiotic you can force certain expression behaviors. And so we then tested if they were antibiotic resistant by introducing this gene off and on switch, and if we could get the bacteria to not express in the presence of the antibiotic, that it means that the gene switch that we introduced wasn't working, which means that they're antibiotic resistant. That's one of many, many, many experiments that I've done to observe evolution. Now, I would like to ask you, do you know why we can observe evolution in bacteria?
Well, you could observe it or microscopes or whatever, or yeah, because observation.
No, so we can observe evolution in things like bacteria because
But
they
I
have
didn't.
very, very, very fast generation times.
Okay.
Now, the reason we can't observe evolution in things like humans is because the generation time is really long. It's really long in mammals. But when we do these evolution experiments in things like Drosophila or C. elegans or yeast or E. coli, the generation times are very quick. So we're getting so many generations in a day, 10 days, a month, that their process is way faster. And that's how we know that the changes that we have inflicted upon them make a genetic mark on that species.
Okay, great. All right, all right. So, ma'am, with all those generations, right, that had passed by under E. coli, and I understand that the E. coli was able to have resistance to whatever you was talking about, right? Um, my question is, it's real simple. Do you believe that evolution have limits?
Do I what? Can you
Believe
repeat
that
that?
evolution have limits?
Well, natural selection certainly has limits.
Okay, this is why the reason I asked that question is because my question is that are those E. coli, right? Even though they have different functions, are they
What?
still E.
Sorry,
coli,
what was
right?
Yeah. He's asking how come the E. coli didn't turn into an elephant.
Man, I'm asking you, right? The E. coli, how's it? Is it still an E. coli? Yes or no?
Yes. I never claimed that it wasn't.
Okay,
It just has a
right.
new has a new
So you said
trait.
many generations. You said many generations and passed by, right? And it's still an E. coli. So evolution says that evolution says that we went from bacteria to humans. So all you get in this E. coli experiment is that you get more E. coli that can do different things, but it's still E.
Sorry,
coli.
I would
That's why
like
when I
to try
said,
to make quite
hold on, man,
clear
hold on, man,
too.
I
No,
didn't interrupt you,
no,
but I
stop
didn't interrupt you,
talking.
man. Let's see.
Every time you
See, right?
open your mouth, you say something even more, number one, insulting to my field, and number two, dumber than the thing you said before. So, one, we didn't do an experiment to see if E. coli would become a different species. We
But
didn't
that's
do
the
an
whole point.
experiment. No, that's not the entire point.
So how
It
did the
actually, speciation, by the
here
way,
comes, man, her
speciation is
emotion, man.
not the point of evolution. Speciation is a consequence of certain types and certain conditions of
Getting
evolution. So
getting loud and calling me dumb
speciation
doesn't make you right.
speciation isn't the point of
Mm-hmm.
evolution.
Okay.
Changing to an environment and living in that environment
I can
better,
prove to you that it
making
is.
conditions that would lead to better equipped offspring is the point of evolution. So to say you didn't create new types of bacteria is abominable. But by the way, I have done those experiments. I have done experiments where we look at recombinant gene expression, and you can expose certain species like C. elegans to genes in their media, and you can try to create a speciation. Now, I worked in a bird lab when I was an undergraduate, and in that bird lab, we looked at the effects of if certain pathogenic infections could make speciation more possible. So to say, to sit here and say, well, you didn't make a worm out of your E. coli, you've missed the plot. And I think that everything, regardless of how much I dumb it down for you, you're gonna miss the plot because you're not listening and you frankly don't have the education to either understand what I'm saying or try to learn from what I'm saying.
It's a real shame.
Okay,
Do
good.
you have
All
any
right.
other
I got
questions?
okay, no, no, hold on, wait. Relax. I got it, man. You know, Miss Dr. Diggs, right? So you guys believe, right, that we came from a single cell organism, which was a bacteria, yes or no?
No, I don't believe that.
You
We
know that it
know that
happened.
that's how evolution
Okay.
happens.
So
You
wait
want
a
to
minute.
know
Okay, so
why?
so,
You want to
ma'am,
know
hold on,
why?
ma'am. So you are confirming that we are a product of a bacteria that somehow, millions of years, right, we evolved into we are today, correct?
It's not millions, it's billions.
Correct. Okay, billions. Correct.
Would
You
you
believe
like
that?
evidence of that? Would you like
Ma'am,
evidence of that?
You have to unmute yourself. Would you like evidence of that?
yeah. Give me evidence. Give me evidence from bacteria to man.
Yeah, so there are things in our own cells, in mammalian cells and plant cells, that have certain structures that a single living organism would need. And those structures, like cell walls and certain plasma membranes, are present within what are called organelles in our own cells. So that's evidence, but we don't have the capacity to make those. Our cells at some point would have had to swallow those other organelles, and then that becomes a better functioning bacteria, organism, single cell, whatever. So we have to get those certain functions that are critical to life from other organisms that existed independently back in time.
Man, these are all stories, man. You have never
These
seen
aren't
this happen.
stories.
Man,
We
okay,
actually have
Dr.
proof
Diggs, listen.
that a bacteria just did this. There's a new organelle that was found in bacteria. I think it was in 2024. You could look it up in Science. That a new organelle was found in bacteria because it subsumed another bacteria that was
Is it
doing
still a
its own
bacteria?
independent function.
Is it
Yeah,
still
so
a
what do
bacteria?
you think would happen if we took, a billion of you, and then we came back in
Still got
5
a story.
billion years and check. Do you think that you would be the same, or do you think that you'd be
Yes.
different?
No, you would not. You would not be different. You would still be the same. You would. You
Okay.
guys believe in a fantasy, man.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It's
Okay.
not a fantasy because guess what? We can prove it, and we
Yep.
prove it all the time.
Got any proof for your
So the
magic book?
fantasy is that I
you
mean
guys gotta let me have a dialogue with
so
Doctor, right? She got all the
I
answers. Let me have a
grew up
conversation with her.
I grew up in the church, and I don't even know how many times I asked for God to come down and help me. I grew
No,
up
we're not talking
in
about God, right?
an immensely, no, I'm going to give you an example of maybe
They're
something that you
saving
would
you, man.
understand. I grew up in a very dysfunctional, very abusive household. The number of times that I asked God just to speak to me and tell me that it would get better or that things would improve or that he would change my mother. Why did I never get proof of that? Why was there never proof that because I have seen with my own eyes that there is proof of things like evolution, but I've never seen proof of God, and I've never heard somebody that has had proof of God.
Man, if they stop muting me, I can show you that evolution is nothing but a fantasy, and I'm gonna
No,
show.
I'm sorry. There's a certain amount of respect due. You're speaking here to a PhD who's dedicated decades of her
That doesn't
life
mean
to this field of study, and you're not going to come in here and demean her work in that way. You should be asking her questions. You should be taking this as an
Let me ask the
opportunity
questions then.
to get educated rather than proposing or even suggesting for one moment that you're going to educate her on a subject that you've demonstrated you know less about than some 9-year-olds I've met. This is an opportunity for you to have curiosity rather than dogma, to have an open mind rather than waiting for gaps in people speaking so you can show everyone what you learnt on Answers in Genesis. This is an unbelievable waste of your time and, frankly, everyone's time.
Okay, no problem. All right, Dr. Diggs. So, how many stages required for Homo erectus to evolve into a man?
Even that
A
question
lot.
is idiotic. That just shows
I'm
you that you
asking you,
don't
Dr. Diggs.
understand. You don't understand a continuum, do you? It's like saying
But
how
I'm not
many
talking to you. I'm
stages.
talking to
Well,
the specialist.
right, but I'm going to tell you
Okay,
I'm not a
so
specialist, and I can tell you that question's
okay, I'm talking to the
idiotic.
specialist then.
It's like saying
I'm
how
talking
many
to the
stages
experts.
are there
He's
between
also the host, so he can
between a child and
have
an
But
a.
he just
adult.
told me to give her respect, right? So I'm
Yeah,
asking her a question. He just told me to ask
but
questions.
asking her a stupid question is not giving her respect.
It's not. It's not a stupid question. Listen,
No,
Dr. Diggs. I don't
go
know
ahead,
why they're
Doctor
defending you. So, Dr. Diggs, listen. How many stages required for
He
Homo
wants to go there
erectus to
again.
evolve into a man? That's all I want to know.
A lot, but we also don't know
Okay.
the exact answer because we don't have an
Mm-hmm.
exact fossil at every
And
single
exact what, man?
because
Thank you. Mhm.
oh, you don't believe in fossils. Is that what you're going to say
No, I
now?
no 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 I don't, because Mary Schweitzer showed that to be the case. But before I go to Mary Schweitzer, right? I want to know what evidence of fossils that you think came from Homo erectus into a man. Hmm, interesting. So we go-
Okay, so it's a bit like asking how many stages are there between someone being a child and being an adult? It's an idiotic question. Evolution doesn't happen in steps.
yeah, but we
Like,
have the fossils
right?
though. But we have
Evolution,
fossils, so that
evolution happens gradually. It's a gradual, iterative process over hundreds of thousands or millions of generations. They're not
where are the
clearly
fossils?
clearly delineated. Every time somebody
Where are the
finds an
fossils?
intermediary fossil, it creates a new gap,
Hmm.
and then they say, "Well, there's no fossils in the new
There is
gap."
no there is no intermediates.
We have a generous fossil. I just want to check something, Dr. Dig. Are you still there? Because we just want to make sure you're not muted or anything accidentally. You're still
There,
there, aren't you?
ladies and gentlemen, there
Hang
is
on a
no.
second. You can be quiet for a moment. Are you still there, Dr. Dig?
I am, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we hadn't accidentally lost your mic. Would you like to respond to his question about fossils?
Yeah, so fossils are oftentimes definitive data points in lines of kind of theory. So we roughly understand how a dinosaur got to a chicken, but that doesn't mean we have a fossil for every single day that a dinosaur lived until every single day up until we got. I mean, I have chickens. I can't look at them and say you are a dinosaur because I have your family's, your ancestors' bones for 150 million years. So fossils are those are definitive captures of time and information that we have. That doesn't mean that we can't look at, a million fossils and put together what happened or our best guess. And also I'd like to just point out, when we have a guess about something that we think, a set of fossils is telling us, and then we find more fossils, we can adjust that. Like,
Oh man,
we didn't think
Bailey,
that
I want
dinosaurs were covered
man,
in
man.
feathers.
Bailey,
Listen,
did you say you don't believe fossils exist, that they're fake?
I don't know. Listen, I never said that, sir.
It's what it sounded like. That's why I'm
No,
confirming.
no.
So
But
we
this is where
do
I'm going with
you
this.
go
No,
ahead.
so hold on. Okay, ma'am. Listen, you have no evidence that a dinosaur came from a chicken.
Well, no, because a chicken can't.
Oh, sorry.
There's, there's no evidence.
Go ahead, Dr. Diggs. He accidentally muted the wrong
Yeah,
person.
that was my bad.
That's okay.
What?
We have no evidence that a chicken or a dinosaur came from a chicken. You're correct.
Right, right.
We have
Thank you.
evidence that a chicken came from a dinosaur. Those are two very different things. You said the wrong thing.
Ma'am, you have no evidence.
Okay, I'm actually bored of this. We've put this to the room on both sides, and definitively, the request has come back
Yeah.
to end this torture, and I think that's right. Dr. Dig, thank you so much for coming up. The phrase "pearls before swine" springs to mind slightly. I mean, what an opportunity for someone who is so profoundly lacking in even the basic rudiments of this stuff to get to speak to someone who's dedicated their life to advancing it, and to have just decided straight away that, having absolutely zero knowledge, all he was going to do is try and show you how you are wrong. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for all of us witnessing that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I have done these conversations enough to know that happens a lot, and I often am told like I mean any number of things, but sometimes I get to the point where I say, what do I gain out of this lie? Like, what do I gain out of
Right.
being here,
Yeah.
spending my time trying to explain it to you?
Yes.
And then sometimes that results in like, well, you're just a terrible person, or like things like that. So I'm glad that it didn't get to that point, but any response that they can have to anything I'm saying, I have heard before. So it's okay, but it's appalling also at the same time. So
Yeah, it really is. Thanks for the heads up on apparently my level's a little low. I've adjusted it now. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I mean, I feel embarrassed. I'm very, very grateful to you. I think I have heard you on Justin's before, and it's a huge treat for us to have you in the audience here. Please consider yourself permanently invited to the show.
Thank you so much.
And anytime you're around and want to contribute, we would be honoured to have your input. Will you hang out with us for a moment while I read some super chats about the exchange we just had? Because a few have come in, and I think you might enjoy them. So we are starting here. Tim again saying, and thanks Tim. Evolution throws paint at the wall. The environment chooses what's good. What doesn't fit dies. So the survival is of who is the fittest in that niche. I mean, it's such an obvious, basic thing, right?
Yeah, I think what breaks it is that even if they're trying to comprehend um, evolution without a god, their concept is that something did this. Something chose this path, something chose this organism, so something chose us to
Yeah.
happen. But you have to drop that completely when you're talking about evolution because nothing chose it. It
Yeah.
it is a combination of the right ingredients and enough time that it happened. Like, I would like to choose a cat that is bigger or something. I can't just because I choose that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Like my cats are my cats. So
Yeah.
I think that choose thing and that choice and the will is something they still have to contend with, even if they do their best to take God out of the equation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Then we have this is my favorite. Sloshy Whale 91. Thank you so much for the donation and the message. Says nobody ever talks about the real miracle of the Bible, Noah's poop shovel. Think about it. 2 million animals for a year. Yeah, on a boat. Can you imagine? He must have worked that shovel super hard. He must have had a generous supply of spares, I reckon, because there's no single shovel that's going to survive that. And it's no wonder the olive branch survived a year submerged in salt water. I bet the rainbow was light fragmentation from all the methane. Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Sloshy. Appreciate that very much. And then Oceanus Helios says to the caller, your question amounts to how many stages did it take for your cousin to evolve into you? Exactly. How many stages? The demand for how many stages completely fails to recognize that some processes are gradual, and they're so gradual that you can't always delineate them into exact stages. It's like saying, how many stages are there between someone being a child and being an adult? Well, that's not a fixed number.
Or one question I sometimes ask is how many stages did a loaf of bread go through when you put it in the oven raw to when you took it out a cooked piece of bread?
Right.
How
Right.
many stages
Yeah.
did
Between
it
dough
take
and
for
a
the bread
loaf.
to get there?
It's
Yeah,
brilliant and a brilliant
and
analogy.
it
I'm stealing that
doesn't, you
immediately.
can't answer.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fantastic.
that's fine.
Can I borrow that? I'll give it back to you when I'm finished.
Yes, no, that's fine. Yes, please.
Thank you. And then finally, Tim again. Thanks, Tim. So, the steps were every child born. Yeah, exactly. Every organism born. Every organism was the same species as its parents, and yet
Mhm.
enough time, enough drift. It's not a miracle and it's not magic. You end up with something that is not the same anymore as what it
I
was.
I can't remember who I got this from, but a great analogy is Latin evolving, quote unquote, to become French.
Oh yeah,
Um, no, like so of someone who speaks French and no Latin, and someone vice versa, they can't talk to each other, right? So that's like speciation. But
Well,
every
I have
child, go
I
ahead.
have an even more uh, topical example. So I'm Acadian. My family came to Canada about 400 years ago, and because of the British, a genocide happened, and part of the Acadian um, uh, delegation moved down to Louisiana and became the Cajuns. And I know French. I was taught French in school. I went to many years of it, and um, the French that I learned, I cannot speak to my Acadian grandparents, and my Acadian grandparents who barely speak English could not speak to a Cajun person if their life depended on it. So there are like language as a living organism is one of my favorite pet topics, but it's very much like that, and we can see it in our own country. Like it's here. I live
yeah,
And
in northern New England, and I hear it all the time. So
yeah. Well, Dr. Dig, thank you so much. You are
Thank
forever a
you.
legend now on this channel for that.
Oh.
I do feel really embarrassed that you were there so generously, offering your expertise and explaining things with such love and care, and your passion for the work really comes across. So even if he didn't appreciate you, I can promise you my audience did, and Sean and I did. And thank you so much. As I said, you're permanently welcome here now. In fact, you're not allowed to ever leave.
Thank you so much.
So thanks very
Can
much.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
So Frank asked me how many papers I've published. To this point, I've published about 19. And you can check my H index on Google Scholar, I think is 19. So there
That's
you go,
incredible.
Frank.
That's incredible. I mean, that for anyone who doesn't understand that, that's a significant contribution to the knowledge that we share as a people, as a global civilization. That's how it works. People research, they publish, they share their findings, and we are all lifted up because of it. Which is why I get very angry at people who want to just wave that away and refuse to even acknowledge the value in that, and the hard work and thousands of hours that it takes to get to a point where you can make those kind of contributions which push us forward. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you massively.
Thank you.
You're an
Yeah,
absolute,
I'll drop
absolute
down
hero.
now. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, it's a
Thank
joy.
you, Dr. Diggs.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, how lucky are we to have had her there?
Oh,
Fantastic.
yeah, for sure. Quick admin note, mods. There was I blocked him. There was a fake warning that was put in the chat. If you must shut down your live within 5
One of
minutes, or
those.
you will be
Right.
banned.
Oh dear.
Yeah, if you see those, please block them out right away and
Yeah,
move on.
absolutely. Yeah, for sure. So we have T now from the YouTube queue is right in here right now. Hey T, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, man. Thank you so
That's
much for being patient and waiting so long. And Ralph, we see you too. We'll get you in after this. Thank you, T. How are you doing?
Not bad. This is Tracy.
Oh, it's Tracy. I didn't realize it was you. I didn't realize. Okay, yeah. Well, Tracy's a long-time friend of the channel. How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm good. I was just sitting here thinking about the audacity of that last one.
Yeah, that was grim. I just had to end it at that point. I mean, I probably shouldn't even have done a poll, because it was so rude. We've got, someone who's dedicated their life to this stuff there, and it was just embarrassing. It was awful.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. She's probably went to school for years, read hundreds of books, hundreds of papers, done probably hundreds of experiments. He comes in and says, "Hey, I read this one book and it debunks all the ones you did." You read. I mean,
yeah.
It just dumbfounds me that they think somebody in the sky snapped his fingers and here everything went.
Yeah.
And I had a question for her at one point about the whole evolving thing. A serious question, not a stupid one. But
yeah,
I came on because I guess many minutes ago, talking about you said said that you didn't seek God hard enough, and you said, well, shouldn't God do something, if I'm seeking him? And he basically said, no, God doesn't have to do that. Well, that'd be kind of like me calling Sean every day, asking him to be my friend, and going to places where Sean would normally hang out at, trying to be friends with Sean. If Sean didn't put himself out there to let me know, hey, yeah, I want to be friends with you, then I don't know. Otherwise, I just assume Sean doesn't want to be friends with me.
Yeah, I do want to be friends with you, T.
Oh, well, that's nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just hate that argument that you didn't look hard enough, and
it's disgusting.
Oh, and the look at the trees. You could also go with look at nature. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
they use that one a lot, but that's usually used towards the LGBTQ community because they'll say, well, look at nature, you know, like talking about the male and females procreating and whatnot. But there is tons of homosexual activity in nature. There's even species that don't need to have a partner to procreate, they can do it on their own. Some that change sex. I mean, okay, transgender, kind of. Well, we do have transgender birds and stuff, but they're not called transgender. I forgot what they're called. But I've actually seen a transgender cardinal where I live. Or not. I'm sorry. I'm using that word because it's the only one I can think of. It's technically, you know, in our species it's transgender,
Yeah.
but it's called something else.
It's inconvenient when they appeal to nature and then it turns out nature contains examples of things they don't like. It's awfully inconvenient when that happens. At that point, nature immediately becomes a bit less important.
Yeah, I mean, I've had all these same arguments when I was a Christian, so I mean, I always know where they're going. when, when you say something to them, I know I know the answer that's coming. But I mean, I never tell anyone that they're going to hell. Never. You know,
Good for you.
I had a guy that actually asked me once, and I said, I'm not going to tell you you're going to hell or not. And he said, well, I just want to know what you think. I'm like, what I think is if you're going to hell, that'll be God's choice. I don't know your heart. I don't know nothing about you as far as that goes. I mean, we were friends, but I didn't know, you know, I don't know anything. Yeah, I said, you could walk out of here one day and just decide, hey, I believe, and you go to heaven. I said, I don't have a clue.
Yeah.
But, you know, then I started hearing atheists talking about that and talking about people like Dahmer and, you know, those kind of people asking for forgiveness and, oh, sure, come on into heaven. You ate all those people, but hey, that's nothing. I killed millions. You know, so
Yeah.
it's just really, it's annoying. I
It
don't
is.
know. Oh, and it was rainy and misty on the day Abraham Lincoln died on April 15th, 1865.
Good for you. Nice one.
I almost looked to see if I could Google that, but I decided
Yeah,
against it.
there would be a record somewhere. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but that
But
also
I need
that
to
thing
get
of.
off here. Oh,
All right,
I'm
buddy.
sorry.
Thanks to you.
Well, I need to
Appreciate.
go get my mom her shot. So.
All right, bud. Thanks.
All right,
Great to
thanks.
see you.
Have
Great
a good
to see
one,
you.
T.
You too.
Take care. Yeah, I mean, that fixation on like the weather is also just like such an absolute massive missing of the point. You didn't know what the weather was like that day. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's like would be like walking into an operating theatre where a surgeon is doing some surgical procedure that requires decades of medical training to do, some sort of really complicated cardiac process or brain surgery or something, and walking over knowing absolutely nothing about the subject whatsoever, standing there and watching the surgeon as she works and saying, you're using the wrong tool, that's the wrong scalpel, or you need to use this instead, or why are you doing that, or what you're doing there isn't going to work. That's the level of hubris that you're talking about here, when you have someone who knows less science than some animals I've looked after, engaging with someone who's dedicated their life to it. It's absolutely remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Okay, it is 3 a.m. here, still going. Going to bring in, let's bring in Baku again, have a couple of Baku questions, and then we've got wonderful Maddie in the queue and our friend Brian as well. Both wonderful. So thank you for waiting. Really appreciate it. Let's have a bit of Baku time and see what he has to say. How you doing, dude?
Doing good. How are you all?
Yeah, we're good. Sorry for making you sit through all of that horrendousness. What have you got for us?
Sorry. I have questions for the second topic.
Great.
If I can find my page.
Excellent.
There it is.
Okay.
My first question is, how do you justify high confidence in your moral verdict given an extreme knowledge gap, finite perspective, judging an omniscient perspective, without collapsing into "it feels wrong, therefore it is"?
Okay. So you're saying, how can I be confident in calling God wrong if we admit that if there is a God, he would know much more than I do? And am I saying anything more than, am I in danger of just saying, well, I'm calling it wrong because it feels wrong? And essentially, I would agree that that is what's happening. If I call anything wrong, it's because I feel it's wrong. That's what we mean when we call something wrong. And that's why we were talking earlier about emotivism and the idea that when I call something wrong, I'm not claiming to be issuing a fact about it or revealing some truth about it that might be unknown. I'm saying, I don't like this. This is, in my opinion, not okay. And it is a personal judgment. So I can do that even if there is a knowledge gap. Even if there is someone, imagine someone who's a billion times more knowledgeable and intelligent than me. I could still look at their actions and say, I've got an idea of what ethical or moral looks like, and this isn't it. Even if they're much smarter than me, this still doesn't fit with what looks moral to me. Now I'm open to an explanation, right? If someone wants to come along and say, well, actually, it is moral, and here's a reason why, I'm ready to hear it. But I've just never heard a reason. I've never heard a reason why we would be justified in expanding our definition of good to involve handing out children to be essayed by soldiers after a military conquest, as in Numbers 31, or stoning suspected non-virgins to death on their wedding nights, as instructed in Deuteronomy. I've never heard a good reason for why we should expand our word good to include that. If I do, then my opinion will change. But at the moment, it is just my view.
Okay.
The one way out that they will attempt is God is all knowing, so he may have some greater good that's beyond your human understanding. But the problem with that is if God is all powerful, he could achieve that greater good without the harm that he's inflicting. And it doesn't even matter what it is, it would fall under the subset of all. So if he's all powerful, by definition, all suffering would be unnecessary.
Okay. My second question is, if your argument relies on real moral outrage at injustice, what do you think moral outrage tracks? Objective moral facts or evolved preferences? And if it's preferences, what makes God is immoral more than I disprove?
Oh, that's a long one.
Yeah, sorry.
That's right. Can you simplify it a bit? Because I'm struggling to track it.
I can repeat it if you'd like.
Okay, repeat it once more so I can try and follow you along.
If your argument relies on real moral outrage at injustice, what do you think the moral outrage tracks? Objective moral facts or evolved preferences? And if it's preferences, what makes God is immoral more than I disprove?
Okay, so I can answer it really quickly. Saying God is immoral isn't anything more than I disprove. I'm not claiming an objective moral fact. So as I said in my last reply, I won't repeat it all, but that's all I'm saying. I'm saying we look at the behavior of this God as revealed in the book, in his commandments, in the things he does, and in the things he makes other people do, and also just in the world around us, right? You only need to spend an hour on a children's cancer ward and you'll know God's not good. Done. You're done with that. And so when I say you'll know God's not good, what I mean is it's a feeling, it's a judgment, it's not a fact. So to answer your question, it does just boil down to I don't like it. God boo. That's what it basically means.
Yep.
God
I
boo.
have nothing to add. I think that's very succinct.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna get custom emojis done that say God boo. Speaking of which, I will be rolling out memberships this week for the YouTube side. That's coming. It's in fact been done already. It's just waiting on processing. So for anyone who wants to get involved in that kind of thing. That will be available later this week. Yeah, that's the one, Baku. So thank you very much, my friend. Do you want to hop back in the queue and we'll see how we go. I mean, it's getting on a bit, but we might have time for some more later if you're still up for it. All right, friend.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Okie dokie. Sean, your battery's looking low on your phone.
My phone is good. It might be my
Okay.
AirPod.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm basically full.
Okay, good. That's fine.
You know what? That thing is smart. You're talking about on the YouTube side. My laptop is low.
Oh, it's the laptop.
That's kind of creepy. You can kind of spy on my.
It tells you everything. Any connected device, it basically looks into its soul and tells you everything about it. But yeah, I can tell your Wi-Fi signal, tell your power. I can't tell what you did last night, but
okay,
you'll be pleased to know. Okay, we will bring in Maddie and then Brian. It's a joy to speak to both of those. Welcome back, Maddie. Oh, just coming in right now. Hey, Maddie, welcome back. Are you there, Maddie? You can do it.
Maddie, did you fall asleep?
It's happened before.
I'm gonna do the alarm sound.
We had a proper snorer once, didn't we?
Yeah, that was early on.
Maddie, we can't hear you though. I'm not sure if you can hear us.
I thought I heard breathing. Oh, I hear a little bit of snoring.
Okay, I can't hear Maddie right now, so we're going to drop that. Hopefully, Maddie, if you want to come back, just request up again. We'll get you back in. And in the meantime, we'll bring in our friend Brian. Welcome.
Oh man.
Hey.
Oh God, what a night. You know what? It started out, I had to take 3 extra strength Excedrin with these 2 guys. It didn't work.
They were the Laurel and Hardy
I went
apologetics.
to the bottle of wine. It took 2 glasses of those. It didn't work. And since I just had my shoulder replaced, I have some oxycodone here, and I thought, no, I can't do that.
No. Well,
that was
rough.
No, it was beyond brutal. I don't have your patience. How do you not? So I guess part of it for me is I'm 65 and knowing that, you know what, I've got 70, 80 years on this planet. And I've started to realize I can't waste time with stuff that's just, you know what, but the other nice thing about the other end of that is the fact that everybody got to see and hear that.
Yeah.
And I at least
ahead.
do know Christians that would have heard that and would have gone, okay, that's some straight up BS. And
yeah.
Anyway, one of the things that happened today, and that's why you had the thing up there on morality. It's like, oh gosh, because I know what's in my head, and I love to develop a method to speak about it a little easier with other people. Because my wife even asked about it today. You know, objective versus subjective, and I would love to hear more about, you know, a good way to explain and to share with that. Because the way I explain it is just, you know, you're stuck in your Christian box and you refuse to get out. Just step out of it for a little while. At least use some logical thinking here.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to help them get out of the box. The way I used to do it with Mormons, when my wife and I were both Mormons, the way I used to do it with Mormons is I take what they believe and I reword it completely, almost to where it offends them, and they go, they don't like how you said it, but you said exactly what they said. Like Mormons believe literally that in heaven, God and his wife are literally having spiritual babies. And when they asked the prophet how that happens, he said, well, the same way you do on earth. So when I had a friend, that one of my wife's friends, you know, said she'd pray for me, I told her, well, you better pray often because he might be busy making babies. And she hung up on me. But what I hope happened, and that might not be the way to do it, I know. But sometimes that's what it takes. What I do know is from now on, she's, you know, maybe she'll think that way. It's like, do you understand what you're saying when you say that? You word it in such a way that somehow it lives in your head safely.
Yeah.
But now it's like maybe she's thinking God's answering prayers while he's having babies in heaven. I don't know. It just doesn't. Do you see the absurdity? Anyway, back to morality. Can you tell I work all day behind a computer, 8 to 10 hours, and I need social contact?
You can come and have it here. We're happy to have you, Brian.
But anyway, on the morality part, I guess what I always say is, I don't need a God to have morality.
Sure.
No, of course not.
I think, I don't know if it's Sean or James. I don't know. It says Sean James. Which one do I use?
Yeah, Sean's fine.
Perfect.
If you call me James, I'm over it too.
Okay. Well, Sean, I heard you say it, and I would love to hear it again. Something about, because when you said it, it pretty much took what I thought and put it to words that, okay, that makes sense. And that is just, I choose what I think is best for that person. I mean, and when you shared that thing about the person that has a child that's dying because they're stuck somewhere in a flood.
Yeah.
If I owned that store and I had a way to tell everybody in that area, listen, I have a store there, break the windows, I don't care. Take all the food that's in there. Do I need a God to do that?
No. Well, as a matter of fact, according to his dogma, and by the way, I want to be fair. I'm trying to remember his name that we were talking to about that. I want to be fair. Many Christians would disagree with him.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I don't want to paint all Christians with his brush. I totally agree. It would be like, yes, please come in and take food. I forget where I was going with that. Anyway, so yeah,
well,
continue,
I was asking
please.
you about there was a phrase you used, something about the best benefit for humanity. I don't remember.
Yeah. No, I got you. So basically, John and I are both secular humanists, and so what that means is we deliberately evaluate behaviors, whether they're good or bad, with respect to how they affect the well-being of others. So if a behavior helps other people and shows kindness and empathy, etc., we consider those good. If a behavior does harm, we consider it bad. Now that's an oversimplification, but it's a sum and total evaluation that can be a little complex. But for example, if you give a child a shot for like a vaccine or a medication they need, or what have you, they're going to feel pain. It's going to hurt. But in sum and total, the benefits to their well-being far outweigh the temporary little bit of pain from having a shot. Yeah. Right. So it's not like dogmatic, avoid pain at any cost for any reason. It's really weighing the outcome of behaviors. And so then you don't have dogmas like lying is always wrong, to where you're having to tell the Germans where Anne Frank is hiding.
Yeah.
Right.
But I see the first problem of like I said, being a Christian that long. By the way, I still sometimes think like that, and I have to say, whoa, stop, take that thought. No, stop. When you say good or bad behavior, I know, talking to a Christian, especially a devout one, first thing he's going to do, wait a minute, how do you know what good or bad is?
We hear it all
I'd
the
almost
time.
not even want to use those words.
Yeah, I moral or immoral, but I want to own those words, because
good point.
I want to own those words and say yes, and then we point out to them, because they're like, well, what standard do you have? Here's the dirty little secret. They have subjective morality too. They have subjectively decided to use as their moral compass God's rules or God's nature, however they want to describe it. And then on top of that, if God exists, he's also a thinking agent with a stance. So it's his subjective rules. So they have two layers of subjectivity.
Yeah.
Whereas we're relying on our own. And the thing is too, like a big thing a lot of them are missing, when you give up your own values, when your own moral appraisals and looking at things, you're giving up a huge part of what makes us human.
Yeah.
What makes us who we are. Just whatever God says is good.
Oh,
You
I
want
had that.
You want to grape and pillage that town and unalive everything. Well, that's good. You're just giving everything up to a deity described in ancient texts from Bronze Age, like anonymous authors. You're just giving it all up for them. A big piece of who you are, what makes you human. You're giving that up. That's probably the most important part of what makes us human.
That happened in my living room. I had a friend who's no longer a friend. I just can't. We just reached a point where I just couldn't associate with him because of what he said. I even had him repeat it. I made my wife come out and stand next to me and say that again, Tom. And that was because I was asking him about he's a Southern pastor. He's retired, but I brought up I'm also on a journey on learning about the history of the United States and some stuff, especially slavery, Black History Month, because I want to know the truth, the stuff I was never taught in school or college. And so we brought up the thing about slavery, and I was sharing the verses with him, and he literally told me, Brian, God said it was okay, it's okay.
Oh, ouch. Yeah.
His literally definition of right and wrong is, if God said it, it's right. Yeah. Not whether it's right or wrong, it's just that God said it, so that makes it right. And I stopped there, and I never thought I'd hear this from him. And I had my wife come up and stand next to me and say, Tom, say that again. Because I wanted, by the way, I don't think, we talked about when did I realize I don't believe this anymore?
Yeah.
I think that was one of those steps. It's funny, that's coming back to me now. I think that was one of those steps that, but he said that, and I'm wondering how many Christians say, again, I always talk about they live in this box. Well, it's like, I cannot deviate from these standards I'm taught, or everything falls apart. And you heard that tonight, the way their mind will torture logic to make it work in their box. It scares me what you have to turn off and believe to make it all fit and work.
That's the thing. And I've said this so many times, and I know I'll say it so many more. If your starting point is God is good, and you've decided that at the beginning, before looking at any of his actions or commandments, before evaluating anything, you just start with that as a definition, then you've pre-committed yourself to labeling as good all the atrocities that follow. You've pre-committed yourself to that. So you've painted yourself into a corner where you have to say slavery is good, where you have to say genociding people is good, where you have to say taking children as sex slaves is good. It's all good because you've already decided ahead of time that God is good. It's a moral tragedy to do that because you.
And I'll share this and let you go and let you move on to the next one. It's funny what happened today when my wife we were out driving. We stopped at a place to get something to drink, and I don't know if they have these in Britain or Europe. We have them here in the United States, and it's called a little free little library. They're little libraries you put in your front yard, and you put books in it that people could come take. You can take a book, leave a book. Yeah. Well, I have one in my front yard. So whenever we when you make one and put in your yard, all of a sudden you notice them everywhere. But there was one at a store, and something just told me. And by the way, this is the same feeling I got when I was a Christian. So what is it now? I don't know. I said, go check that library out, see what's in it. And I said, no, I don't have time. But something still bugged me, and I went and did it. And it's funny, you said God is good. I've never heard of this guy, so maybe there's a book that I found in that library. And I said, honey, look what's in the library. It says God is not great.
Oh, Hitchens.
How religion poisons everything. And it's
Hitchens.
Christopher Hitchens.
It's a classic.
I've never heard of him.
Oh, it's a classic. Read everything he's ever written immediately because he's brilliant. Brilliant.
And he's British.
A lot of British people, they speak so well. It's almost like they invented the English language. No, like Alex O'Connor, Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, John?
Well, I was going to say Hitchens was a one-off. I mean, I would say, Brian, if you want to see one of the best public speakers you'll ever see, go on YouTube and just put Christopher Hitchens debates or debate. He did a lot of debates. And
His rhetoric. I mean, he made good arguments, but
it's the
his
delivery.
pizzazz and his delivery was just unbelievable.
He had more charisma in a toenail clipping than most of us could summon in a lifetime. And he always had the information he needed immediately on hand, without notes, and everything he said came out like it was beautifully constructed, perfectly constructed prose. I mean, I wish I could be 1% of what that man was. It's so sad that we.
Well, that's why I was asking.
So yeah, you'll enjoy that book. It's a very, very good book.
Well, let me let y'all go. And again, I cannot believe I'm a 65-year-old now watching TikTok to learn things.
That's great. Time goes on.
Never too late to learn. And
I know. Well, you guys have get some sleep. And I appreciate it. And you guys have a wonderful rest of the week.
Thanks, buddy. Always good to see you. Thanks, Brian. Take care. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Look at that. Okay. So, I'm still good to keep on going. The queue is fairly thin.
Yeah.
No one on the YouTube side. There was someone popped in and then they popped out again. In fact, there were two.
We got Baku in.
Let's get Baku back in. Yeah. And see where we go. Welcome back, Baku.
Hello again. I'll just jump straight at it. This is for topic 3.
Hell is ridiculous.
I have 2 questions for this one.
Okay.
What do you think justice is at the deepest level? Restoration, deterrence, retribution, or moral order? Depending on your answer, what kind of afterlife, if any, would be coherent, not emotionally satisfying, but philosophically coherent?
Sean, you want to go at this one?
Sure. I just want to real quick. You gave a list of things. What do you think justice is? And then you sort of had a multiple choice there. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I've got restoration, deterrence, retribution, or moral order.
Deterrence. What was the other 2? I have the memory of a goldfish, so sorry, I have to type them out.
Restoration, deterrence, retribution, or moral order?
Moral order. That's a great question. And I'm going to say moral order kind of stands out. That's a little, in a way, it's sort of retribution too. Like
it could be a combination of those things. It's not necessarily one or the other.
Yeah. So now justice, by definitionally, I don't think it can be deterrent or non-deterrent. That's sort of a byproduct of it. But if you're talking about the definition of justice, I don't think deterrence is a part of it, but it's maybe a reason to have justice. And then I'm not sure what you mean by restoration. Do you mean rehabilitation?
Yeah, so I should have put that instead, but yeah.
No, that's okay. I think arguably all 4.
Okay.
And then what was the rest of your question?
The rest of my question was, depending on your answer, what kind of afterlife, if any, would be coherent, not emotionally satisfying, but philosophically coherent?
I don't know what it would mean for an afterlife to be philosophically coherent. Either we have an afterlife or we don't. If we do have, but I do have sort of moral opinions about what would be, if someone's granting us an afterlife, what would that look like? But morality is ultimately based on my personal feelings towards a thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you think of all that, John.
No, I would broadly agree.
Okay. My next question is, if hell is understood as final separation, would it be more moral for God to override someone's settled refusal and force them into communion? Where's the line between rescue and violation?
Yeah. So would it be right for God to sort of force people into a relationship with Him?
Yeah.
I mean, I think if the alternative is, I mean, it's so ridiculous that it's almost like he has to just set up this system. He can't possibly do it any other way, which is so laughably silly. But if we sort of go with the kind of internal logic of that for a moment, so he set up this system where he either has to get to know us and love us and be our friend, or burn us forever, then the right thing to do would be for him to intervene and forcefully, if necessary, let us know he's there so we can enter into a communion with him and have a relationship and not have to get fried. It's just so silly. The whole setup is so ridiculous. It's such a ridiculous idea, which is why I say hell
Yeah.
is ridiculous. The whole thing. I mean, I admire you for trying to come up with sort of devil's
Yeah.
advocate positions on it, because I know that you firmly agree with us on this. So good for you for doing that. But yeah, it's complete silliness. If he set up the system that way, then he would, in my view, have a moral obligation to save people from the complete mess he's created by setting up such a nonsense in the first place.
I did have one last question for the last topic.
Okay. While you ask the question, I'm going to bring Jane in, who's in the TikTok queue. So Jane can hang out with us while you ask your question. Welcome, Jane.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. Go for it, Baku.
Okay. The tradition contains both restrictive and protective / elevating elements for women relative to its era. What's the correct moral way to weigh that? By modern standards alone, or by compiling alternatives available in the same time?
I mean, you're kind of asking how much misogyny is too much. Like, if there's some verses where it isn't horribly misogynistic, does that balance out the verses where it is? And we've sometimes also had, discussions about, can one say that the Bible is, univocal? Is it uniformly misogynistic at every point? No, of course it isn't. It's all over the map about lots of different things and takes lots of different positions. But I just think overall there's just too much misogyny in there to ignore in both the Old Testament and in the New Testament, in terms of women being framed as the chattel property of men and significantly beneath men in a social or family hierarchy, and I don't think that's acceptable at all. So I don't care how many nice bits there are; they don't balance out the obvious problems, as far as I can see.
I like your ice cream analogy with the kids. That's always a good one. I like hearing that.
Yeah,
I think that's a very succinct. I mean, I feel like I haven't seen all that much in there, and admittedly, I haven't read the whole thing. Christians, if you have legit verses that are pro women's rights, I genuinely,
did have
I'll give them credit.
written down a while ago, like verses and stuff. If you'd like to hear them,
Sure,
If not, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, DM me or something, because I want to read. I don't want to take up time like reading them one by one. But like with what's written in the Bible that I know about, if Susan B. Anthony wrote like 10 chapters in it, all pro women's rights, etc., it still wouldn't. It like you can't undo the awful things that are in it with like offsetting good things. Those things are just clearly there.
Yeah. Lacadian said that heaven is also a silly idea. I agree. Should deal with this. TikTok just can't help checking in on people all the time. No, we're not robots. Yeah, heaven is also a ridiculous idea. Like an eternity, having to do all of this praising and worshipping. I think at some point you'd get remorse and wish you'd been sent into the fiery thing instead. At least no one's making you sing how great thou art all day. So
Yeah, I can't imagine the boredom.
yeah, like imagine how boring it would get after like the first 100 trillion years. You'd be bored out of your mind. Having to hang out with the
I
same
can't stand like
people.
waiting in line for like 30 minutes.
Right.
It would be horrible. Like
it'd be grim. Absolutely grim.
It'd be very grim.
Yeah. Baku, thank you for your questions, my friend. Always good. I admire your
What would
ability
it be?
to ask questions like this. Sorry, Sean.
What would it be like? You just had me thinking about that. To have been alive for 1 trillion years, or a sextillion years, or a Google years, like to have that many years worth of memory, it's like it's hard to comprehend.
I feel like your sense of morality would be very, very skewed. Like things, like little things that would happen. Like even like if you think about on the scale of 1 trillion years, like the whole planet being destroyed wouldn't even be a blip, kind of like I feel
No.
like, a whole continent being destroyed and every living creature on it you just wouldn't even notice.
Yeah.
If you'd been around, like it just nothing would have any meaning.
Yeah, it's silly, and then we always come back to this idea.
Sorry, John.
That's all right. I said this idea of having to then contemplate the people who aren't up there with you, being
yeah,
tortured or annihilated or whatever the thing might be. That's going to put a damper on your experience up there, surely. But no tears apparently.
It's got to.
Just mind wiped, done. Lovely. It's a bit Stepford, isn't it?
Yeah.
Line up, ladies and gentlemen. Come and have your mind wiped and then hang out with Jesus. It sounds wonderful. Where do I sign? Oh dear. Jane, what have you got? So nice to see you as always.
Yeah, nice to see you guys. My question is going to sound like a baby question compared to Baku's as usual, but there are always such good questions. But I was just kind of curious. I feel like most of the Christians that come up to defend their position on this live tend to be from like a more fundamentalist background, and I kind of wondered why we don't see, and maybe I just don't see them, maybe I'm missing it, but we don't see a lot of like mainline type Christians in here.
Yeah,
defending.
That is, yeah. There are some, yeah, and I there's a few outside of the live that. One came in and unfortunately left. A lot of people know him. His name is PRK, and he has very I don't want to say maybe progressive. He's a hopeful universalist. Like he's agnostic about heaven, but he thinks maybe, and he's hoping everyone gets to go to heaven. He accepts. He does not claim that the Bible is error free nor univocal. He's a very sophisticated, nuanced type of Christian, and he makes good arguments for like, well, not good as in where I think that they're sufficient, but for Jesus rising from the dead. But he doesn't like pepper you with like false information. Like, he's intellectually honest in how he goes about arguing for Jesus rising from the dead.
Do you think we don't see very much representation from that group because it's just not it just doesn't end up being interesting arguments, or they don't really have it, they're not really against the points that we're making particularly? Or
from my experience, the fundies do outnumber the non-fundamentalists on TikTok. And I'm not sure. I usually when I see them, they go on like 6-person panels and 6 or 8-person panels and kind of go into the rough. Yeah, it's a good question, but he did come up. I'm going to actually ask him to come back and hopefully like introduce him to John and see what he has to say on our topics.
Yeah, I was just thought that was interesting. I wondered if maybe making the like if when you aren't basing your views on a very like literalist interpretation, or like if your reading of all of this is a little bit more poetic, for lack of a better term, if maybe having these arguments when these things were already felt like they were on shaky ground for you might be one of the
Yeah.
reasons, right? Like it's kind of like, no, I'm happy with my sort of poetic interpretation of this, and I'm just not gonna
I think there's
gonna.
What were you
something.
going to say,
I think
John?
there's something to that. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole thing of like going on social media platforms to talk about your religion with people who don't share it is
Yeah.
is probably a preoccupation for people who are looking for some sort of, not necessarily adversarial, but are looking for that clash of ideas, and people who are just kind of calm in their faith, quietly just doing their thing, maybe with very moderate views, probably don't really have a need to get into those kinds of exchanges. So maybe there's a degree of self-selection going on in terms of
I
the,
think
you
I
know.
think that yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that's a really good take. My sister's one of them, very progressive and liberal in her views, goes to church, she's a Christian, etc. I could not ever see her spending her time on TikTok arguing with atheists on the internet. Like that's just
Yeah.
not at all in her personality. Like she has
Yeah.
much better things to do with her time.
Yeah. Well, it's good for her, I guess.
MD in the YouTube chat says fundies seem more militant and get very triggered by John's prompts. I mean, yeah, I guess they are pretty triggering. They're sort of
Yeah.
they're designed to be, I suppose. I mean, not that they're clickbait, but just these are all positions that I hold and that we hold. So it's not that they're, there's nothing fake about them. But yeah, I suppose so. If someone sees these sorts of things and takes a bit of outrage at them. I just have to share this wonderful super chat from Sloshy again, who's just been absolutely brilliant tonight. Thank you, Sloshy Well, and thanks for the donation. I had a few more atheist jokes, but I wasted my last 30 shekels on iron chariots to shield my apartment from Old Testament gods. They can't defeat those
Nice.
iron chariots. It's just too much for them. Brilliant. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's it. So I think that there's a degree of self-selection that goes on, and then some people like
Yeah.
they're fired up. Their mission is to go out there and address people who don't believe the things that they believe. And then also there's that category of just, I think a lot of the men who come in here are just looking for a fight. They're just looking for, they just want to win something. They want to own someone. They want
Oh yeah.
to, all of
Yeah.
that.
Just
That's a
yeah.
good chunk of them. I mean, I don't think those
Never
people are
John.
channeling the peace
Probably.
of the spirit.
Yeah. That's probably why we don't see as many like Christian or Jewish people in here as much either, because they just don't evangelize as much as sort of
Yeah.
fundamentalist Christians do, I guess.
Yeah.
Like you just don't.
Oh,
There's just not as much pressure to
the Jews don't
evangelize.
want you in their club.
Yeah, they're like, please leave me alone.
It's a different kind of problem sometimes, but yeah, absolutely different type of thing. Well, we've
Awesome.
got
Well,
a couple
yeah, I'm gonna
couple waiting in the queue on both
hop off
sides.
here.
But Jane, always lovely to see you. Thank you.
Nice to
as
talk
ever.
to you guys. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
You too, Jane.
Take
Good
care.
to talk to you. Again.
And you too, Baku. Thank you for everything, friend. As always. We will speak soon. I think we're kind of heading towards the lid, but we have two more to take. So we will do those now. I'll drop you down, Baku. But thanks for everything as always, buddy. Okay, we are going to go with our friend Nidhi, who's on the YouTube side. Always a pleasure to speak to Nidhi. Hey, man.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. Lovely to see you. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah. Yeah, I really actually love that last call. Now her name automatically just slipped from my
Jane,
brain.
she's wonderful.
Jane, yes.
Yeah.
And the points you were making about this online debate space, right? I call it the atheosphere of
Yeah.
YouTube. So welcome into the sphere. But there were so many things I completely agree with. And I was really into doing evangelism as a Christian. And if I would have discovered the ability to enter into this like debate forum online sooner, I probably would have been one of your callers fighting one of these high commitment doctrines, right, that are in your prompts, right?
Right.
And I think that's part of what triggers or motivates someone to engage with you. Because if one of these collapses, like, it brings down more of the house of cards that is their belief. So you
For
really
sure.
have to defend these because they're a strong part of the foundation of what you're trying to hold on to, what you really believe. So that
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense,
for
right?
sure.
So the poker hand they're playing is already really high stakes, right? So so it's pretty rough on people.
Especially if they take the Great Commission seriously, and it's like, okay, well, my job is to go out there and defend the faith. I'm gonna put my
Absolutely.
helmet of faith on. I'm gonna take my shield of gullibility. Not that's not what I call it. And I'm gonna
And
go
my
out
Bible
there
around
and
somewhere.
I'm gonna defend the faith and against these blasphemous heathens. And so some of them feel that they're charged with an obligation to do that, and that's absolutely fine. Because makes for
Yeah,
interesting conversations.
I was part of a church that was very emphasized personal evangelism a lot, right?
Right.
And so you were highly encouraged to engage in that activity
Hmm.
and, like, bring someone, to your home group, or at least have someone to pray for on the prayer chart, right?
Wow. Yeah, that
Yeah.
feels so
Yeah.
predatory, doesn't it?
Who have you been talking to at work? Right?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
It
Oh my.
reminds me
And then I
of
was gonna Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it reminds me of those things where there's a sales business and it's got the names of all the salesmen down the left hand side and then what their numbers are for the week or the month, that kind of team pressure thing of like, you got to bring the results in. That's grim. That's grim.
It was a lot of pressure sometimes. A
Yeah.
lot of pressure. Got to grow spiritually.
Yeah. If I were evangelizing, I personally would be going for those people who, yeah, they believe in God, but they're just kind of, they get bored of church. They're not really that religious. Hey, come to the church, be a part of our community. Basically, the what do you call it? That's, if I'm trying to get numbers, that's what I would go for.
The love bombing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Oh
exactly.
yeah, that was super
That
common. Yeah.
people who used to go to church, or people who, I think there might be a God, or sort of on the fence sitters, they're who I would definitely go after to try to get more numbers or save more souls, so to speak. Um, Now, I know my own motivations, and I know John's motivations, and a lot of the atheists on like TikTok that go in this environment and like joust with people, and it's a variety of things. The toxicity of belief being seen as a moral failure, um, the religious incursion into like government, and turning us into a theocracy, the anti-science stuff. I mean, I actually have things that I want to advocate for to like make the world better. Um, from their standpoint, the Christians who come on TikTok, and to also joust, and they know they're not going to change our minds, or they're not likely to, I should say. Um, yeah, so it is interesting, like what the motivation would be like from their perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was gonna say, you handled the Mary Schweitzer thing pretty well, meaning that it's not really. I don't think it should be the expectation of every host to know the refutation of every claim, and so, like, just moving on and keeping the call focused, right, on what you're talking about, um, was really good.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. It's hard to get the balance sometimes with this. I mean, if anyone didn't see, I put a video out a couple of days ago putting my hands up and owning up for not having managed to call very well on the last live.
I really appreciated that. Yeah.
I felt, that I could have done much better. And I got feedback from a couple of people who let me know that. And if I'm not going to listen to that kind of constructive feedback, then why am I doing this, right? I need to be open to that. And I did own it. And so I hope I've done better tonight. I feel like I have. I feel like I've kind of, and it's not that, I don't want to embrace a culture of safetyism here. It's not like we can't be exposed to challenging ideas. It's not about that. It's about people didn't come here to be preached at. People don't come here to be demeaned and told that they're crappy people because they don't believe in talking donkeys anymore. And so, yeah, I think when
it can drudge up that past religious trauma too.
it can,
right?
it can. And I think, yes, we're going to talk about that stuff, and yes, it's understandable that some of those things might be a bit triggering. Well, that's what's, you've got to expect that if you're going to come into a situation like this, those themes are going to come up. But it's really just kind of not allowing people to, I don't know, I'm told like, oh, I'm nice, right? People say, oh, you're nice, you give everyone room to talk. And I don't want to do that too much, because actually that then is not what people want. It's not a platform for evangelism. It's a platform for discussion, and for examining these ideas very critically, not creating platforms for people to preach. So yeah, thank you for everyone for bearing with me while I get better at doing this.
I've heard you and Sean in the past, though. It's not super common, but I'm pretty sure on one show you're like, just answer the question, like yes or no. Just answer the question, yes or no, which is totally valid, and it does refocus what you're trying to get at. So, and get the person to engage without ranting. So
yeah, we get it right sometimes. We try.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just wanted to say, hey,
thanks, man.
I hope some of Dr. Kip's folks came your way and are here to enjoy.
We've had a really good turnout tonight. Numbers have been fantastic, and it's growing slowly. We're getting there. It's
awesome.
Really, in terms of YouTube, it's only really been a couple of weeks in any meaningful sense. So 3 weeks ago, I think I was at like 500 or 400 or something 3 weeks ago, and we went over 5,000 a couple of days ago. So it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Great.
But, and I appreciate it, and appreciate you. So thanks, man.
Yep.
All the best.
All right. See you later.
Take it easy, buddy. Okay. Maybe that's a point to draw a line. The queues are currently empty, and it's approaching 4 a.m. where I am. So maybe that's a sensible note to end on. I am fairly disappointed that we didn't get more of the Believer Bingo. Shall we have a look at it once again? Here's the Believer Bingo. This is what we've got. We got read it in context. The Bible is historically accurate. Fine-tuned universe. Look at the trees, and no morality without God. But we didn't get God works in mysterious ways. We didn't get it's a relationship. We didn't get nothing comes from nothing. We didn't get you send yourself to hell. Or that's the Old Testament. Maybe we got that and I missed it. I might have missed one of these. I hope I didn't. And we didn't.
I'm thinking. Yeah, I can't think of any. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. We did pretty well. I'm going to be so overjoyed. One day we're going to get all of them. I'm just going to have such a party. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to buy everyone a drink when we get all of them. So I guess that's probably a wrap for now. We're at 5 hours 20. That's reasonable. Fortunately, the tech seemed to kind of behave itself tonight. I hope the stream looked all right. After all of the weird lagging and crashing and stuff on the last one, I did lower the kind of visual quality a bit, lowered the bit rate and stuff, but hopefully it still looks all right, and it was smooth, I hope. Didn't see any
was
complaints.
something from nothing on the bingo?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that came up earlier.
Did we have that? Right.
Yeah.
Possibly so, right. Let's see.
You know what I got to do before a show? I got to look at it and study it and like try to get it all.
Do you know what? I'm not completely sure if the YouTube stream is still running with all of that talk. I have a feeling. I'm not sure. Is it still there? Or maybe it's still there. I think it is. Can't quite tell.
I see you on video.
Yeah, it might be all right.
I can't tell you about YouTube.
Yeah, hopefully it's all right. It was weird. My monitoring of that went a bit weird, but I think it's still there. It's okay. I'll thank you very much for that. It was just a browser issue for me. Yeah, okay. Well, everyone, thank you very much for hanging out with us yet again. Appreciate you every time. Thank you to wonderful mods as always. 157,000 likes on TikTok side is wonderful. Thank you, and thank you for the super chats. For the YouTube people, as I said, memberships will be out this week, so watch the space if that's the sort of thing that you want to help support the channel with, that would be great. And if not, that's also great. Nothing important will ever be hidden behind that. So thank you very much, everyone. And Sean, thank you too, as always.
All right, John. Thanks to everyone. Enjoyed it. I'll see you guys again.